The Virtual Endurance Championship continues its journey of Season 15, and today we mark the halfway point. Race 4 takes us to the World Centre of Racing for the VEC Daytona 12-hour, and some sensational battles across all three of our classes to sink our teeth into as the season progresses. It's myself, Zach Swin, and Vida Heatley in the commentary booth. And well, Vida, of course, welcome in. It's been quite a while actually since we've been in the commentary booth together. What's to expect for today?
Indeed, it has been. I make this, about 2 months, 9 weeks or so since the last time. But yes, it's going to be a long race today. 12 hours, the longest of the normal points races, if you like. And indeed, the second longest race of the season here, as you said, at the World Centre of Racing. It's going to be fast and furious. We're going to be using pretty much the entirety of the 2.5 mile oval, so there is certainly lots of room for all of these cars to begin to stretch their legs. And you can see there down at the bottom, this is race 4 of the 8 race championship. And as we continue towards Le Mans, Zach, it's a race every 4 weeks from here on in.
Can't wait. I mean, obviously we did get off to a slow start. I mean, Monza all the way back in August of 2022. It feels like forever ago. Then we went to Spa, Laguna Seca most recently in December. But yeah, now the season really kickstarts itself for the final 5 races, starting right here in Daytona. We then go to Road America, Fuji for the 8 hours in April, and then Bahrain, and of course the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans 24 hours on the 3rd of June in a few months' time. That is certainly one I am very much looking forward to, but a good mix, I think, a good calendar that we've got for season 15. I mean, we've got everything. I mean, I'm sure you're going to be a little bit disappointed we don't have Not Kill on the calendar.
No,
but
Kill.
No,
Terrible.
Not Kill, disgraceful,
No,
I know.
Kill.
But I mean, we look and the races that we've had so far, Monza, Spa, Laguna Seca, 3 very prestigious circuits, but 3 very different circuits in their own right.
Indeed, and we're actually heading towards, well, essentially there's a lot of high-speed circuits on this calendar, isn't there, with Le Mans, Fuji, essentially the first 2 sectors, Road America here at Daytona, Spa and Monza all being incredibly high speed. So there's been a lot more emphasis, if you like, or I should say the teams this season might be working more on their low downforce setups, trying to get as much straight line speed as possible out of these cars. We're having a look here at Darius Andrea in the 46 Visceral Esports car, just in the final warm-up. I make it about 8 minutes till we begin this 12 hours of Daytona, and it's going to be very interesting to see what lines these cars take, particularly on the oval, because, well, the logic suggests shortest way round, right there down at the bottom, is the quickest way around. But if you watch any oval racing, if you watch NASCAR here at Daytona, you'll see they essentially go right beside the wall when they come on the straightaways, to try and make it as straight line as possible around this circuit. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of strategies these hypercar, LMP2 and GTE teams take round here. And of course, there's a couple of very, very difficult corners here. Turn 1, the most difficult, perhaps even on the calendar, in my opinion, because not only are you turning and braking, it's a big braking zone, but you're also coming off this slight banking, as we might just see here. There we go. You can just see this yaw change as they go down onto the banking. It is only about 7 or 8 degrees at that point, but it still is an abrupt change for that suspension.
It is indeed, and you can see the grid rolling on the bottom of your screen. Timotej Andonovski takes pole for RAG Esports in the LMP2. Pescalaro, Daniel Weisner in second. Then beyond that, we go to Darius Andre. We're riding on board with him now for Visceral. Michael Leroux, Stephen Gelhood for Team Iris, and Mark Viet, P16 overall. And of course, a few places close in the top 10 of the LMP2s. Rick Van El, Seam Freem, 36th, 17th overall. Nicholas Lemoyne, Arm Cybercar 19th overall, with Schubert Motorsport P20. Beyond that, the last couple of LMP2s, Arm Cyber, the other Arm Cybercar P21 overall, and as Philip Dreys for NeedRacing.com. Championship leaders take pole for the GTE. Blackhawk Racing alongside John Lacey Esports P3, with Jimmy Nusler and Muradnis E-Stars the second row of the GTs. Wojtek Polesny, Juicers Motorsport Club, make it a 26th and 27th overall for the team. Diego Silva just in behind that. Caspian Motorsport Arnage Competition promoted from Division 2 up now into Division 1. P1 Esports just in behind that, with Ivan Avanoa here for the D Extroids car just in behind those. Then comes Ramada, Go Team Racing and Sim Racing for Holland to round off the 35 car field that we have here today for the 12 hours of Daytona. And well, I mean, It's a pretty stacked field, I think, Vida. I think anyone really could really take the reins in this race, and I guess, I mean, there's a lot of teams that could potentially dominate, but I mean, it could also be quite a close race throughout as well.
Indeed, as you said, 35 cars and 3.5 miles of circuit, so a car for every 160 meters, if they were spread out, approximately every 160 meters. So it's going to be fast and furious. Not quite as much of a bull ring as it was at Laguna Seca last time out, but still there's plenty of opportunities for contact between the classes. Just having a look at this LMP2 car here, you can just see the kink in this middle part of the infield. That's flat out for all classes, but it's only one line through there. Someone really has to give if you're overtaking or being overtaken by another class. We should see, because it is so fast, the circuit, and there's so much straight line, we should actually see this lapping happen fairly quickly.
I'd say so. I mean, the difference between the DPIs and the GTEs, I mean, predominantly this circuit is taken flat out, as you say, around the oval of Daytona, NASCAR 1 and 2, and then NASCAR 3 and 4 as well. Big differential in terms of speed between the fastest and the slowest class of the DPIs and, of course, the GTEs. So I think that very quickly, I mean, I don't know. It's a rough estimate, but you know, at least a couple every hour surely cycles through traffic, and I think that we always talk about it. Traffic gives and traffic takes when it comes to endurance and multi-class racing, but more so than ever, really, at Daytona.
Indeed. If I just have a quick look at the fast lap tracker, of course, most of these times would have been done in qualifying. Just have a look. Nico Barkley's done the fastest lap overall with a 1:24. In the DPIs, and the LMP2s is a 1:30, and then if you go down to the GTEs, it's 1:41. So you know, a good 17 seconds, 16, 17 seconds difference between the DPIs and the GTs round here, and still 11 seconds or so between the LMP2s and GTs round here. So you know, as you said, there's going to be a lot of lapping, perhaps even more. Perhaps it's going to be 2 or even 3 times an hour at some points during the race. But of course, because of this, you have to be wary of these massive speed differences. And as we always say, it's the responsibility of the faster class to make its way around the slower class. So, you know, I expect, particularly around the oval, these GTs sticking essentially to the yellow line, and the DPIs and the LMP2s having to go around the high side.
Yeah, that would be ideal to get some lapping done. But of course, if you catch them in the infield of the circuit, it's going to be a different affair. You're going to have to negotiate your way around a little bit differently, a bit more cautiously, and maybe it could spice things up with the high downforce of the prototypes versus the slightly more modified, you know, sports cars of the GTEs. So yeah, big differential in terms of pace wherever you go. But yeah, I think it's a breath of fresh air from Laguna Seca. We go from a circuit that's going to be very difficult to get some lapping done. I mean, we saw it in full effect a few months ago, but today it's going to be you know, as I say, a breath of fresh air. People able to lap nicely, lap calmly, and hopefully not too much drama in terms of traffic.
Oh, shall I take that one down as a quote?
Let's write it down. Let's have it.
Fantastic. Let's take that one down as a quote. But here we go on the warm-up lap. You can see it's very interesting. You can see 5th and 6th there in the DPIs. That is the one Aqua car, and I believe that is also the satellite racing car, both starting in the mediums when everyone else is starting to do the softs. Sorry, the race car in first place is also starting on the medium. So already starting to see quite a very tired strategy. The DPIs. In the LMP2s, you can see 2nd place there. That's Pescarolo car, Daniel Visna, the only one in the top 8 on softs.
Okay guys, 2 notes. So I reduced the cut track to default. This means I trust that you do not cut across the blend lines. If you do, you will get penalized by me after the race. The start into turn 1, I don't want to see people crashing there, so just take it easy. You have 12 hours to overtake. Good luck.
Word from Jimmy Allison, race director, of course, in charge of overseeing all the operations here for the 12-hour of Daytona. We're moments away from getting ourselves underway. Green flag running for one of, well, the the second longest race of the calendar, the 12 hours of Daytona, second only to the VEC, 24 hours of Le Mans in a few months' time. We're getting ready to get underway then, only NASCAR 3 and 4 left to go. It is Colin Spork at the wheel of the race clutch car, Christian Malguera just alongside him for Simframe. What is going to come about? P1 and P2 in the championship of these two cars, a lot to decide, and very, very close in the championship. Everyone bunching up, everyone getting raring to go for 12 hours of racing. Split screen, of course, looking backwards from the pole sitter, but also live feed, waiting for Colin Spork to punch it. Formula Sim Racing 2021 champion, we are go for the Virtual Endurance Championship. 3 wide as we already barrel ourselves down in towards turn number 1. They are really setting the ground running right now, and Colin Spork able to hold on, or is he? The Seawolf Net Race car is trying to have a bit of a look side by side as they run their way through. 2 wide, multiple rows deep in towards the International Horseshoe for the first time as the LMP2s get themselves underway as well. Timotej Andonovski already under pressure and losing pole position, falling back behind. Philip Joyce for the NeedRacing.com leads the GTEs, followed very closely by the John Lacey.
Oh, there we go. That's LMP2 backwards there on the exit of the International Horseshoe. Who was that? I wonder. That's the Blackhawks Ashley car. That was Mark Vietz that you just saw backward momentarily as the GT field streamed past. But as you said, there is Colin Spork just holding on from that Seawolf Net Race car. And to be honest, I thought Seawolf had it coming down towards the International Horseshoe, but Spork being able to hold on just there. And I believe this is what has happened to Vietz. Oh, is that a move up the inside? Turn there slightly and other sim from LMP2. I think it may have been.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, the 36 car, I think, of maybe Rick Van Earl. I don't want to say that definitely just now, but I do believe it was most likely that car. But as we have a look, I'll have a look at these sparks as that under tray grinds against the asphalt coming off of the oval.
Yeah, I mean, these DPIs are running very, very close to the ground, trying to maximize the ground effect of the floor, maximizing the low pressure air they can get underneath the car in order to suck the car to the floor, create a vacuum and create that downforce well as best they possibly can. Similar mechanics used, of course, in Formula 1, and pretty much any high downforce car that you see utilizes that effect. So trying to run as close to the floor as possible, minimizing, of course, their drag, which is going to be of vital importance. The setup of these cars is very much going to be geared towards straight line speed orientated, so running as close to the ground as possible to minimize drag, minimize air resistance. But there is a compromise with that. You're going to be slightly slower through the infield.
Yes, indeed. Perhaps some other cars decide to go for slightly higher downforce to try and make up that time in the infield sectors. It looked like there was almost a battle for position there for second between Seawolf Net Race and Simframe Motorsports. Indeed, just a tenth of a second separated the two of them as it come off of NASCAR Turn 2. Look at that, trying to use the drafting coming into the bus stop chicane, but not able to do anything this time. And oh, that race clutch car looking rather interesting on that direction change halfway through the chicane. As we're having a look here, this is Seawolf Net Race trying to defend against Simframe. It is the number 6 versus 21, Gilchesney versus Malguera. Malguera's made up the move, well, essentially going outside, but it's decided not to, perhaps just staying in the draft and already employing some fuel saving strategy.
I think that is going to be the theme of this race, is fuel saving. I mean, it's a long one, 12 hours, of course. There are going to be, I want to say about between about 40 and 45 minutes for the DPIs and the LMP2s in terms of their stint lengths. And if you can extend that by a couple of minutes each time, and you can minimize your final stops amount of fuel, you are going to gain yourself a crucial maybe couple of seconds when it comes to that point. So if you can save fuel, surely it's got to be wise to do that. I mean, even if it's just lifting and coasting here, using the slipstream to full effect is the easiest way to do it. I mean, you're pushing less against the air, which means you're demanding less of the engine to do the same amount of work, which means that you are going to be saving just a little bit of fuel. And around a very thirsty circuit like Daytona, every little helps when it comes to that. So I'm sure a lot of strategical elements are going to start to be employed. But what is interesting is Christian Malguera is on the soft compounder tyres, so surely with the softer rubber you'd want to get in front and use them.
Indeed, and well, I agree with you. You would really want to do that. Perhaps they're deciding to go a single stint for the first one, as Carlos Fernandez has got a penalty already. As you just saw coming across the top there, I believe that is the DX Droids car. The number 2, indeed it is. Currently 8th position, so just at the bottom of the timing column you can see there on the left. And indeed that number 2 DX Droids car comes in. So yes, having a look at the LMP2 class though, Visceral Esports is leading by half a second of the R8G Esports car, and in the GTEs it's only a tenth of a second between the 91 and the 66, and it looks like they're going to be side by side, just having a look at the live timing. And the Take Klupi just falling back a little bit there as they came through the bus stop chicane. DX Droid's car is in the pits, and they're going to have to battle all the way through the LMP2 class, and that's going to be painful because they will not get blue flags.
They will not. And of course, focusing now on the lead fight for the GTEs, just in side by side, just behind that, in a fight for third as well. But John Lacey car, Mattia Krupi looking to the outside of Philip Joyce, the championship leaders in that NeedRacing.com Ferrari. Outside line for turn number 1, late on the brakes as well for John Lacey, saws their way around the outside and gets the bit of contact so close to it, flirting with disaster. A little bit of overlap, and now Philip Joyce tucking in behind as they run their way into the International Horseshoe. The 66 John Lacey car into the lead of the GTEs. Also the Judas Motorsport Club Ferrari now ahead of Miranda's E-Stars now in that fight for third. It's really kicking off in those GTs, and well, I'm here all for it.
Yeah, I think the John Lacey car there coming into turn 1 just at the apex thought that they were clear of Drace in that 91 car, but there wasn't. There was just a tiny bit of overlap. But it does appear that John Lacey has the upper hand for now. There's a yellow in the middle section. Who's that? That's a 28 and a 241 have both gone off at the Boston chicane, and that's the R8G Esports car. It's gone off at the chicane. The 241 is becoming a rather expensive lawnmower. The Arm Sibra car of Mariano Carlo, but Timothy Adanovsky has gone off a big time at the bus stop chicane.
Little bit of crabbing as well for that R8G Esports car. Big name in sim racing, of course, but unfortunately their run in the LMP2s for the Virtual Endurance Championship, at least here at Daytona, has not gotten off to the best of starts, taken to the infield on the grass, limping their way home. Also penalty for areas in the race as well. We'll take a look and try to confirm as to what that could be. But yeah, Timotej Andonovski, well, there's definitely better ways to get this race underway rather than, well, with what, 7 minutes in, limping your way back to the pit lane, and that's going to be a hefty bit of damage to repair. Going to take another look at it.
It's going to be a single car, just going a little bit too much over the inside cabin. Oh, that's a big hit into those tire barriers on the inside wall. But yeah, took a little bit too much of the inside curb on entry there. And look at this, all of the DPIs are coming in simultaneously, which is fairly interesting, including the race clutch car. Seawolf Net Race ad. Could this indeed be penalties from the last race, perhaps?
Maybe. That's, yeah, I think that might be.
And this is why we saw them across the top, because Ayers that we just saw there, who you said got a penalty in the 223 Valley Esports car, was 7th in class. That was only one that we saw pop up, but indeed Colin Spark, Benjamin Gilzhineski, Stein Prince, and Michael Ayers are all in. It's the race clutch to Seawolf Net Race, Team Rookie Monsters, and the Valley Esports, respectively, which gives the lead of the race to number 21 Simfrim Esports by 1.1 seconds, actually more than that now, over that number 1 Burst Esports car.
Yeah, so of course the consequences of last race seeping their way into this one. It's things that we see time and time again for, you know, making contact with lap traffic or well, just poor driving standards throughout the races. So you have to take that knock-on effect, and it is a shame, but Colin Sport got the ground running really well for race clutch before they made their way into the pit lane. But yeah, Christian Malguero, the 21 Simfrim car, now leading the way, doing their best to control the pace as of now, and they are the championship leaders as well coming into this one. 208 points for this car, 198 for race clutch, P1, P2 and P4 for the Simfrim car, P4, P1, P6 for race clutch. So in terms of a championship perspective, now we're approaching the halfway mark of the season. This has surely got to be great news for Simfrim and Christian Malguero.
Indeed it is, and of course it's 30 points for a win here you do get participation points. All of these cars for participating today will be getting 45 points for being in Division 1, plus whatever they get from the race. It's 30 points for the win, then it's 21, 25, 21, 18, 16, 15, and so on, decreasing by 1 point each time until you get down to 1. But yes, as you said, there's only a 10-point gap at the top of those standings. Excuse me, in the DPI class. Well, of course, Race Clutch and Burst Esports are tied, both on 198, and as you said, Simfream Esports on 208. So only 10 points. So essentially, if either Race Clutch or Burst Esport win the race, this Simfream Esports number 21 finishes 4th. They've lost the lead of the championship. So that's still how close it is here in the DPI class. Having a look at this Burst Esports card, this number 1 car 1.5 seconds down on the Simfream 21 as it stands. And again, they're deciding to hug that double yellow line on the bottom. And of course, in NASCAR racing and here is essentially do not cross that line, otherwise you'll feel the wrath of the stewards.
And Twitter as well, don't forget.
And Twitter, of course.
Yeah, well, that is a dangerous game, one we probably won't get into, at least for now, until the race dies down just a little bit. Then we can rip into whoever we like. I mean, I'm sure Vida will. They don't really mind, do you? You'll take shots at whoever.
Yeah, look at this. Michael Ayres here in this Penalties esports car, essentially bump drafting across the start-finish line and then just letting off the throttle to make sure there wasn't an airplane incident coming down to turn 1.
Well, let's hope that we don't have any of that over the course of this race. But already, running their way through traffic. We're now 11 minutes in. So if this is average, once through traffic every 11 minutes, that is, well, that's surely a little bit hefty in terms of demand. I mean, of course, as the race starts to spread out, it will be a little bit more lenient in terms of the prototypes lapping the GTs over the course of the race. There'll be less of them to lap that one cycle. But yeah, at least in the early stages of the race, you can really try to it can really spice things up with how close things are. But in terms of the DPIs, a lot of the DPI field, I think everyone apart from our race leaders now, Simfream and Burst, have got penalties. So it is a battle back through the field for a lot of these DPI cars. Stein Prince for Team Ricky Monsters being chased down by Michael Ayres in that Valley Esports car. So in terms of traffic, negotiating it is going to be of vital importance for these guys to get their way back forward. And another penalty for Colin Spork. Is that the same one?
Yeah.
Is that the same one? Yeah.
I believe that car is multiple from last time out. So yeah, this will be them getting assigned essentially the second penalty. And essentially the way that it works here in the VEC is that any penalties from the last race, they are essentially put in a batch script, if you like, then are executed roughly every 5 minutes or so. And you essentially keep on getting that batch script is run every 5 minutes or so until everyone's served all of their penalties.
Then we'll have to see how that goes. I mean, it's better to get it out of the way at the start, so you've still got a lot of time to try and rectify it, I suppose, in that sense. A fight now for P3 in the GTE field between Blackcourt Racing there in third, and the Juice Motorsport Club, the 73, there in fourth. On the soft compound tyre as well for that Ferrari, so again, a case of using the rubber you've got to best work your way forward. Here's the Mattia Krupi, John Lacey Esports. Did they also have a penalty? I didn't quite catch it. Or is that a mistake? Because they were leading really not that long ago.
I believe from the YouTube comments it says that they got spun somewhere, but you saw yellow just up there a few seconds ago, and that was the 241, the LMP2 car, 241, the Arm Sebra car, trying to essentially recover from their incident earlier on, because I think they maybe also got damage. We didn't see this in a replay, but we did see the R8G Esports car go off at the bus stop chicane, and I did see at the same time this Arms car was becoming an expensive lawnmower, because I also think that car had essentially had an accident in sympathy at the bus stop chicane as well. So they were just going off at the International Horseshoe, and there is Mattia Klubi coming out the bus stop, then coming around through a NASCAR 3 and 4, and indeed this R8G car is still in the pits, and that's going to be a long, I think, has that car actually retired, I'm wondering?
it would be a very early retirement to write them off. I mean, that also Valley Esports for DPI into the pit lane as well, but the RAG car, that is going to be a long repair. So whether it is a case of them retiring or them just waiting for the repairs to cycle through, either way, they are not going to be happy. And what's even worse, I'd say, Vida, is the fact that it was all by themselves. They can't necessarily blame anyone, which just makes it even more hurtful in the sense that it's not a case of shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's in the sense that someone had spun them out. It was a mistake all on their own that has put them in that position, which I guess in some cases is salt in the wound, because you can't distribute the blame to anyone else. You can't play victim because, well, unfortunately, things happen. You've made that mistake and now you've got to pay the price.
Indeed, and really, when you're pushing at the very beginning of the race, like I'm sure this RAG car was, that really is when you can make up the most positions, of course, because everyone's bunched together, but it's also the time when you can make the most mistakes when you're pushing at 110%. And as we saw, I believe that car just took a little bit too much of the entry curve there that you can see. This NeedRacing.com car is almost taking off over that entry curve.
I mean, yeah, the curbs are fairly. I mean, they're not the worst here at Daytona. I mean, there's certainly worse ones. I mean, you look to, let's say, circle like Zandvoort potentially with curbs that will launch you, but through the Le Mans chicane, yeah, for sure there are some pretty hefty curbs, particularly I guess for the prototypes and the GTs as well, to be fair. But particularly for the prototypes, that is going to be dangerous territory if you get it wrong.
Yeah, very dangerous territory. We're having a look at Ivan Avanoa in this DX GT car, and this grey car ahead that you can see is the car that they are battling for position. As there was a quick yellow in the first section, whoever it was appears to have recovered. We're just having a look at the track map. I think about 70% of the cars are between turn 1 and the kink in the infield.
It's busy. Is what we're saying. It's not a one car every 160 meters. No, it's one car every millimeter at this point. Yeah, pretty much.
Look at
everyone
that,
is very close. That is scary. Is all I can say. I would not want to be on that track at the moment because, well, my word, Simframe having a bit of a look to the inside of the kink. That is, I mean, fair play for getting it done, but surely you don't need to be taking those risks this early on in terms of darting your way to the inside of the GT. I mean, they have got the Burst Esports car just in behind them, trying to move their way forward. I mean, you know, they're trying to move forwards and keep other people behind. So I guess in that sense, that forces your hand in terms of desperation to be a little bit more hasteful through traffic.
Yeah, indeed, I would say so as well. But here we go. This is the Armsebra car just coming through the bus-stop chicane. Look how busy it is again. Still, this is the battle for 6th. Overall, these 3 cars covered by 7/10, 8/10 of a second. And look at this Veet trying to use as much slipstream as possible of, well, all of the cars available ahead. And then closing as Veet's going to have to go around the outside, I do believe, as there's a DPI car coming through as well with nowhere to go because it's boxed in by that GT car as well. The DPI will go down the inside of both of them, perhaps. Well, decisions. It must be very painful for the fastest class of all to be stuck behind all these cars just because there is nowhere to go. Penn and Perry still holding on to that position for now. Is this one position? Did they just elbow the DPI in the way? They did indeed, coming through the International Horseshoe, and this is the one Aqua car going up the inside of the Arms car just before the kink. And it is still so hectic. 7/10 of a second separate 7 and 6. But look at this. This is Veet right under the rear wing of this Arms car.
This is what you get when you have multi-class racing. All 3 classes in the span of a couple of corners. All 3 of them at very different paces over the course of the lap. You are bound to have a recipe for some action, excitement, carnage, potentially any pretty much adjective that you can think of could in some words be debated to describe what's going on right now, but still trying to work their way up into 6th place is Pelo Penalties in the Arms Cyber car. Having a bit of a look now to the inside of the Le Mans chicane, getting very close, a little bit too close there. Now running off to the outer extensions of the circuit, now falling down to 8th, so very easily turning offense into defense and, well, actually losing out from the car behind in that sense. So maybe biting off a little bit too much there in terms of what they can shoot.
Yeah, try to pass Vollard there. Well, I would say when you get to something like the bus stop chicane, because it is such a fast corner, a fast chicane, I should say rather, actually being too close is a hindrance. And I think that is exactly what Perry found out there, that being too close to Vollard cost them the position to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it is that thing of sometimes you want to be as close as possible to the car in front, but as you say, there is a sense of being too close where you can't react quick enough to what the car in front's doing. You brake a little bit too late, and straight away you've lost your margin for error at that quickly, because you've just gotten a little bit too close. That's going into corners. You can also be too close coming out of corners in terms of utilizing your slipstream. Yes, of course, you're going to be closer to the car, but you're not able to utilize a slingshot as such with the slipstream that you potentially could do if you were, say, 1 or 2 car lengths behind the car in front. So it is just about judging distances when it comes to battles and making sure that you are in the right position. Positioning is a big thing when it comes to multi-class racing, when it comes to inter-class fights, and of course when it comes to lapping traffic. You've got to put your car in the right place. But sometimes, that is a split-second decision, and oftentimes you do make the wrong split-second decision.
Yeah, indeed, the wrong decision, and we've seen how painful that can be for teams already by just not taking the opportunity, not taking what would appear to be a free line, and that suddenly closes up. Ivan Avanoa here in this DX Droid car, the 53, 6/10 of a second to the car in front, which I do believe is the Ramada Motorsports car. And indeed, 6/10 of a second might just be close enough to prevail the slipstream. I'm not quite sure though.
I mean,
might just be right on the edge, yeah.
I mean, they're in the same car as well, both in the Porsche, so there's not going to be much differential in terms of straight line speed. Closing the gap for sure, but yeah, you can see even down into turn 1, only getting the gap as close as 5/10 of a second. So I think you're going to need to be a little bit closer than that. Of course, the closer you get, the stronger the slipstream is. So it's almost sort of an exponential curve in terms of you start 5/10 back, then the closer you get, the more the slipstream works. So then you close the gap to 4/10 even quicker, then 3/10, and then before you know it, you're right on the tail of the car in front. But yeah, again, it comes back to positioning and trying to be in the right place at the right time. But the Droids Porsche, even Avanoa, trying to bridge the gap to P8. But I mean, to be honest, it's a difference of 9th and 8th. It's not necessarily the lead of the race or being off the podium. At this point, surely for DX Droids, it's anchored down and save some fuel potentially.
Yeah, indeed, saving some fuel, as you said. Certainly over the course of a 12-hour race, you can save enough for 1 or 2 pit stops. And that is a lot of time gained, essentially, by not being stopped in the pit lane. And there you can just see the speed difference in the DPIs and the GTs, even just coming out of NASCAR Turn 2. So not even the terminal velocity of these cars round this circuit as they brake hard for the chicane on the back straight. Indeed, Avanoa still trying to gain time, I should say, on Ramada, but not happening just now. This is battle for second in the LMP2 class. You can see everyone there on the mediums. And Ejut's trying to hold off Visna and LaRue coming out of the West Horseshoe and just about to rejoin the 2.5 mile oval. And well, LaRue's going to get a lot of slipstream and they'll be very, very happy.
Yeah, that Go Team racing car, very, very fast at the hands of Michael LaRue. And of course, at the back of this 3-car fight for second place, I guess, other than, I mean, he's probably in the second best position. I would not want to be in the 26 car's Daniel Visner's position at all, having to look both forwards to attack and backwards to defend. So yeah, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's going to either need to try and get past Roland Jukes or try and just hold station and hold firm in that second place, third place overall, second place in the train as best as possible. But poor run out of the Le Mans chicane could actually see Michael LaRue eye up a move versus Daniel Visner side by side as they exit NASCAR turn number 4, joining the tri-oval. And on that run in towards turn number 1, you can see outside line for the Go Team racing car, Michael LaRue, inside for Daniel Visner, trying to hold on to the podium place, late on the brakes for the pair of them as they run their way in towards turn 1. Outside line squeezed off just a little bit, discouraged from going all the way around the outside for Michael LaRue. So Daniel Visner able to hold on at least for now, but you could certainly tell that as soon as Michael LaRue saw the opportunity, they were very eager to take it.
Indeed, very, very eager to take it. As you said, Visna still holding on, but because of that defence from Leroux, now he's lost the best part of his second to Jouk, so he's going to have to try and regain all of that time, while also simultaneously defending against the Leroux behind, as you said. And indeed, this Pescarolo got a little bit of a slide there, actually, coming through that corner, so a little bit perhaps oversteering as it stands and over certainly on turn-in, but those sparks flying once again as the LMP2 cars come off of NASCAR turn 2, and then look for that braking board for the chicane, the braking hard, and of course trying to carry as much speed as possible through the chicane, try and rotate this car, especially in the direction change as well, because that is arguably more important in order to carry as much speed as possible through NASCAR 3 and 4.
Momentum is the key word there. I think around Daytona, you really have to take a hop, skip, and a jump all the way around the circuit, because as soon as you compromise one bit of a run, you then compromise a knock-on effect of the next 1, 2, 3 corners, and it's that domino effect that can really tarnish your momentum that you then have to recover and rebuild your bases, get yourself back into a rhythm. So it is just a case of being as smooth as possible all around the lap and carrying the speed and keeping the minimum speed as high as possible all the way around the circuit, because in such a high speed dependent circuit, that runoff of turn 6 onto the oval of NASCAR 1 and 2, it's one of the most important corners of getting the run off and getting that exit, because if you get a snap of oversteer or whatever, you are going to have your mistake exaggerated on that entire flat out run all the way to the Le Mans chicane, which in of itself is a good stepping stone through NASCAR 3 and 4. So it is really just all about corner exits and nailing your momentum all around this circuit.
Yeah, and as you were saying, yes, especially coming through the chicane, then through 3 and 4, because, there's a little bit more acceleration coming onto the oval because that corner is quite a bit slower, but coming through here, momentum is vitally, vitally important. Visna's managed to gain about 0.3 of a second on that gap from before, and a lot more now. It's down to 0.7 of a second, the gap between Jouk and Visna. And again, sticking to that yellow line, taking the shortest way around, is the Pescarolo car, and accelerating still out of NASCAR 4 through the tri-oval and across the start-finish line as they're about to finish out the first half hour here at Daytona, and braking hard for turn 1. And a very, very different braking zone, as we were saying before, because you're turning and braking at the same time, which cars tend to not like, but you're also coming off of that banking. The Simfreen car holding on for now from Pescarolo, and Go Team there in the background with Leroux at the wheel, just biding its time should Jouk and should the Simfreen and the Pescarolo cars get together. You can see there that gap extending a lot because the Pescarolo car was stuck behind that GT car coming through the King. And again, as we were saying before, there's a one line through there.
Yeah, you really do have to be careful when you choose to lap car. Of course, it's not necessarily at their discretion of when they catch the slower traffic, but when you approach them, you have to sort of think long game, think, is it worth it? Risk versus rewards, weigh up the compromise and think, does this fight for the podium really matter? Not even half an hour into a 12-hour race. You've got to weigh up your options and think, no, fair enough, I'll just wait behind, lose a second or so, try and regain it rather than risking everyone's race, myself and the GTs, because you have to think as a prototype, not only are you responsible for your own race, you're responsible for the race of others, as Go Team gets themselves ahead of Pescarolo as well into now 3rd place, and fighting actually side by side between the two of them, fighting for the podium are the two just in behind this fight of Simframe. So we've got Michael Leroux and Daniel Visna still fighting it out over the final podium place, and side by side as they run their way through and towards turn number 1, once again nudged off on the outside is Michael Leroux. So Vida, if you're in Michael Leroux's position, how do you negotiate this battle? Because Daniel Visna is putting up a mighty fight. You've tried the outside of turn 1 already twice, and neither time has it worked. So in this position, how do you approach a battle like this?
I would just stay behind and essentially do some fuel conservation, and then hopefully maybe save a lap of fuel when compared to Visna, and then when Visna comes in, essentially go 100% on that in lap and try and do almost the overcut at this point. Is probably what I would try to do should I be in the Go Team Racing's position, but 0.6 of a second behind Visna, as you can see in that Pescarolo eSport car. And yeah, I'll be close enough for a little bit slipstream. It appears that maybe 0.6 is right on the edge of what you can gain from that slipstream effect. And again, look at this, the LMP2s are going to be greatly hindered by this GT car, perhaps just on the exit of the chicane. No, the GT car managed to exit the chicane where they did 3 wide between the 3 classes. Look at that, hugging the outside wall is the DPI. LaRue just pulling out a little bit there to try and gain as much friction as possible from that DPI. But look, they're getting closer and closer.
They are indeed once again trying to the outside as Michael LaRue is a little bit further back this time around, so might try to send the Pescarolo car in deep, but hitting their bases perfectly is Daniel Visda, hitting the apex very nicely as well and getting the exit off turn 1 in towards the international horseshoe. Is there going to be a send trying to dart their way through the Go Team Racing Ferrari? On the brakes for turn number 2, a little bit of a lock-up actually from the Pescarolo LMP2. Back on board with them, and you can see that Michael LaRue is maybe starting to get a little bit impatient with some mistakes creeping through once again to the inside of the kink. This is when you know it's serious, is when these prototypes start to take risks. Inside line for the Porsche, sort of tarnishing the momentum of the Go Team Racing LMP2, and this run through traffic has almost I don't want us to put an end to this fight, but certainly put it on pause.
Yeah, put it on pause for now. You can see there's no longer a lap car between these 2 cars as it stands. So you can have LeBron perhaps trying to close down that gap again. So you extend it out to almost a second. So a lot of work to be done there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and trying to, I guess, regain that deficit that has unfortunately gone their way because of the traffic, but catching the Jean Lacey Ferrari at probably the perfect point that you could ask for, as well as the Valley Esports DPI working their way through. But once again, that overlap of all 3 classes, the Valley Esports frantically flashing the lights to say, get out of my way, as they try to recover from a penalty carrying over from the 6 hours of Laguna Seca, as are the majority of the DPI classes. But yeah, again, we're going to see a lot of all 3 classes on the same bit of tarmac over the course of this race, and as we've already proven, it can make itself very, very sketchy. So an air of caution for a lot of these drivers is still that continues as the Go Team Racing LMP2 tries to get past some of the GT traffic, and then as soon as they get some clear air and they get a little bit hopeful that they can reclose that gap, bam, there's more traffic to get through.
Yeah, exactly, and that is painful, isn't it? It is pretty painful, but accelerating out of the west horseshoe now is LeBlanc. And 7/10 of a second, he's actually managed to gain a couple of tenths of a second or so. It's down to 6/10 momentarily, as you can see there on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screens. Accelerating out, and that gap appears to be a little bit slower. We'll try and use as much slipstream as possible from the GT car ahead, moving towards the middle lane of the oval, then diving back down towards the yellow line to make that line as short as possible, braking hard for the chicane. Now this left, right, left, and not as squarely that time round, I think, that Go Team car. So I think they've actually, perhaps as the tyres wear down, as the car gets a little bit lighter due to fuel, it's perhaps just slightly more controllable there through that quick direction change.
Yeah, of course, as the fuel burns, the car becomes lighter, less mass equals less inertia, which means the car wants to change direction a little bit more freely. You know, it's harder to change what it's currently doing. So a little bit more nimble, a little bit more responsive, but also the drop-off curve in terms of the tyres are going to have a bit of a factor in that. In terms of what you can do, I mean, the tyres actually, to be fair, I mean, we look back to Monza, Colin Spork triple stinted a set of softs. So with, what is it now, 34 minutes into this race, you're not really thinking too much about your tyre where we're affecting the driving too much, but certainly in terms of fuel loads, as we are approaching, towards the latter stages of the prototype's pit window, we are going to start to see the first set of pit stops coming in. Rick Van Earl in P6 for the other Frame esports car. These are the championship leaders, the 36 machine, and trying to close the gap and get themselves inside the top 5. But speaking of prototype pit stops, the Wanaka car is in the lane.
Yeah, one Alco car deciding to go for a little bit of an early stop this time round. Coming out of the pits now, and it's actually pretty painful because the pit exit line is actually a long way around, isn't it?
It is.
Just there, yeah.
It's not quite as bad as the Spa endurance lane. I'll give it that. Because you have to go through the Grand Prix, then the endurance pit lane, then you rejoin at the top of the hill at Radion. So there's worse, but there's definitely better in terms of pit lane lengths. So Nico Barkley rejoining the circuit in third. Was that a normal pit stop, or was that him serving a penalty? We did see Nico Barkley's name come up across the top of your screen for a penalty, but it could have been that case. But surely, I mean, we were saying 40-45 minutes max were the cases for prototypes to come into the pit lane, and we are not far off that at all. So definitely look out in the next sort of 5 minutes or so for potentially some of these cars to start barreling their way down into the pit lane for their first stops. I think it is going to get very, very busy very, very soon.
Yeah, it's going to get very busy very soon, as you said. Nico Barkley just coming out of the pits, and I think we're perhaps right. That looks like it may well have been a drive-through of some description to serve a penalty, already perhaps getting a track limits penalty.
Maybe. I mean, it's not too difficult to get a track limits incursion here. I mean, you look to, I guess the Le Mans chicane might be a good one, just nipping a little bit too much curb. I mean, but where would you cut? Because mostly around Daytona, it's either the track or grass.
He's got a quick yellow in the first sector. For whom is that? Is there a stationary car? I can't see anything, so that has cleared up before I could get some eyes on it. And the number 1 car is also in the pits. There we go. So that Damon Scoron in that Burst Esports, that number 1 also in the pits. Having a look out there on the circuit, see if there are any close battles as it stands. And indeed, Mark Veek still trying to chase down that Go Team Racing car. Also, Pedro Romano, we did actually watch a little bit of this earlier in that number 51 car, 30th overall, trying to hold on to that position, and well, still managing to do it for now at least. 0.6 of a second, I should say, also to the next car that would take them up into 9th position is Luigi Rosso driving the car ahead. That's the Go Team number 97. So yes, 0.6 of a second separating Rosso and Ramara as it stands coming across the start-finish line, screaming this engine before braking hard down into turn.
Yeah, for sure. And Pedro Ramada trying to close the gap, as we were saying, and yeah, again, it's a difficult situation in terms of endurance racing. It's something I'm sure the audience are very well aware of, in the sense that how hard do you fight when? I mean, right now it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You've still got over 11 hours of racing. We're not going to finish this race until, well, the start of Sunday. For those of us in the UK, it's going to be it's 12 a.m. when the checkered flag drops, just around that point. So yeah, it's a long race spanning over 2 days, of course. So yeah, I mean, how hard do you push when? How would teams and drivers approach a race like this? Because it's surely a massive mountain to climb, and for some of them it's easy to get desperate a little bit too early on. Some of them it's going to be a case of trying to make as many overtakes as possible in the early stages, but for others it's going to be conservation, save the tires, settle into a rhythm, be consistent. I mean, I'm not entirely sure as to your endurance racing experience, Vida, but how would you go into an endurance race like this? What would be your mindset for the first couple of hours?
Yeah, I did one. Some of you might have been part of this. It was I did 12 hours of bathurst here at the SRC. It was GT4s this is a long time ago, and our car DNF'd after I left it. After about 5 hours, I get DNF'd because someone forgot to fuel it.
Was it your fault?
No, I was already out of the car at this point. I only caused an incident that took out 3 other cars in the chase.
That's not that bad then. No.
That's fine. At least I didn't DNF the car. That is arguably
That's true.
worse.
You put fuel. You managed to put fuel into it. So.
I did put fuel in it, yeah. As the race leaders came into the pits, you were correct in saying you were expecting the stops for the DPIs quickly. Indeed, the Simfree car was in the pits and has came back out again. And the satellite and the VEC droids car are coming in from second and third. This is 206 and the number 2 respectively in the I class. And here we go. This is Dennis Zetak now. This Arnage Competition, and right behind them is that 66 John Lazy Esports car.
Is indeed. Mattia Krupi was once leading the race, not too long, about half an hour ago, got himself into the lead of the race versus Miranda Seastars, and now is on a comeback inside line for the Le Mans chicane. That is going to be a bit of a dive, but trying to move themselves back up inside the top 6. Dennis Zetak for Arnage Competition, going to go side by side, actually going to try and hang on to it. 2 wide as they run their way through. That is bold, brave, and brilliant from the pair of them. Takes 2 to tango for sure, and great mutual respect between the two. Arnage Competition, John Lacy Esports, 2 renowned names when it comes to sim racing, and having a fantastic battle here in the early stages of the Virtual Endurance Championship. 12 hours of Daytona. Dennis Zetak, though, hanging on to 6th place on a bit of harder rubber. So, of course, naturally, Mattia Krupi might have the advantage in terms of finding a way through. But it's not oftentimes that you see drivers go around the outside of the Le Mans chicane. It's, well, fairly brave. And, well, they've managed to make it work. And that is a tribute to the fact that both drivers are, not too keen on crashing each other out.
Yeah, especially at this point of the race. You're seeing there in the timing tower almost the entirety of the LMP2 field now in the pits as well.
Yeah,
they're all coming in for their first stops after 40 minutes. Well, it was just under 40 minutes before they came in. You could 75 seconds, up 73 or 75 seconds stationary there in the pit lane. All of these LMP2 cars will be hungry to essentially chase down these GT. So it's Zetak, this Arnage Competition, and the John Lacy car directly behind. Well, they're going to have to deal with a lot of freshly fueled and freshly tired LMP2 cars in the not too distant future.
Would they be freshly tired? Are you predicting people are going to be single stinting in this?
I think a lot of them, and there are mediums. You'll probably find teams could single stint softs at this point of the race, but as the sun begins to set and it becomes cooler, you can probably double stint the softs towards the second half of the race, or at least towards the end of the race. Rather, and look at that. Well, that was John Lacy car almost got held up by the Simfree LMP2, didn't it?
Well, yeah,
the Simfree LMP2 there tried to insert itself, but there really wasn't that much of a gap.
No. And not oftentimes there is, where you have prototypes working their way through, but sometimes you often see that GT cars do get quote-unquote held up by the prototypes because, well, they've not got quite the straight line speed, so they can in essence brake a little bit later than the P2s, so will going into corners actually carried a little bit more speed, so that is obviously a little bit of a dangerous game. Some of the GTs will have to play into a factor when it comes to the P2s lapping them, but this battle continuing on for 6th place between Arnage Competition and the John Lacy Esports car. It's certainly the centre of our attention because, well, we've got Dennis Zetak, Arnage Competition trying to impress on their Division 1 debut, and of course the John Lacy car trying to work their way back towards the front. In terms of GTs, last season, season 14, the John Lacy car very narrowly missed out on the championship versus Red Bull Racing Esports. I mean, 2nd place in the championship. They're looking, I guess, to bounce back in season 15, but so far, having a little bit of a look in terms of the championship, they're P5 and 22 points off the championship lead. It's not that far off. They still have a good shout at this, so making as many places as possible now at this point in the season really is crunch time to mount a championship challenge.
Yeah, a good time to mount challenge. 5 races to go. Of course, at Le Mans, 24 hours is 1.5 times points. But yes, a good time to start making that championship challenge and to gain momentum, because as we were saying, it's a race every 4 weeks from now on. So here's Zetak still holding on to this this position with the harder rubber as well, which is very, very impressive as it stands. And there we go, the three classes, 3 wide on the banking again.
Picturesque, it really is. I mean, when you see them going in excess of, I guess, around 170 miles an hour for the GTs, upwards of 200 and beyond for the prototypes. I know you're going to be kicking me with the sense that we're using imperial and not metric. Anyway, we'll come back to that in just a second, because John Lacey looking to the outside of turn number 1, saws their way around, similar to what they did a little bit earlier on in the race. Unfortunately for them, it's become off a little bit cleaner. They are still going to emerge side by side. Dennis Etak trying to hang on in the Arnage competition car, getting squeezed to the outside of the circuit in towards the International Horseshoe, holding firm as the Monaco DPI car works their way through. There goes John Lacey up into 6th place. What a move. And well, that's sort of becoming their trademark of this race. John Lacey outside line of turn 1. It's a long way around, but they've made it stick.
Yeah, it's a long way around, as you said, but if you can get side by side, at least coming out of turn 1, you've then got the inside line for at least turn 4 for the International Horseshoe. So it can work as long as you're fast enough around the outside, and that has indeed worked for that Jean Lacey car. But perhaps Arnage can respond with the slipstream coming down towards the bus stop chicane, but I think they're just a little bit too far back to successfully do it.
No, I think it is a case of maybe, you know, mounting a counter-attack at different points, or for Arnage competition using the John Lacey car to better off their pace overall throughout the sort of next stint or so, to get onto the back of them, use the slipstream and use the faster car to then, as a pair, work your way up the around the circuit, up the field as efficiently as possible. Back to this fight, Mark V versus Rick Van Earl for P5 in the LMP2 class. The Blackhawk Sancho car at the moment running 5th, just behind them Rick Van Earl back a second, back only a couple of car lengths behind in the SimFrame Esports. The championship leaders, of course, boasted some pretty good successes so far this season, and well, they're looking to add to that today.
Yeah, looking to add to that, as you said, Rick Van Earl here, 7/10 of a second. The gap to make that 6/10 of a second as they're coming through the kink, and then into the West Horseshoe. You can perhaps just see the LMP2 in the foreground. There we go, just disappearing off is the car that they are aiming for. And of course, it's a little bit of a psychological advantage to you when you can just see the car in front getting bigger and bigger.
Sure, I mean, yeah, just trying to, I mean, for Rick Van Earl, it's a case of, again, do what you can. I mean, there's no point, you know, forcing anything at this stage. If an opportunity comes, take it, sure, but don't throw anything away. But traffic situations like this, behind a GT into probably one of the most aerodynamically demanding corners of the circuit, is definitely going to slow down Rick Van Earl to the extent of now outside of a second. So crucially, I'd say outside of the slipstream range of the Blackhawk Sancho car just in front of them. So it's a case of you've taken all these steps forward, but then you meet a bit of traffic and then you take multiple steps back. And it's a case of then clawing yourself back forwards in order to try and recover. This isn't, of course, the only close fight in the LMP2s. A little bit further up in a fight for second, we have still got this fight with the other SimFrame car just in behind Roland Jukes, and then, of course, Daniel Visner for Pescalaro Esports, about a second clear as it stands of Roland Jukes, and is trying to push forward as best as possible. But still not even an hour into this race, and already quite a lot of action to try and digest.
Yeah, a lot of action, as you said, so far here at Daytona, as we're having a look at this Pescarolo car accelerating through the oval and then hugging that yellow line on the inside, the sparks flying once again, as we've seen so many times so far. I think it's Visna here has got 9 seconds to make up on the car in front. Of course, the LMP2 leader as it stands is the number 46 Visceral Esports car, and with Darius Andre at the wheel, and 9 seconds, as we were saying, is the gap, and that is a long time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's, I mean, so far for Visceral, they've not, I think, really boasted much in the way of race wins or anything of the sort so far in this season. Just having a quick look at the results as to what they've been able to do. Looking at the LMP2s, I mean, we go to the 8 hours of Spa. They finished, unfortunately, last in the LMP2 running, and then of course race 1 at the 6 Hours of Monza. Visceral, where were they in that sense? Also P8, and then last time out at Laguna Seca, well, where were they? Again, there is a little bit of a pattern forming here, P10. So it's a big jump up from what they're used to. So today, Visceral have really got something, you know, in the palm of their hands. Yes, it's very early doors, but to be commanding this early on, it's good news for the team, and could actually be the spell of a good result that they could be looking for to bounce back this season.
Yeah, looking forward to bounce back and perhaps, as you were saying, make that challenge towards the championship. As we're having a look now at this number 14 car, the race clutch car of Colin Sport, they are slowly closing down on that podium position. That one ACO car currently being driven by Nico Barclay. Indeed, last time round, that race clutch car was 9/10 of a second faster than the one ACO car, so that gap is closing. Colin Spurk, of course, started the car here and is taking the second stint. Indeed, 1.9 seconds, there we go, accelerating down towards the start-finish line, and that one ACO car slowly getting bigger in the windscreen of the number 14.
Sure, and as we approach the hour mark, we will get, of course, the GTE pit stop start to cycle their way through. And yeah, Colin Spork trying to recover, as I said, at the race start, 2022 Formula Sim Racing World Champion. I think he's only just recently turned 18 years old. Is Colin Spork, very, very young, very, very good promise in terms of his future in sim racing. Very, very quick driver in terms of single seaters. He can also, you know, even in some sports car racing, even in hypercar racing, he could, you know, hold his own against some of the very best. Recently signing for Race Clutch this year, towards the back end of 2022, coming into 23, and is now really raring to go and looking to impress, and has so far really done that. I mean, fastest lap so far in this race, and lap after lap, you can just see what Colin Sport can do, and it is just phenomenal in terms of pace, and recovering so well from a penalty coming into this race, already eyeing up to get himself back onto the podium. That's nothing short of remarkable, really, for the youngster.
Yeah, very, very good job, as you said, and saying that Spark is 18 makes me a little bit sad inside. But yes, coming off of NASCAR turn 4, this gap now 1.4 seconds. So it is closing. Just having a look at the previous lap times, Nico Barclay was at 27.1, Spark at 26.7, so 4/10 of a second that time round. So yes, this race clutch car appears to be faster at this point of the race, which is interesting. They've both got mediums on, so it appears this number 14 car perhaps a little bit more pure pace as it stands in number 3. But of course, this can change throughout the race because it will eventually get cooler as we head towards the second half.
For sure, yeah, 12 hours, not quite the full day cycle of the 24, but you still get a good difference in terms of times on circuit. Also, maybe some weather. I didn't actually check the forecast for Daytona over the next 12 hours, but in the intro screen, we saw some overcast, maybe some light drizzle at some point in the race as well. So not only is temperature a factor, weather conditions as well. I mean, the last season, the big race that stood out for me was Sebring when it came to weather conditions. Really big downpour very suddenly, and really was a big decider in terms of that race. And I'm sure if there is a little bit of rain today, could be a similar story in that regard. But again, it's something that we'll discuss if/when it comes. We don't want to push the narrative that rain is coming because, well, it's not necessarily a guarantee, but it's something that for sure will be suspended in the minds of the teams as a possibility that they're going to have to factor into their race calculations.
The 43 car just went off at the West Horseshoe. That's Henning Vullard. We've seen them recently in some battles. They went off at the West Horseshoe in what looked like in a single car incident. Just having a look, is there any suspension damage on that car? I don't think there is. So it looks like it might have just been a harmless-ish spin for that number 43 Schubert Motorsport car.
Yeah, I mean, you get lucky in unlucky situations. So I mean, just getting off with a spin probably is the best of the bunch. But again, when it comes to mistakes, it's about everyone's going to make mistakes in this race, right? We're only human. Even though they're maybe the best of the best in terms of rFactor 2's endurance lineups, it's things are going to creep in. Attrition, fatigue, mental fatigue is going to start to creep in terms of mistakes as the tires start to degrade, as you start to degrade as a person. Things will start to go wrong as into the pit lane comes Henning Voller for the Schubert Motorsport car, and into the pit lane once again for them. But yeah, I think in a case of endurance racing, it's not necessarily don't make mistakes full stop, it's minimizing the amount, make less than those around you.
Yeah, indeed, especially when you've got a race that is as long like this one. It's perhaps not the fastest, but the most consistent. That will take the race. We're having a look at Diogo Silva now, the GTC race center car, moving up into 5th position. As they've got about 7/10 of a second to make up to the car in front, which is the John Lacey car, actually, the 66. And still very doable, this gap, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, any gap is doable. In early doors, I mean, don't ever really count anything out. I mean, there are bigger gaps that have come back from, and well, at the end of the next 11 hours and 5 minutes, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of cars and teams start to funnel their way down once we get out at the midpoint of the race, where people are going to start to be a little bit spread out. Then people dart their way back in, funnel themselves back in. I mean, at the end of the Rolex 24 this year, we saw the two LMP2s separated by, I think it was under 1/10 of a second, like was it 13 thousandths of a second between the leading
Something
LMP2s?
Like this, yeah.
Something like that. So don't count anything out in terms of where you are, because you can really bounce back from almost any fall when it comes to endurance racing, because you have to think, you've had some bad luck. What's to stop everyone else having the same bad luck that you had?
Yeah, indeed. And essentially, it's like what we say, there's a 8-race championship here in the VEC. You can probably have one bad race, because everyone will have one bad race if you want to make a championship run. But once you make that second bad race, your championship chances have drastically reduced.
Yeah, again, it's that consistency over the course of the season. I mean, let's have a quick look as to the championship standings of people right now. I mean, in the DPI, Simframe at the moment leading the way with 208 points, with a 1st, a 2nd, and a 4th over the course of this season. The leaders in the LMP2s also Simframe. So again, they can't be complaining at all. 205 points, P2, P1, P2. Not only have they never been off the podium, they've never been lower than 2nd. And then in the GTE, we've got needracing.com on 206 points with 2 wins and a P10. It's that level of consistency that we're looking for. People, yes, of course, you're going to have bad days. You're going to have off days where things aren't quite going your way. But what crafts a champion is being able to bounce back from those mistakes, being able to limit the damage on those off days. And yeah, even if it's just a case of finishing 5th or finishing 6th on an off day, it's points and it's good enough to hold the championship. You don't need to win every race to be a champion. You just need to be up there week in, week out, or in the Virtual Endurance Championships case, round in, round out, in terms of how spread out the first 4 races of the season have been. But fortunately now we are sort of narrowing our way back in for the final half. But it is just a case of being as consistent as possible over each and every single race to deliver those points, and just being up there and turning up and churning out those results.
Yeah, churning out those results. As you said, Roland Schutz here, 8/10 of a second, getting down to about half a second as they were coming through the infield, which just opened up a little bit. And it appears that Schutz perhaps just has a little bit more speed over Visna as it stands, but the gap is fairly minimal.
Yeah, it's separated by virtually nothing at the moment, and well, it's been the case of staying very, very close in the LMP2 category overall. I mean, trying to again, you can see them very, very close in terms of their on-track positioning. Only a couple of car lengths between the pair of them in this fight for second. As we say, Darius Andre is now 11 seconds clear, so at least in the early stages, very much is a fight for second. But let's not forget, this isn't a single driver event. This is a team event. Different drivers will get into the car at different points. So, expect different teams to have different paces at different points in the race as well. And into the pit lane for their first stop, round about the hour mark, come the GTEs.
Yeah, here come the GTEs, as you said, and well, if you just have a look at that timing tower on the left-hand side, it's pretty much everyone.
Yeah, fairly unanimous for,
Yeah.
for the GTs. I mean, it's simple. I think for the GTs to all come in at the same point. It's a strategy that we've seen happen multiple times where you get to an hour mark and you just pit for the GTs, and oftentimes that is around the same point. But as we can see, our top two, Jutas leading the way, they've been able to stay out just a lap longer, and I think that extra lap is really going to help them. I mean, they're not coming in on the hour, which tells me at the end of their final stop, it's going to be more a splash and dash than anything. So a knock-on effect of just one lap here and there is going to help you get on sequence either on the hour or is going to drastically shorten that final pit stop.
They drastically shorten that final pit stop, as you said, and having that short final pit stop is helpful because you can gain a lot of time by not being stationary. The GTE leader comes in, which is his motorsport car. There's 7 here at Jukes in the Symphony car, and that gap still maintaining 7-8 tenths of a second. Not really changing as it stands, as they kind of both encounter traffic at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of, you know, if you approach at the same time, it's negotiating it as quickly as possible. Sometimes the driver in front catches them at the right point, and then you sort of get the worst end of it, you know, catching them through a corner or something or other. But yeah, if you can sort of dive your way up and follow them through, use them as the pry hook to open up the gaps and follow them through, you are going to sort of lose a little bit less time in that regard. Relative to those around you, but Roland Jukes is getting caught up behind the Juices Motorsport Ferrari, able to then catch them as they go through NASCAR 1 and 2 once more. So again, it's something that we're going to come back to a lot over the course of this race, is where you catch the traffic and where you can use the strength of your car, because the DPIs and the LMP2s very, very quick down the straights, and at Daytona, well, there's quite a bit of flat out section that you can use to your advantage.
Yeah, there is a lot of flat out, as you said, and this top speed is kind of important when it comes to wanting to essentially perfect your lap time when it comes to qualifying. It probably is also quite helpful in the race. But yes, 1.1 seconds as the DPI comes round the outside of this Sim Freem car. It will tuck in, try and use just a little bit of slipstream just before the braking phase begins for turn 1.
Yeah, and well, I mean, it's trying to settle into a rhythm really is Roland Jukes and sort of get into the swing of things, because that Pescalaro car in front of them has proven mighty in terms of defensive capabilities. So if Jukes can, you know, try and get himself into a rhythm and use that backwards momentum to then soar past when they get to a point close enough to work a way through, then of course that is going to be beneficial, and getting back onto the racing line for turn number 6 also is going to help. 6 tenths back as they join NASCAR 1 and 2 once more, so the Simfreem Esports car could actually eye up a move potentially. But as we saw it on the run in towards turn 6, Vida, well, there's quite a hefty bit of traffic just on the horizon for these guys, which is surely a daunting experience for the pair of them. For, of course, Daniel Visner just in front for the Pescalaro car to try and hang on to the position, but also Roland Jukes in order to try and close it. And that is exactly why. To be fair, right, I do feel a little bit of sympathy for Roland Jukes. He has got quite the bad end in terms of traffic luck. Catching them into the Le Mans chicane is certainly suboptimal.
Yeah, suboptimal, as you said, coming into chicane, and you can just see how much time Jukes lost. It was about 1.2 seconds the gap as they were coming off of NASCAR 2. It's now up to 1.8, so 6 tenths of a second lost just because the Symphony car was stuck behind the GT traffic through, well, one of the parts of the circuit you need as much momentum as possible, as there is a battle for 4th position in the GTE class, as we have a look at Jimmy Nisula in the Maradness number 64 car, trying to chase down as that prototype coming through was a little bit adventurous perhaps. trying to chase down Pedro Ramada in the Ramada Motorsports number 51 car, and this is very, very close, essentially nose to tail as they're coming out towards turn 7 or so, but no room there. In fact, it is there. Up the inside was Nisola, and Ramada is going to be stuck all the way around the outside and not able to do anything. So that's Nisola up into 4th position in this Maradness car. Now, can Pedro Ramada gain enough slipstream to actually regain this position, perhaps get a little bit faster? You can see, though, there that Nisola is on the soft tyres, whereas Ramada's on the mediums.
Yeah, so of course the Maradna Sea-Stars car using their strengths at different points, and as we say, using the softer rubber to their advantage. Different teams are going to be on different compounds of tyre, different strengths at different points in the race. So yeah, Nisola using those soft tyres to full swing and trying to now get ahead of Pedro Ramada and get some clear air and use those soft tyres and maximise the pace of that Maradna E-Stars car. Was leading the race during the first stint, but I think maybe took tyres at the first stop, which has unfortunately dropped them away from the lead. But again, it's going to chop and change. It's going to fluctuate. You're going to be leading at one point, maybe down to 5th at other points. And well, there goes the Black Hawk Zancho car, a little bit wide through turn 1, trying to lap the Maradna Sea-Stars car. A bit of a flash of the headlights, but not quite understandably so, because well, all Jimmy Nisola was doing was taking his racing line.
Yeah, trying to take that racing line, as you said, and of course, as we've said so many times before, it's the job of the faster car in order to make the clean move, or I should say the faster class in order to make the clean move. As there goes the prototype up the inside, one of the arms cars up the inside of Jimmy Nisola now. 4.5 seconds is the gap to that, well, to that podium position, essentially, that professional podium position. They say as there's 10 hours 55 minutes to go left in the race. The Go team number 97 is the next car up on circuit, as the number 74 car is very close on making a move on Bert Knops. The 74 versus the 52. This is the Sim Racing for Holland versus the Jesus Motorsports car, as they're side by side round the banking. Sim Racing for Holland having to go all the way around the outside as they come down towards chicane in the backstretch. Polesny as the inside line, and so should take the position.
Yeah, able to work their way up now into 6th place, and again using that soft compound tyre relative to the medium, so maximising the Ferrari and using the advantage of the soft compound tyre's grip to saw their way up now into 6th place. A bit of clear air ahead of Wojciech Polesny. Pedro Ramada, the next car up, that's 6.3 seconds in front. So the Juice Motorsport Club car trying to move forward back up to this fight in LMP2, still raging on between Roland Zukes and of course the Pescalaro LMP2 car just in front of them as well, still separated by around about 8.5 tenths of a second. Again, chopping and changing, fluctuating a little bit, as low as 6 tenths and then as high as maybe 1.4 seconds at different points. And of course that is, again, as we say, hate to repeat ourselves over and over again, but it is a case of, you know, tripping up over traffic, making mistakes here and there, being quick on different laps. Sometimes you do just hook up a good lap and are able to close the gap. But for Roland Zukes, I think the aim surely is to get themselves back into that slipstream range, as this is the closest fight in the LMP2s.
Yeah, trying to get back into that slipstream range, and again, just not being able to have the luck as it stands, isn't it? 1.4 seconds the gap now, and then just falling back just because Zukes is catching the traffic at the wrong moment. It looks like there's a battle almost heating up there in the DPI class. It's on Spark, as we were talking about this battle, what, about 15 or 20 minutes ago actually, and Spark in the race clutching the one Acco.
Yeah, and that gap is really close, so Colin Sport really lighting the timing sheets ablaze, and well, really trying to push forward. Started 2nd place in this race, able to get himself up into 1st very early on and command the field. As, oh my word, that's almost into the back of the Simfream car, into the International Horseshoe. But again, starting it back up, trying to get the best exit as possible and closing the gap. Both of these cars on the medium compound tyre, so it is just going to be a case of driver skill and the setup, of course, of those DPI cars, and lapping the traffic very quickly as Nico Barkley tried to put as many cars between themselves and the race clutch car of Colin Spork as possible. But now it's level pegging as they join themselves onto the oval. NASCAR 1 and 2, Colin Spork very, very close and well established in that slipstream.
Yeah, Colin Spark, as you said, well established in that slipstream. 0.6 of a second is just about where we expect to see the benefits to start coming down towards the backstreet chicane and trying to gain as much momentum as possible through there. Oh, it's a little bit of a wiggle actually right there on the second right-hand apex. They're streaming round the outside. These LMP2 cars, this gap now only 0.4 of a second, so Spark will start to get a speed advantage definitely at this moment in time, and look how close they are now to that one ACO number 3.
Yeah, just chipping away at the gap really, bit by bit, 10th by 10th, late on the brakes into turn number 1 and poison the car as perfectly as possible, trying to get the run off. And I don't think Colin Spark really is keen on waiting around and saving a bit of fuel. The pace differential that race clutch car has got surely tells me that he wants to get in front and wants to get on with things. P4 at the moment, looking to make that P3 and knocking on the door of the podium to demote Nico Barkley off of it. Nothing really happening through the infield section, so surely the move's going to be made on that run in towards either the Le Mans chicane or in towards turn 1.
Yeah, down towards the Le Mans chicane, as you said, is possibly a good idea. We've seen that car be very, very strong through that chicane, only 0.4 of a second, the gap there, pulling out to about 5/10 now, so perhaps not as good a run out of that, well, perhaps the second most important part of the circuit before coming out into NASCAR 1 and 2 streaming round. And even then, you can see there's not been that much acceleration time. You can already see how much faster the DPIs are when compared to the GT cars coming through chicane now. A bit of a tire power slide almost through there, wasn't it?
A lot of power, and they're solely rear-wheel drive as well, the DPIs, if I remember correctly. So a lot of power to the rear axle, of course, is naturally going to send them spinning just a little bit. Flash the headlights for Colin Spark just to let Nico Barkley know he's coming. Late dive, didn't really know where to go, left or right. Outside line now as they enter the tri-oval on the run in towards turn number 1. Colin Spark, this has been boiling for a while. Outside line for turn number 1, soars his way up into 3rd place, but a fight back from the Wanaka car. Nico Barkley sees them emerge at turn 1, still side by side. Colin Spark having to concede back down into 4th place. A little bit of a look, maybe the dive into the international horseshoe, given the space nearly by the Wanaka car, flirting with disaster. What a fight, and I'm sure this is far from over.
Yeah, flirting with disaster there, as you said, and I'm sure this is also far from over. The one ACO car there had to let off the throttle a little bit to allow LP2 through the contact.
There is at the Western Horseshoe, and again Colin Spark able to use that to his advantage, demotes Nico Barkley now to 4th place, but probably at the worst time possible because the counter-attack is on with the slipstream, with the pace of NASCAR 1 and 2, and of course the slingshot off the Le Mans chicane. The gap is about 0.5 of a second, and well, Nico Barkley, what has he got in the tank potentially to try and launch back at Colin Spark? But well, do not let Colin Spark get in front of you. Do not give him some clear air, because as he's proven time and time again, he will go very, very fast and try and pull the gap out. And well, just the commitment, the sheer commitment, only just over an hour into a 12-hour race and chucking that car into Le Mans chicane like it's no tomorrow. He is on fire, and the sparks flying underneath this car definitely do prove that as to how quick he is going, trying to pull away and to try and close the gap. Now 7.2 seconds up to Damien Scovron in that best esports car.
Yeah, trying to pull away, as you said, and as you said, the next car up being that burst esports car. A little bit up the road though, 7 seconds is a long, long time, isn't it? We've seen Colin Spark essentially reduce the current gap that he had to that one. I'm talking about 3 seconds to that pass. We're having a look further down. Battle for 7th position in the DPI class. We're having Liechtenstein Quince in this Team Rookie Monsters car. Only 0.8 of a second to the car ahead, which is Liam Rance in that 206 in this 206 DPI, that being the satellite racing car.
Yeah, again, to be fair, considering this is a 12-hour race, right? I was not expecting it to be this lively. I'll be honest, I was ready to settle in, get some topics up and to rifle through them, but we've got plenty of on-track action to keep us going in these opening moments, just over an hour in now, of course. And yeah, there's been plenty to talk about, whether it be fights in the midfield, fight for podium places, crucial fights for championship contenders. There's been a lot to talk about so far, and I mean, it's not something you often see, to be fair, Vida, in terms of Daytona. Usually, the start of the race is spent anchoring down, saving fuel, getting yourself into the swing of things. But these guys, well, they've hit the ground running and straight away trying to mount some good old fights, which Well, again, no complaints. I'm not the one racing. I'm not the one that has to be mindful of my tyres or my fuel. So I'm just here spectating it and enjoying it.
Yeah, just there enjoying it, as you said. But yes, these drivers certainly not conserving anything. It really appears at this point. Stein Plint's here, 0.6 of a second. Perhaps his rookie monster's a little bit faster than the satellite car at this moment in time. And well, this might actually become a battle for 6th, because you can see there the cars in 5th and the cars in 4th and 5th position currently in the pits, and that kind of makes sense as we're now at 75 minutes. We pretty much did see all these DPIs come in about 40 minutes during the first stint, didn't we?
We
because
did.
Sprint's all the way around the outside. Perhaps he's going to be forced to go all the way around the outside of the satellite racing cars to come across the start-finish line. And will we see this move happen once again? No, Quince just lets out the throttle a little bit and takes the more conventional racing line.
Indeed so, and just not really wanting to risk it, braking as late as possible into the international horseshoe. But yeah, we are very not far away from more pit stops. Burst Esports into the lane as well. Just ahead of them, the 7th place car of Seawolf Net Race, I believe, coming in also from 7th and 8th. They were sort of pioneers towards the front of the field. Promotes Race Clutch into 2nd, getting ahead of the Burst Esports car, provisionally, of course. So very much back into the swing of things for prototype pit stops amongst the DPIs and the LMP2. Still a while to wait for the GTEs to come in, probably a good 40 minutes or so, I would imagine. But yeah, definitely a lot of pit stops coming in at different points, and definitely one to look at and to spice up. But in terms of these two, any side of the pit stop is a little bit far away because they've got to focus on each other. Stein Prince having a bit of a look to the Le Mans chicane, inside line, thought about it, managing to keep the momentum up though, crucially practically pushing the satellite racing team car out of the Le Mans chicane. Now just about a car length back behind as they run their way through NASCAR 3 into 4, pulling out as late as possible, outside line now, but hits a brick wall of air and can't make any more advances in his team. Ricky Monsters DPI going to the inside, nearly pushed onto the apron. Oh my word, Liam Ryans is defending this P5 like it's his firstborn child. In towards turn number 1, and Stein Prince trying to find a way through, but nothing coming to fruition on this particular occasion. And wow, Liam Ryans very, very defensive going down into the tri-oval.
Yeah, there was some very, very robust defending there coming in the front straight. Yeah, it could almost be questionable because it appeared a couple of that move essentially once they got around that GT car, I think it was, coming off NASCAR turn 4. One could argue that was reactionary. But yes, it's robust defending, as we said there, from the satellite racing car, and it appears that Prince has the straight line speed. They've just got to use that to their advantage, coming onto the oval once again. Perhaps this time they can make the move. We saw them be very, very close to the back of that satellite car coming to the bus stop chicane the last time round, but I think they're a little bit too far away this time.
Yeah, I think not quite got the advantage, but you can tell the slipstream in the DPIs is very, very strong. I mean, Stein Prince closing the gap from about 0.6 to 0.3, heading onto the brake pedal for the Le Mans chicane, and once again trying to get the drive off the corner, maybe more able to use the slipstream. But is either of them going to come into the pit lane is probably going to put an end to this fight. I'd imagine neither of them pulling off, and once again having to negotiate a bit of lap traffic. There goes Stein Prince into the pit lane. A strategical decision potentially. He knows he's quicker, so why not get a lap in clear air and try and make the jump in the pit lane?
Yeah, try and make that jump in the pit lane, as you said there. Perhaps trying to get an undercut of some description. Perhaps still put on new tyres this time round.
Maybe so. Again, we'll see as to what the car does. Pointing the car perfectly, the axle goes up and they'll refuel that car. We'll see if they do take tyres. I'd imagine so. I think the car wouldn't go up onto the jacks if they weren't changing tyres. Am I right in saying that?
I think so. I think you're correct. Maybe, just about slightly.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I think, perhaps just trying to get, as we were saying, that undercut in order to jump them in the pit stop phase.
Maybe so. I mean, again, just Stein Prince knows he's quicker. He was closing that gap, fairly quickly. So it depends again where he comes out relative to those around him. He might hit a wave of GTE traffic, which could hamper his progress. But it was a difference of only sort of 4 or 5 tenths. So if he can make that up with some fresh tyres, then fair play. He could quite easily get the jump in the pit lane, which is really the name of the game when it comes to endurance racing and multi-class racing, in particular, of winning the race in the pit lane. I mean, yes, granted, it's a fight for 5th or 6th, wherever it was, between Team Ricky Monsters and the Satellite Racing team, but it's a case of getting the measure of your opponents by minimizing the hard work that you have to do on the circuit.
Yeah, minimizing that hard work. As you said, here comes Time Quince out of the pits. You see how long that pit stop was actually. I think Quince has just fallen out of the timing tower there. But yeah, eventually they'll get to that pit exit line. It's so long, it's so far away. You always think it's a little bit closer than it to, well, I would say normal pit exit than it actually is. But look at this absolute gaggle that Quince has to deal with directly ahead. Well, firstly, stuck behind this Ferrari, this orange Ferrari. We're coming into the West Horseshoe, and look at that line of GT cars.
Disgusting is going to be, is what it's going to be, and Stein Prince is going to have a face of disdain as he gets his way past the sim racing for Holland GTE, and now got a bit of clear air, and any traffic that he's got in front of him, he could probably catch on the banking, even the LMP2, the sim frame LMP2, around the outside of them into the Le Mans chicane. And well, I mean, there's worse traffic situations that could have gone his way. So I mean, I'm sure that Stein Prince is going to be saying, that could have been worse.
Yeah, could have been worse, as always. But yeah, Stein Quince, there we go. We can see making their way back through the field as we're having a look. Perhaps here is, if we can find it again, Jimmy Nusela was fairly close again. Excuse me, to another car, but that appears to have just fallen away ever so slightly as it stands. But here's a battle for essentially lead in the LMP2 class. It's Zooks versus Visna.
Yeah,
Once
and
again.
the lead, of course, with between Jimmy Nusa and Kamil Nui, inside line for the Western Horseshoe. Actually, for Jimmy Nusa, gets himself up into the lead of the GTEs. So 2 lead fights in the span of, well, the difference between the Western Horseshoe and turn number 6. So fantastic bit of racing here, and of course, it is a provisional fight for the race lead between the top 2 in the LMP2 classes. But the Black Hawk racing car of Kamil Nui, unfortunately falling behind Jimmy Nusa. A fairly easy affair, actually, for the Muradna Seastars car to pick him off and use actually the lead fight in LMP2s to his advantage. But yeah, well, that was a fairly quick and easy job for Jimmy Nusa. Not too much in terms of resistance met his way. So now time to press forward, and regaining the lead of the race was Muradna Seastars.
Yeah, regaining the lead of the GT race. Muradnas, yes, you are correct. Regaining essentially this lead of the GT class. But just 6 seconds seconds Kamil Nui down. There's still time to gain as Roland Zooks comes in from 2nd place in the LMP2s. As there's a battle, perhaps, maybe, for the race lead. It's Nico Barkley versus Colin Spork. We saw how quickly Spork actually managed to get up to the back of the Wanako car, but since then, Spork hasn't really been able to run away that much.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, with the pace that Colin Spork sort of demonstrated, I would have expected him to take off ahead of Nico Barkley, but that's not really quite been the case. So fair play to Nico Barkley to hold firm, but Colin Spork just pressing on and doing the job that he's got at hand, pressing forward. And of course the Team Ricky Monsters car just in behind, side by side with Nico Barkley. I don't think this is for position, more so just getting back onto the lead lap after the pit stop phase potentially, because Christian Malguera is now only 0.7 of a second behind Nico Barkley for Simframe Esports, the championship leaders of course in the DPI class, and pressing forward trying to regain 2nd place.
Yeah, trying to regain 2nd place, trying to use as much momentum as possible there through the bottom chicane, and look at that, it appears to be gaining. We'll have to go all the way around the outside because Barkley will defend this inside line. It appears to almost hit a little bit of a wall about half a car length back, but pulls out to the right hand side of the circuit across the start finish line. Indeed manages to just lead that lap over the Wanako car, and you've got this LMP2 car on the inside, and that's beautiful work there by Malguera, but managing to use that LMP2 car as a pick to make sure that Barkley could not defend their position.
Well, I mean, it's Christian Malguera. I mean, they were dominating the early part of this race. There's no point really in holding them up to a full extent, rather than just to let them go and do their own thing, because all you're going to be doing is hampering your own momentum throughout the course of this race. Back to Luigi Russo in the Go Team Racing GTE Ferrari in pursuit, 1.1 seconds back on the Juices Motorsport Club Ferrari. Just in front of them there, you can see the very white Ferrari ahead, and trying to fight for fourth place, closing the gap of course by about a tenth or two here and there. But again, it's a case of how much do positions mean at this early stage of the race. It's all good that we're seeing these battles and, you know, spectacular moves around the outside of turn one, like we saw from John Lacey on a couple of occasions. But in reality, what are they gaining from that? Is it going to be vital this time in 10 hours and 36 minutes?
You never know. You need a little bit of a time machine in order to be able to tell that. But yeah, you just never know what is going to happen in endurance racing. This is a battle here. It's Bert Knobs and João Barbosa. Barbosa just passed Knobs in the Sim Racing for Holland car. So Sim Racing for Holland losing. Oh, so there's a prototype coming in there, rather hot. Bert Knopf once again losing a position to this 73 car. Indeed, it's the sister car, the car that I believe he lost position to earlier, which I think was a 74, if memory serves me correctly. But yes, coming down towards the chicane, and you've got this big orange Ferrari behind, which I think is the number 58 car of Diogo Silva. Indeed, it does. So this is actually a 3-car train for 8th position.
Well, racing's racing. I'm not going to complain at all. Bert Knobs trying to close the gap, and of course Diogo Silva trying to put some pressure on him in the slipstream. That Ferrari actually looking fairly mighty in a straight line, of course utilising the benefit of the slipstream also, and trying to close the gap to João Barbosa just in front of him there, practically pushing him now. That gap has really been closed. Diogo Silva now in the 58 machine outside line of turn number 1. The Ferrari very much later on the brakes, by a good couple of seconds later actually, in towards turn 1, soars their way around the outside. What a move in spectacular fashion. Bert Knobs demoted down to 10th. Diogo Silva could very well be truly knocking on the door of João Barbosa very, very shortly.
Yeah, knocking down that door, as you said, as we have a look now at Diogo Silva. 0.6 of a second separate the two of them as they stand coming through the kink. You can just see that just a motorsport car in the foreground. Perhaps you'll see a little bit more here. Indeed you do. That grey-ish car accelerating out of the West Horseshoe, then coming up to the most important corner on the circuit. This left-hander, very tricky, very slow, because it opens up as well on exit. The radius gets larger and larger before coming back onto the banking and then gradually onto NASCAR 1 and 2. 0.7 of a second though, the gap, so perhaps a little bit too far back in order to enjoy some of that slipstream, as indeed it looks like the overall lead of the race, Malguera versus Spark. Look at this, nose to tail coming through NASCAR 1 and 2.
Yeah, Christian Malguera trying to reclaim the lead, and Colin Spork trying frantically to hold on to it. Maybe a bit of a discrepancy in terms of their pit lane sequences lining up, but Christian Malguera trying to battle for the lead nonetheless. In towards the launch chicane once more. Colin Spork holding on to the lead. Let's not forget, was down in the dumps very early on following an early race penalty, one that Simframe did not have to take. So Colin Spork trying to launch the resurgence. As you can see, the top 4 of the race clutch, Simframe, Wanako and Sea Wolf Net Race in the DPI class, separated by about 10 seconds or so. Best Esports rounds off your top 5. Satellite Racing, Valley Esports and Team Ricky Monsters, the top 8. Beyond that, then we go to, well, not actually too much more. Satellite Racing, DX Droids round off the DPIs. Go Team Racing, Visceral Esports 1 and 2 in the LMP2 classes at the moment. So Mikael Leroux now able to get ahead. Then comes Pescarolo Esports rounding off the podium. Simframe, Blackhawk Sancho, and the other Simframe Esports car, the 36 championship leaders. 6th place. On-off Racing, Cyber, Schubert Motorsport and Team Iris, the top 10 for LMP2 as it stands just over an hour. 2 stints into this race. beyond that, the second arm Cybercar 7 laps down, and RAG Esports we can confirm are out of this race following
look at that.
an early race incident with the Le Mans chicane with Timotej Andonovski. There goes Christian Malguero, though, soaring his way ahead of Colin Spork while we circle our way through the race results so far and pushing forwards. Christian Malguero got some sensational pace. Colin Spork might eye up a counter-attack, but not quite able to. That's certainly one we're going to have to take another look at, I'm sure, because Christian Malguero, what a move. And once again, no shortage of phenomenal action, as you can see the race standings as they are at the moment, cycling through the top of your screen. But, wow, that was probably the wrong time, I think, to go through the race results with such an interesting dynamic in terms of this race. Christian Malguero hanging on, but Colin Spork for Race Clutch is keeping him honest and putting some pressure back on.
Yeah, indeed, they were coming out of the corner before NASCAR 1 and 2. They were side by side, and then they had to split a GT, and Colin Spork had to go down onto the apron, got a little bit squirrely, lost a little bit of momentum. That allowed Malguero to go all the way around the outside of not only Spork but also the GT car and gain that first position.
Using traffic to your advantage one way or another, Christian Malguero is, well, very quick. Here we go, lining up the replay as to what happened. Riding on board with
the GT car that was split.
Yeah, the Juicy Motorsport Club car, I believe this is. And there you go, either side of him, outside line for Christian Malguero. Again, anytime I see that, all I can think of is Mika Häkkinen versus Michael Schumacher going into Le Comet Spa. Trying to go either side of him and was able to make the most of it that way. And Christian Malguero, well, fantastic stuff. And in some ways, traffic was his helping hand there. Sometimes, it can be a burden. Other times, it can be a blessing. But now, again, we go from one bit of action to another. The fight for the podium. Dennis Zitak for Arnage competition, trying to get himself onto the podium.
Yeah, trying to get up onto the podium, 0.4 of a second the gap, but only 7 seconds to the leader. After 90 minutes of racing, the top 4 in GTs covered by 7 seconds.
I mean, you see 7 seconds gap forming in sprint formats after, 20 minutes, let alone an hour and a half of racing. So the GTs, once again, proving to be a very competitive field, as it's proven to be. I mean, all three are. The DPIs, the LMP2s, and the GTEs all boast incredible talent all across sim racing. In the Virtual Endurance Championship, it's been the top flight of endurance racing on rFactor 2 for, the last, now 15 years, all the way back in 2008 was the birth of season number 1, and it's come a long way since and has had a lot of memorable moments now, of course, halfway through the 15th season. And there's no shortage of talent at all when it comes to this. You watch Division 1 and you get greatness in terms of driving standards, consistency, pace, battles. It's nothing short of brilliant, and still another fight for a podium. Here's Zoltan Varkonyi in the Simframe Esports car, trying to get ahead now of the car in front for third, separated by only half a second. Hour and a half into this race, usually we'd start to see some spread, but none of that today.
Yeah, you're making Jimmy feel very old by saying it was 15 years ago.
I've already done it. Already done.
Yes, yeah, you've already done this before we went on air. This is true. But having a look at Zoltan Varkonyi in this Simframe car, trying to get onto that podium, 0.6 of a second from that third step, and where they currently are accelerating out through NASCAR 1 and 2 on this oval, going all the way around the outside. Excuse me, of this GT car, the Porsche, I think that was, and then trying to hug the wall before coming into the bus stop chicane, just so that they can get as much momentum, if you like, to try and straight line that chicane as much as possible. And now it's 0.9 of a second that gap as they're lapping this LMP2 car.
Yeah, the Pescalara Esports car, Martin Mergley, just a little bit up the road, about one car separating Zoltan Varkonyi and Martin Mergley in this fight for third. So don't get too excited, of course. The Simframe Esports car is just lapping, so no moves in towards turn 1 on this occasion, but stuck behind maybe the Sim Racing for Holland car could allow Zoltan Varkonyi to close the gap, and indeed it has now, to the extent of less than half a second between the pair. Well, all it took was one corner stuck behind the GT to turn this battle on its head and allow that gap to close.
Yeah, that's all it took. One car is all it takes to change the complexion of this battle. Accelerating, well, braking hard and then accelerating out of the West Horseshoe. Was it just me, or did it appear that the Pescarolo car there was a little bit squirrely into braking, the rear end trying to break loose?
I mean, I'd imagine so. The brakes are demanded quite a lot, and these cars aren't exactly, stable. They're very, very sensitive things. I'm scared of driving like prototypes because there's too much. There's too much for me.
Too much. I know that feeling, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I always like the LMP3s. They were always my favorite car.
Yeah, I like myself some single seaters, but sort of lower formula of single seater. Again, it's just me, but I find that once you get downforce, you have way too much of it, and it's a case of, oh, if I turn, the car's going to turn. It's going to respond, and it's a case of I'm going really fast through this corner, but I don't know actually how fast I'm going, because then I see some of the faster guys do the same thing, and they're going even faster. Yeah. So the downforce is just too much that you have to really trust the car's ability to stick, because phenomenal machines under brakes, through the turning, through the acceleration. There's just, honestly, it's just too much for me. So I like myself a car that's fast, but not too fast, and obviously
not too fast.
slow, but not too slow. I like myself sort of maybe a bit of F4 machinery or something along those lines. That's not my favorite car. But what about you? What do you like to indulge in? Do you like yourself any particular genre?
It's been a long time since I did anything competitive, but I normally do rally nowadays because I find that very, very fun. As some rallies now, so we've got a battle that looks like coming up for its second position in the GTs. It's Wojtek Polesny once more and Jimmy Nisula once more for the 74 and the 64. Madness induces Motorsports, just half a second separating them as they're coming down the back straight.
Nothing in it at all, and it's remarkable, really. But yeah, falling back behind Camel, now he was Jimmy Nusler, now to the extent of about 4 seconds back, and under pressure once more from the Juices Motorsport Club. Wojtek Polesny very, very quick in this last stint, and proving to continue that pace, a couple of tenths quicker on that previous lap, and closing the gap once more. That Ferrari is very quick, very menacing in terms of straight line speed, able to utilize the slipstream, and look at the closing speed now to the right hand side, outside line for turn number 1. It's not the first time we've seen a Ferrari do it, and oh my word, he's just done that
a lot of overspeed
with his eyes closed. He's done that with his eyes closed. That was with such ease to just dance that car around the outside of that Aston Martin. Fantastic job. I mean, of course, you've got the car underneath you. You also have to drive it and do the right inputs, etc., etc. But the overspeed that he had, the braking capability he had, and the grip that he had to just, I don't even know. I seriously think Jimmy Nusler has just been caught with his pants around his ankles going into turn number 1.
I think Nusler also let off the throttle a little bit, so there wasn't an incident as well. I have a feeling. Because, there is still over 10 hours to go. There's no need to cause any damage to your car at this point during the race, as we're having a look, third place there in the prototype, in the LMP2 class, I should say, rather, going around the outside of Polesny as they're coming onto the oval. But yes, I make this spot about 7-8 tenths of a second, the gap between the two of them. Now, that's possibly just a little bit too much to gain anything from the slipstream, as we're having a look at this battle for third now in the DPIs. It is Nico Barclay once again trying to defend.
Yeah, well, Nico Barclay has been very much looking backwards in his rearview mirror, trying to defend. Now Benjamin Jelinski behind in the Seawolf Net Race car, and putting a little bit of pressure on, just knocking on the doorstep saying, hello, yeah, no, I'm here. And yeah, just coming into shot now, the Seawolf Net Race DPI car. Less than half a second now, going into the Le Mans chicane, catching some P2 traffic, could aid Nico Barclay just a little bit, able to extend the gap now over a second. Once again, traffic proving to help Nico Barclay. I mean, it didn't help him last time where Colin Sport found a way through, but on this particular occasion, it's given him a bit more breathing room versus the number 6 of Benjamin Jelinski just in behind.
Yeah, a little bit of breathing room, as you said, and just, we wouldn't quite say relax. Relax really is the wrong term at this point, isn't it? But just allowing for, just a breathe, just allowing to maybe push it only 95% instead of 100 for a couple of laps. I say that, look at that, the Team Iris car is now slowing down essentially. This GT car is splitting the gap between the two of them. Very nicely done there by the one Aqua car. But of course, being able to take this traffic nicely and quickly, there's a John Lacey car as well, means that the car that he's trying to defend from might get caught up to this traffic, and again, a little bit of breathing room may be afforded.
To be fair, I think it's quite the opposite actually. Benjamin Zielinski was able to follow Nico Barkley through. Anytime Barkley went for a move, Zielinski was able to use the space created by the Monaco car to, force that move. We saw it into the West Horseshoe with a flash of the lights from the Seawolf Net Race car to say, stay on your line, I'm following him through, because he did not want to lose any more time than needed. Now into the Le Mans chicane once more, a little bit more tidier for Zielinski, but I think Barkley was able to carry the better speed through the majority of the corner and able to hang on now as we approach 10 hours and 21 minutes left to go in the Virtual Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Daytona. The fight for third, as we're seeing it now, right now, the Monaco car, Nico Barkley versus Benjamin Zielinski in the Seawolf Net Race car. Very, very close. Very, very decisive, and still a lot to digest over, well, quite a while.
Yeah, still quite a while to go. As we said, over 10 hours. Nico Barkley still holding on to this position just by 0.4 of a second now over the Seawolf Net Race number 6, but still holding on to that position, which is the most important thing. But yeah, it's very, very close, isn't it? Coming through the kink. Under 0.2 of a second now, and almost directly under the rear wing.
Yeah, well, just trying to push the limits to get as close as possible. Really closing that gap now. The race is on. Not the best of runs for Nico Barkley. A little bit wide out of turn 6. Invites Zielinski through. Now the low line through NASCAR 1 and 2. Able to get back up the high side before overtaking the Maratna Seastars Aston Martin on the low line. Once again, the Juices Motorsport Ferrari. So Nico Barkley, well, allowing Zielinski through. Zielinski using the traffic as wisely as possible. Able to be on the best racing line possible for the situation. Now running through the Le Mans chicane. Both held up by the Aston Martin. Now the drive for Nico Barkley launches him into counter-attack mode. Might have the better run, and actually all of Zielinski's hard work being undone right here.
Yeah, all of it being undone as Nico Barkley at the inside line there, but look at this, Zielinski is battling back towards the outside after taking that little bit of slipstream from that number 3 1 Aqua car, going all the way around the outside turn 1. Perhaps there's this LMP2 in the way and not being able to do anything because that LMP2 is in the way. So perhaps a little bit of an up and under here from the number 6 car, not able to do anything though, but a big advancement there on braking. I actually think perhaps number 6 car a little bit too late there on the brakes coming into the horseshoe.
Yeah, just a little bit too late. I mean, you saw trying to make the most of the brake pedal, close the gap tremendously, and is still doing so. Zielinski is, you can tell he's driving to the limit of that car.
Yeah.
And the tyres have the most grip when they're just about to lose them. So you really have to be on the ragged edge of grip to get the most out of your car. But yeah, Nico Barkley able to get past the SimFrame LMP2. Zielinski not able to follow him through. And as you run through the little kink right-left after turn 1, there's not really a corner that you just straight line it, but Zielinski going side by side had to turn it into a corner, which slowed him down. Fortunately, at the end of the lap, it's not really changed too much in terms of the dynamic of this battle. Zielinski still well and truly has a shot of getting past, and the closing speed in the DPIs, the slipstream is tremendous. But can Zielinski close the gap before turn number 1? I don't think that's quite going to be the case, but still fermented and solid in this fight. He's not lost time, but unfortunately for him, he's not gained any either.
Yeah, no time gained as you...
Sideways through turn 1 there, Zielinski. He almost lost the rear end, and maybe a flash of the headlights to either say sorry or to sort of show some early braking shenanigans from Nico Barkley there. Zielinski, yes, that was perilously close to the rear wing of the Monaco car there.
I think the other point might have just been the panic and the hitting all of the buttons on the wheel.
That too. I mean, that's understandable.
It could have also maybe been this, and as you're exactly correct, that also would have been understandable. But you can see how fast Zielinski is at the moment. So having a look on board with this number 6 car, a big Oh, I think it was just slamming on the brakes to not actually hit the back of the number 3 car.
Yeah, I think just carried a bit too much speed in, then panicked, pressed too much of the brake pedal, and while turning at turn 1, slowing the car down, the rears just said, nope, not doing this. No ABS for the DPI cars, of course, so the rear brakes just locked up, the rear end went sideways. Fortunately for him, was able to save it. But yeah, well, Zielinski pushing the limit and overstepping the mark very marginally might force him to reel things back in a little bit. Maybe a reality check that he's still got over 10 hours of this race left.
You say this, but have you met some racers before?
That's true. As soon as there's even a sniff of competition, they're like, no, I'm doing it. I don't care. Cool, going past.
Yep, don't care. Yep, doing it. What are you saying? I should save fuel? No.
Save tyres? We'll worry
No.
that's latest problem. I want to race.
Yeah, that's the next driver's problem.
Exactly.
As
Like you proved at Bathurst, yeah.
Yep, fantastic. Yeah, it's always the next driver's problem. But Zielinski right here on the rear wing now of Barclay coming up towards the kink, just flashing the lights at probably both Barclay and this LMP2 that they're passing as well, just so that they both know that they are there coming through the West Horseshoe now, accelerating out, and again, perhaps let's go to get a little bit of a slip this time round.
Yeah, a bit of a lock-up actually into the West Horseshoe for Nico Barkley, sliding the front into turn 5, but able to hang on to it and not go too deep, was able to bring the tyres back into an operating load that they were comfortable with, and able to hang on now still to 3rd place, but still with a lot of pressure from the Seawolf Net Race car in behind. Running their way through the Le Mans chicane once more. It's very much the same theme, lap after lap, really. Nico Barkley leads out of the Le Mans chicane, and we hope that Benjamin Zielinski is able to close the gap going into turn 1, but lap after lap, it's just the same story, deja vu. I think Zielinski is going to have to try something different to spark an attack.
Yeah, perhaps going to have to try, as you said, something different, somewhere unexpected right here on the circuit in order to make that move stick. Excuse me. Yes, that is going to be what they have to do. Is having a look here, and I say that's probably something unexpected. Getting side by side there through the International Horseshoe, then 3 wide with lap traffic. Oh, and look at that one. Apple got hit there by that number 6 car and taking an excursion through the grass, hitting the RF2 advertising board. And then eventually Barkley will come back out onto the circuit. Please don't be joined dangerously, doing a little bit of a clutch turn there. But yes, hell, that was going to go terribly when they were approaching the kink and they were going to be 3 wide.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can line up a replay for that one just to digest it a little bit, or even again dipping onto the apron as opposed to the actual the actual oval of this of the circuit. I think he remembered that he's on a different sim and took back to the oval very, very quickly, did Nico Barkley, and trying to recover from his from his very big incident. He's probably very shaken, really, I'd say, Nico Barkley, to have his race flash before his eyes. I mean, he was fortunate enough not to hit any barriers, not to incur any damage, but the fact that he was that close to it very much is going to be, okay, right, breathe, calm down, get yourself back into things. Still in 5th, still, about 11 seconds back off where you were, still a long race ahead of you, but just maybe, be a bit more cautious in future and not really push them to the car. I mean, again, it's racing, things will happen, contact will happen, but for Nico Barkley, he's going to not want to put himself in a position where that can happen again.
Yeah, do not want to go back into that position, not be forced into this sort of same side-by-side scenario. But in fact, lost more ground there, because look at that, the one African person went down in 5th.
Yeah, so going from 3rd to 5th. Behind now the Burst Esports car, Michi Hoyer at the wheel of the number 1 machine. Damien Scovron stepping down, stepping aside. Michi Hoyer now takes the wheel. Speaking of Burst Esports, actually, I'm not entirely sure as to what lineup they're fielding. Of course, they've got Michi Hoyer and Damien Scovron, who did the entirety of the Laguna Seca 6 hours, but now they don't even have Cameron Roger to lean on. Obviously, he's in Poland doing the ESL R1 event over in Poland, so maybe it could just be a 2-man job for Michi Hoyer and Damien Scovron. That is going to be a titanic feat if they can pull it off. But two renowned sim racers, two very, very quick sim racers at the top flight of rFactor 2 racing. If anyone can do it, sort of they can. And in terms of their championship, they're going to want to try and deliver some decent points. As it stands, they are, well, third place in the championship, joint on points with Race Clutch.
Well, of course, it is possible to do, well, all races with two drivers. You might not want to, but it is theoretically possible.
It is. I think I heard the story of a Le Mans, a father and a son. The father did like 23.5 hours of the race, only came in to like, sort of have a cup of tea and then went back out again. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's something I heard. So, I mean, you can even do the biggest of races as a two-man squad, but yeah, it's definitely going to be tricky. They're going to have to divide their stints as best they can, and it might be the move, actually. Michi Hoyer versus Seawolf Net Race for third place, closing the gap and very, very close as they exit turn 6 onto the oval of NASCAR 1 and 2. High line for the pair of them as they lap some traffic, but the best esports car trying to use the slipstream to the best of his ability, trying to duck underneath the defending Seawolf Net Race car, Benjamin Jelinski. They fight for third. Michi Hoyer eyeing it up, dart late to the left-hand side. Quite late enough on the brakes, so eyeing up that move, I reckon, in towards turn 1.
Yeah, looking to make that move sooner rather than later is Hoyer, accelerating through NASCAR 3 and 4. You see that gap closing, so it appears the Burst Esports car has a little bit more straight line speed than the Seawolf Net Race, that number 6 car. And here are the GT cars, perhaps going to throw a little bit of a spanner into the works coming into turn 1, passes 2. And here we go, Hoyer up the inside like you said, and not able to this time round. There's a Juice's car just turning in to take its apex, which it is rightfully allowed to do, but taking away a little bit of time there from the number 1 Burst Esports car.
Yeah, Michi Hoyer not going to be overly happy with that. I mean, he can't be blaming the Juice's car, but of course he's going to naturally be a little bit frustrated at the timing of it. Fortunately, still in the fight, still not dropping out of slipstream range of this fight for the podium versus Benjamin Jelinski. But of course, the any position made is going to be provisional. We can't tell if this is going to stick for the remaining 10 hours of this race, but again, any action is much appreciated from us up in the commentary booth. Keeps us awake, keeps us interesting, because while at the moment I am jacked up on caffeine, so it'd be lovely to sort of use that to full effect in terms of racing action. And Michi Hoyer sparking the offensive potentially for the podium. Also very, very close to the fight for second in the GTEs and the fight for third in the LMP2s. It's not even like this is the fight for last place. These are fights for podium positions, which I think is even more remarkable.
Yeah, it's even more remarkable, as you said, considering how far we are into the race. As it stands, almost 2 hours, and they're both coming into the pits line astern. Oh, please don't crash each other. Please don't do that. Please don't crash into each other. Thank you.
Oh my goodness me. Side by side. Look at this great racing at 30 kilometers an hour as Michi Hoyer trying to get the measure. Actually, this is, to be fair, right? Honestly, pit lane races are the way to go. Pulling into their pit box is Benjamin Jelinski. Oh, this is early. This is really early. I thought they were going to go at least a couple more minutes, but Michi Hoyer into the pit lane. It's going to be a race out of it, I think. Side by side, potentially off the pit exit. Both stopped in their box, and who's going to leave first from the pair of them? You'd imagine it'd be the Seawolf Net Race car, but Michi Hoyer, as late as possible on the brakes. Let's hope that he didn't get a speeding incursion for that, because at Daytona, it's very easily done.
Yeah, it is very, very easily done, as you say, to get a speeding penalty, because you are coming down from the best part of 300 kilometers an hour, and there goes Michi Hoyer.
Very quick in the pit lane. Very, very quick. I don't know if Seawolf is still stopped, or maybe Michi Hoyer had... Yeah, well, they're still very much stopped in the box, so maybe changing tyres is Seawolf Net Race. Michi Hoyer rejoins the circuit in 5th place overall and still stopped, so yeah, it must be a change of tyres for Seawolf Net Race to then rejoin the circuit. But or maybe they incurred some damage in that collision with a little bit earlier on. Maybe that could be the case, also repairing a bit of damage. But either way, Michi Hoyer in and out for his first pit stop of the Daytona 12 hours, and pushing back onto the circuit, trying to get that Burst Esports car as high up as possible. Still stops, going up onto 2 minutes is that Seawolf Net Race car. Finally, 1 minute and 45 seconds stopped in the lane. That's a long one.
Yeah, it's a long one, as you said, which is actually fairly interesting, So I'm wondering, what did they actually perhaps change tyres? I think that might be a tyre stop. When compared, that's actually a good point that you raised earlier. I think that could well be the case. Having a look further down towards the GTs, and it's João Barbosa and Mattia Klupi here. The battle for 4th position in class. And only 0.3 of a second separating the two of them.
Very, very close indeed. And João Barbosa versus Mattia Klupi, of course, these two are championship rivals at the moment. The 73 Deuces Motorsport Club car, a little bit further behind relative to their teammates, but still only 9, well, not actually, they are, 1 point ahead of Jean Lacey Esports in the championship for 4th place overall. So, well, this is deciding the championship positions as it stands. So João Barbosa is going to want to try and get his 73 machine ahead of Mattia Klupi, who himself is trying to recover back to the front and setting the timing sheets light. Fastest in the GTE class, a 142.6 for them, is the Seawolf Net Race car up onto the Jacks, and yeah, probably showing why they took such a long pit stop. João Barbosa ducking and diving, trying to find the way through. A bit of a lock up from the Jean Lacey Ferrari in front. This is a fight that I'm sure going to want to see.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight that we want to see, and oh, it's going to be so fun when it happens, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
as we're having, yes, we're having a look at this, how close they are. You can see Barbosa there. Gaining, moving to the inside, towards the outside for the bus stop chicane. If you can make the move here, it'd be very impressive. Oh, look at that! You see this tire smoke and the mark that those tires left under braking. A big look up there.
Yeah, huge lock up. Let's take another look a little bit further back. Seawolf Net Race leaving the pit lane finally. Something must have happened. Rewinding a little bit, cutting off the circuit there.
Going off the circuit, this was something that was warned by Jimmy Allison, the race director, before the beginning of the race. You cannot do that.
Naughty
into
the pit lane.
That white line.
That is going to be not great news for Seawolf Net Race in their bid for the podium. Into the pit lane comes Jean Lacey Esports and Juices Motorsport Club from the fight for the podium.
Just about enough room there, wasn't there?
Just a little bit. rFactor 2 as well, there's contact in the pit lane, isn't there? You got to be careful as Jan Katau, a penalty for them as they, I think they did get into the Seawolf Net Race car. Indeed they did. So a penalty incurred for Seawolf Net Race. Wow, that is unfortunate for them, and that is a frustrating way because, again, it's the smallest of things. A minor mistake has now caused the most drastic of consequences for them, and it was so easily avoided, but the rules are rules. I mean, they didn't necessarily gain much from it, but if race director said something, you've got to abide by it. And unfortunately for them, marginally out of it, and well, now really taking a fall back in this race.
Yeah, you always have to follow what race director Jimmy Allison says, otherwise you will feel the wrath, and that is exactly what has happened here. And as you said, something that isn't wanted to, something that, well, nobody wants is to have a penalty for an easy avoidance of a violation like that.
Yeah, again, it's such a small thing, but again has that knock-on effect that you don't want to have. And again, it could just be a case. I doubt it was deliberate from Zielinski. It was just, I guess, a blonde moment, just thinking, oh no, I've driven over that, I shouldn't have done. And then, bam, penalty whacked right in your face. And it's now Jan Katau that has to deal with that burden of trying to recover back to the front. Now 7 seconds behind at Race Clutch as they also all come into the pit lane of 10 hours and 3 minutes left to go in this race. And 6.1 seconds back up to the Race Clutch car. Now Tom Lartilou in the 14 machine just in front. And is trying to make advances back up onto the podium. Monaco also 146.5 in the pit lane, and well, yeah, the Team Record Monsters also coming in. So, end of the pit stop phase for the DPI class, and well, that's another one ticked off. It's one less pit stop to worry about, and on to the next one.
Yeah, on to the next one indeed. And have a look there, Jan Katau getting a little bit squirrely on the throttle application. And trying to gain as much time, trying to regain, I should say rather, as much time as possible. There is a battle there now for 5th position in the LMP2s. It's Mark Viet and Serge Bakker. Viet trying to overtake Bakker, 38 versus the 46, coming through the international horseshoe now.
Closing the gap and only separated by a few tenths of a second. Once more, another fight to indulge ourselves in the fight for 4th place. So no shortage of action in the early stages as we approach 2 hours into the race. And well, it's been certainly a very action-packed 2 hours, gone by in a flash, very much so. And well, looking forwards, onwards and upwards really for the rest of the race. It's always good promise to hit the ground running early doors in an endurance race.
Yeah, always good to hit the ground running early, exactly as you said. As you can have a look there, the GT cars in the pits is exactly what we imagined, just under 2 hours gone. So it's going to be a little bit interesting to see if they can make it to the end, essentially one full stop for the final hour. They might have to do some fuel saving at some point during this race in order to make sure that they can make that final stint.
Potentially so, and that is going to be something in the back of everyone's minds as they work their way through this race. Maybe it's not going to be as plain sailing of as making it to the end on an even amount of stints of just coming in, putting a fuel tank of fuel in, then going again, then going again. There might be a case of a splash and dash, and it all starts right now. Really, the carrying that with you, saving a bit here, a bit there, to then not have to carry that very late on in the race. Because I've certainly had times in endurance races, I remember one time right at the end of a 6 hours of Monza, where there was quite a dilemma really. Half the grid wanted to try and eke it out all the way to the end. The other half decided to come in to the pit lane, and it was tremendously close between a couple of the cars. We had a couple of teams that scraped it to the end on clutching it in across the line, and then other teams that were able to completely have their foot to the floor. And honestly, at the end of it, it was a mix as to who came out in front. There were some people who fuel saved, who finished in front of those that came in. There were some people that came in that finished ahead of those that fuel saved. So there's definitely a lot of different ways to get to the right answer.
Yeah, indeed, and all that matters is that you do get to the right answer, because eventually, hopefully, all of these teams will finish, and again, this fuel strategy might be fairly interesting, but we'll only see how interesting it is towards the final stages of this race. Having a look at Christian Malguera in the Symphony Sports car as we've reached 10 hours to go.
Yeah, well, tick down the 2 hour mark, and as it stands, a very interesting race dynamic. We're watching the leader at the moment of the DPI class, Christian Malguera, still at the wheel of the Sim Free Esports. Looking to the leaders of LMP2, it's Go Team Racing and Mikhail Leroux in the 37 machine, and then leading the way, the Sim Racing for Holland car, now in the pit lane of Bert Knops. So we'll see as to who emerges the leader after 2 hours of the second stop for the GTE machines. So far, so good, and well, a fairly commanding drive, it must be said, for Christian Malguera. Any obstacle that has come their way, they've dealt with very swiftly, and since the start of this race, where Race Clutch came in to serve their penalty, they've just been utterly in control.
Yeah, they have been utterly in control, as you said, appear to be the fastest of the cars. As it stands, they're doing a very good job in order to maintain that lead. Christian Malguera is still, though, 32 seconds is a big gap, isn't it?
It is, but it's not indestructible. I mean, people have climbed Everest. People have climbed Everest. People have gone to the moon. There are big mountains to climb, and 31 seconds, I mean, all it takes is a spin, or a bad pit stop, or running out of fuel, or a crash, repairing some damage. 30 seconds to claw back on track, sure, is a big margin. But all it takes is one thing to go wrong, and bam, Burst Esports are back into the limelight, trying to fight for the lead once more. Same too with Race Clutch or Wanako. Anyone really in that DPI field still has a decent opportunity to maybe sniff at any of the positions. So yes, Simframe at the moment are commanding, but you cannot get complacent at all.
Yeah, you definitely can't. That is something that all of these teams have to be wary of. As you see the ticket across the top there, going through the current positions, and the Christian Malguera there the current leader of the race. Excuse me, yes, having a look, this battle for the GT lead, it's only a second between Michael Sedlicek in the 74, so that's been a driver swap there, hasn't it? And Jimmy Nusala in this number 64.
Yeah, and only separated, as you say, by about a second. So Michael Sedlicek is moving forward and trying to command the race. You're seeing the race results as they are scrolling across the top of your screen. We're running through the LMP2 as it stands, focusing our attention on Jimmy Nusala for the Muradin Stars car, a car that has been battling with a number of teams for the lead of the GTE field. And that is no different as they head into the third hour of this race. Some tremendous slip angle from Jimmy Nusala through the International Horseshoe on their bid to re-close the gap to Michael Sedlicek. As we said, leading the way in the 74 Juices Motorsport Club car, the better of the two as it stands, but pressing forward. And in terms of their championship standings, only 12 points behind needracing.com. Leading the way are Juices, the 74 machine, and looking to needracing.com, well, Philip Dre is all the way down here, is down in P14 overall. So a good day in the office if the race was to be checker flagged right here for Juices.
Oh, how do you wish the checkered flag was at this point? How do you wish it was now, but sadly it is not. As the race clutch car is actually a slightly different strategy when compared to number 1 and number 21, because the 1 and 21 will take tires next time round. They're slightly offset here.
A little bit. I mean, I think there's going to be a number of teams that are slightly offset, and the only time we're really going to see the full extent of it is when we get to that final stint.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be definitely down towards the end of the race where we'll have the confirmation of what is happening for these strategies. It's going to be so fun to see what does happen.
It's the beauty of endurance racing, isn't it? It's you know, you don't often come to see the on-track action that you might from a sprint race, which in all fairness we've not had a shortage of at all. But the beauty of endurance races is the titanic task that comes with the consistency, the bouncing back after things don't go your way, the planning pit strategies, the split-second decisions that come with sometimes changing your strategy. You have to remember that these teams and drivers do hundreds upon hundreds of laps of practice, of prep, to nail their strategy to get a theoretical best. But you have to think there's always going to be small variations into that strategy. Code 80s potentially could come into a factor. Different points of traffic, getting yourself out, pitting earlier, pitting later, all has a knock-on effect. And you then have to, on the fly, tweak your strategy to that. And that is where the true best teams will come to the spotlight.
Yeah, the best teams come to the spotlight, as you said, when it comes down towards the end of these races. In this needracing.com car, 14th position overall, second in class, I should say, rather. As you might be able to see, where is actually the LED board in this car? Is it in the rear window?
Good question. Yeah, just next to the door, isn't
it? Because they're in different places each time. Oh no, it is in the rear window in this one, isn't it? 14th there. You can see for the race, this needracing.com number 91.
Yeah, so of course coming into this race as championship lead, as we did just say about the situation that could start to form as it stands, but here's the challenger, the 74 Juices Motorsport Club car, Michael Sedlicek at the moment leading the way, 1.1 seconds clear of Jimmy Nusala. You can see the Aston Martin just in the background of shot. 1.1 seconds separate the two, and that is probably one of the closest battles we have got on track. Looking up amongst the field, it is indeed the fight for the lead in LMP2 separated by about 2.5 seconds. The fight for the lead in DPI separated, well, by about 31 seconds between Christian Malguera and Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports car. So our attention at the moment turns to this fight right here. 1 second between the race leaders. Both of them have been on fire, and I'm sure that's going to continue. However, neither of them fastest on circuit. That title goes to the John Lacey Esports car. It was Mattia Krupi at the wheel. Now it's Joseph Herlock, but the underlying principle remains that this car is provisionally the quickest on circuit, only in 6th, but is trying fervorously to work his way forwards back into the chance for a race lead.
Indeed, Joseph Harlock is a very, very fast driver, and no doubt the Jean Lazy esports driver will do a good job in that number 66 car. 5.4 seconds, the gap to make up, as you can see there in the bottom right of screen, and again hugging that yellow line like we've seen so many times before. And oh, look at that DPI car coming past. Again, you can just see the speed difference between these classes.
You can, and it's only until you see it that you can really sort of get your head around how quick those DPI cars are. I mean, the GTEs, no mean feat at all. They are pretty quick, straight line speed wise, aerodynamically wise. They are very quick cars. And then you compare them to the DPIs and just look at that, just gone. Puts the foot to the floor, and they are gapping in excess of sort of 300 kilometers an hour, 200 miles an hour, around that point, as they slam on the brakes so hard. The speed, the feat of engineering that those DPI cars are. I mean, you look to sort of now in real life for IMSA and things like that, you look at the new DPI class and how quick they are, and then of course Formula One and hypercars, and cars like the Aston Martin Valkyrie or the Mercedes AMG 1, those types of cars, you look at them and think, wow, they are such marvels of engineering. That just goes to show how far motorsport and the principles of car have come in sort of the last 100 years. You think back that basically the first car was a horse-drawn carriage minus the horses, and whacked an engine in the back of it, producing only a handful of horsepower, to now this. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it is very impressive. Like you say, as we're having a look, as we're saying here, it's still at Harlock's 12.1 seconds now that the kind of stops have started to shake out a little bit. This battle here is Miguel Cardoso and Yannick Blyes. Cardoso in this number 58 GT Race Center car. Just a second to the car ahead that you can just see there in the foreground, which is that number 73 car, which is a Juice's Motorsport car, the second of the two in the GT class. Of course, we know about Sedlicic, who's currently leading the class, and Yannick Blyes there in 6th position. So very good outing so far for Juice's Motorsport with the 1st and the 6th.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, there are, I think both cars in the GTEs are within the top 5 of the championship standings. Another team that are doing fairly well across the board again is Simframe, leading the way in DPI and leading the way in LMP2 also. Not a mean feat. It's difficult to have such a high level across 2 cars. I mean, you see it oftentimes that if teams are fielding 2 cars, they put all of their, I guess, quote-unquote good drivers into one car, and then obviously have the support sister car as one. But it's not oftentimes that you see teams have such a high echelon of talent to be able to field 2 front-running contesting cars throughout the season as well. It's fantastic. Fair play to Juices to be able to have that, and also does help them to support each other and to consistently be running at the front. If something does go wrong to one car, they straight away have the sister car to back them up and take their place and fight at the front as well. So yeah, again, only can speak volumes really of praise for a number of these teams that are able to run at such a high competition standard and to do very well. I mean, just to be here is an achievement in of itself, to be quick enough on a consistent enough basis to run in Division 1, let alone to be doing well, not once but twice. Juices have, and a lot of teams really have got a lot to say about how well they're doing in the Veteran Endurance Championship.
Yeah, and if we have a look at the standings, if I can actually quickly find the correct tab. There we go. In the standings, the number 74 is in 2nd, number 73 is in 4th. So again, both still in the championship hunt. The 74 car is only 12 points off the lead. The 73, I make that 21 points off the lead. So still plenty of time for both of them to be the championship hunt towards the end of this season.
For sure, and of course 8 races for season 15, extending by an extra couple of races versus season 14, and we mark the halfway point of that here in Daytona. Next time out, we've well, over the course of the last season so far, we've had 3 races. We visited the 6 hours of Monza for the second season in a row to kickstart the season. Then we went to the 8 hours of Spa, the 6 hours of Laguna Seca a couple of months ago in December. Now Daytona on the 11th of March. We go to Road America. After that, the 8th of April, 4 weeks later, 8 hours of Fuji, the 4 hours of Bahrain for the penalty race. Then, of course, the spotlight event, the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans on the 3rd of June 2023. So still a long season left to go, still a lot of races left in the season, and still a lot of action left to uncover as well. It's going to be a phenomenal event, I'm sure, all the way through the rest of the season. Titanic championship fights, and when you look at the championship standings, actually, I mean, you've got looking at the DPIs, you've got 208 coming into Daytona for Simframe, 189 for Valet, so only a difference of 19 points between first and fifth. And also behind that, actually quite close in terms of 6th, 7th, and 8th as well. LMP2, Simframe 205, On-Off Racing 183, and the GTEs 206 for NeedRacing.com, 184 for Jean Lacey in 5th. Between each of the categories, you've only got just over between sort of 19 and 22 points differential between 1st and 5th. That's a very wide open door for these cars to run in and to compete for a potential championship. All it takes is one bad round, and straight away you've got a different contender in the mix.
Yeah, as you were saying, exactly. All it takes is one bad round, and we've seen this so many times in the VEC, that one bad round can take you out of the championship. And here we are, Miguel Cardoso still in this GT race centre car, 7/10 of a second down on the car in front. So still a very, very achievable gap. And I think when we came down towards this battle, it was about 1.1 seconds. So that gap now halved, as it's now 6/10 of a second between Cardoso and Cardoso and the Juice's Motorsport car ahead, being piloted by Yannick Pleiss, that number 73 car, as we're talking about, perhaps just at the threshold for getting a little bit of slipstream, 6/10 of a second before braking hard for the chicane on the back straight. Can Cardoso take a little bit more momentum? And indeed, it looks like it. That gap down to 3/10 of a second. So a very, very good run through the chicane there for the GT's race centre car. Closing. You can see that gap visually closing. Say that slipstream takes effect now. Cardoso will have to go around the outside because Jesus Motorsport is going to be defending that inside line as hard as possible. Coming for start finish line, Cardoso just got the nod that time round. Can we see this Ferrari go all the way around the outside? We've seen it lots of times before. Indeed, Cardoso is going to try this there in the overlap. There is still an overlap there for Jesus Motorsport. So Pleiss still there, still fighting, but concedes coming through turns 2 and 3. Can Pleiss return coming through turn 4? Well, look at that. That was a big brake lock-up there for Cardoso coming into the international horseshoe. But Cardoso and that GT race centre car holds on to that position.
Doing a fantastic job is Miguel Cardoso, and well, up now into 6th place ahead of the Juice Motorsport Club car. But again, that is a battle that's far from over. The wondrous thing about the Daytona race circuit is the fact that a driver can get in front, but finds it very difficult to pull away because of the benefit of the slipstream around the ovals, and particularly in the case of the GTEs and the Ferraris, particularly able to properly utilize the slipstream. And look at the closing speed once more. Now you can have a bit of a look as to how the Juice Motorsport Club car now pulls out to the right hand side, outside line, of course, for Le Mans chicane. Got a bit of overlap late on the brakes, going to try and scroll his way through, and now ahead. Beautifully done there from Valtteri in the 97 machine. Wow, that is well done. Actually, that's Yannick Pleiss. I do apologize, in the Juice Motorsport Cup car just in front, the 73 machine, able to just soar in front. That is nothing short of fantastic. And honestly, the Ferrari of the GTE sort of chassis flate is, yeah, I mean, every time we've seen it go for a move, it's done it with such ease, like outside line of the Le Mans chicane, and to do it with such small margin for error. I mean, Miguel Cardoso was almost nicking at the inside left of Yannick Pace, but both of them managed to make it through. The Ferrari has given us some awesome action today.
Yeah, it was a very, very good job, and as you said, the Ferrari is doing a very good job as well today, doing some beautiful moves down the inside of turn 1, as we've seen it several times. Sorry, around the outside turn 1, I should say, rather. As we've seen several times already, and no doubt we'll see that again so many times today. But yes, perhaps this GTC Race Center car can retake that position. It's very close. Certainly will get a lot of slipstream on the oval.
For sure, and again, once more, you can see Miguel Cardoso is knocking at the door of Yannick Pace for P6, and could very well easily go for the move. But yeah, it's that slipstream in that Ferrari that works so well. You've got some of the DPIs working their way through as well, just blitzing their way past, putting the speed of the GTEs to shame, really. It's like you're driving along your GTE at the very top end of your rev range at 6th gear, and then you look to your right and you've just got a DPI whizzing past you. We'll come back to that in a second, because Miguel Cardoso once more has got the drive off the Le Mans chicane. High line as they run their way around NASCAR 3 and 4. Yannick Pace stuck on the inside line, and it will give him the inside for turn number 1 when they approach it. But yeah, not quite got the drive. That Juicy Motorsport Club car actually mightily quick in a straight line.
Yeah, very, very quick in a straight line. You are entirely correct. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with that. Well, how everyone else deals with that quick straight line speed. Around the outside again. Is it going to be contact? It was almost contact there on the apex by Lewis. This is almost a carbon copy of what happened a couple of laps ago. But Plyce sticks in with it. Oh, look at that. I think that's a little bit of avoiding action there from the GTC car.
A bit of contact, actually. I think the front left of the GTC car touched the rear right of Yannick Pace and bounced him off nearly onto the grass. But how they've both been able to come out of that unscathed is remarkable. Nothing short really of a miracle to hit that hard and get away with it. I thought it was a bit of contact, but it might have just been Miguel Cardoso swerving to the right. Either way, both of them still continuing on fairly unscathed and moving their way around once more. But yeah, very, very intense action, leaving nothing really on the table, and both fighting tooth and nail for 6th place. They have, however, got to be careful of the 97 machine just in behind. Only a few seconds back is Go Team Racing, so the harder they fight, the more that Valtteri will be reeled in.
Yeah, exactly correct. The more they fight, the more it will allow the other cars to take advantage of this. But yes, 3 seconds Plyce has to the car in front, and of course Plyce will be wanting to reduce that gap while trying to increase the gap behind them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, to the best of his ability, using the straight line speed advantage that he has got to full effect. But again, it's maximizing the run through the infield sections as well. Through turn 1, hitting a fairly nice and neat apex and running the car through, kicking up a bit of dust, but nothing too major. Miguel Cardoso still able to remain around about the 6.5, 7/10 mark behind Yannick Pace. All it takes, though, is a mistake, and I think that is what Pace is hoping for Cardoso, is to have that mistake to get him out of slipstream range, so then he can crack on and do whatever he needs to be doing.
Yeah, indeed, I completely agree with you. I do think they are just waiting for that mistake, waiting for that opportune moment to make that move. Yannick Pace, 2.6 seconds though, so that gap is coming down. Luke is 1.1 seconds behind, so that gap is also increasing.
Is indeed, and yeah, about 1.1 seconds, but again, Go Team Racing are reeling them in bit by bit. Karolainen just in behind. Again, it's chipping away little bit by little bit and trying to again claw back bit by bit. That's the thing in endurance racing, is small steps forward and then trying to make those advances. It's not oftentimes that you see major moves you know, he's not going to close 4.5 seconds in a lap or whatever. It's going to be a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths here. Over the course of the stint, will we see Karolainen close the gap to Cardoso and get themselves into contention? Unfortunately, there are no really other major fights to comment on in the over the course of the field. I mean, a couple of fights fairly close here in the LMP2 field with Sergej Bakker and Andreas Herzi. Actually, no, that's my time in tower getting a little bit confused. Other than that, I think we're at that point, aren't we, Vida, with, I mean, we've had our fun, we've had our action, and now, after the first couple of pit stop windows, people are now starting to fan out just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, but Racing Centre once again is now only 0.6 seconds behind that Juice's Motorsport car. So Plies losing a little bit of time over the last lap or so and has allowed Cardoso right back in it.
Has indeed. So, well, unfortunately for Pace's hopes of running away and trying to, well, actually get after Joseph Herlock in front, which that gap has actually come down quite tremendously to just under about 3 seconds between Yannick Pace and Joseph Herlock. So maybe the focus should stop to be messing around with each other, hunker down and get after the Jean Lacey Esports car for 5th, because, well, a top 5 is not only more points, also a sort of a milestone to reach. I mean, everyone wants to win. That's the first one. Then a podium, second or third, it's a podium. And then, of course, you've got the top 5, then the top 10 or whatever. But the top 5, that's a staple milestone that you want to reach. So if they can demote Joseph Herlock out of it, certainly an aspiration to aim for.
Indeed, that Jean Lacey Esports car, if we just have a look at the standings, if we can actually find the correct tab. There we go, 5th position at the moment, 66, 55 and 63 points so far. So, of course, we've got to remember that is 45 points as a participation, if you like. So, doing very well with, what, 21. So that's a third of, I think it's roughly a third, a fifth and a fourth so far this season. So still doing very well is that Jean Lacey car, just staying there in the top 5 each race, being consistent, and that's still letting them in with a chance at the championship, because they're only 22 points behind that NeedRacing.com number 91.
Yeah, and only 1 point behind the 73 machine of the Juices Motorsport Club car. Only 5 points beyond that to Miranda Seastars for the top 3. Then the other Juices Motorsport car of the number 74 on 194 points. But so far this season, yeah, Jean Lacey have had a fairly consistent season. A third at Monza, a P11 unfortunately in Spa, but then bouncing back to 4th place in Laguna Seca just a couple of months ago. But talking of consistency, yeah, the GTEs have been mightily competitive in terms of that. I mean, so far in the GTEs so far, we've had almost everyone inside the top 5 have had 2 really good standout results, and then one small little dip. I mean, NeedRacing.com P1, P1, P10. Then the 74 machine is P10, P4, P1. So P4 and P1 are their good one. The P10 a bit of a drop. Radnor Seastars P12, P3, P2. So 2 good podiums and then 1 outside the top 10. The only really exception to that is the 73 Juices, which is P2, P8, P9, which is just more consistent inside the top 10. But yeah, I mean, the level of consistency that we are seeing from the GTEs is fantastic and proves just how sheerly competitive this field is.
Yeah, it's so competitive, as you said, and this is something so good about the GT class, because there is always balanced performance here. So, you know, each car will have its strength and weakness, but generally they will be all in the same pace. And it's always so interesting to see which car has the better handling, which car has the better top speed, which car has the better acceleration, which car has the better braking, and eventually, across the course of a lap, it will all balance out. But, you know, it's just seeing where the strengths and weaknesses are between each mark.
For sure, and you are going to have that variation in terms of chassis. I mean, so far so good, really, for the Ferrari in this field. I mean, we've spoken about it, particularly at Daytona. The Ferrari has been quick in terms of its straight line speed and utilizing the slipstream. It's proven that, but you're not choosing a car for Daytona. You're choosing a car for Monza, for Spa, for Laguna Seca, for Daytona, for Road America, Fuji, Bahrain. And of course the VEC Le Mans in June. you need to choose a car that's going to be well-rounded for the entire season. I mean, again, I guess it depends on your aims. Do you want to win the VEC Le Mans? Do you want to win Daytona? Or do you want to win a championship? If your aims are to win one race, then fair enough. Choose the car that's going to be really good on that day. But if you want to aim for a championship, which I'm sure a lot of these teams are, because it's the right thing to do. You want to win the championship. It proves you've been the best team all throughout the season. Then you're going to choose the car that's well-rounded all throughout them. But I think, in all fairness, there's not really a standout car that's proven to be the best all-rounder. I think between the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, it's both of them have been fairly equal, and mostly it just actually does come down to the team and the drivers.
Yeah, all does come down to the team and the drivers, as you said, and the endurance of them, especially as we've talked about so far. Some of these teams only have 2 drivers for the 12 hours. And it's being able to keep up the essentially energy for all of those 12 hours is so important. And Joseph Harlock here doing a good job just maintaining that gap, I think, so that Juice's car. The GTC car, you can just see their timing towers dropped back from Juice's. That gap now 2.3 seconds as we have a battle occurring, well, maybe slightly brewing in the LMP2 class. This is for a 6th-ish position. Is Go Team Racing is the car doing the attacking. This is a Guillaume Mas at the moment. Yes, indeed, for 6th. And look at that, only 0.4 of a second to the car in front, primed for an overtaking chance.
Yeah, very, very close is Guillaume Mas to the rear end of the Visceral Racing car. Was leading the way not too long ago in the LMP2 field, but once again it can very easily flip on its head and change at a moment's notice. In towards the Western Horseshoe, Guillaume Mas going to the outside, very late on the brakes, a little bit too late versus
long
Bakker.
way, yeah.
So a long way round, a little bit too eager potentially, but still in the fight and still fighting for 5th place.
Yeah, long way into the brakes there, into the West Horseshoe. Perhaps a little bit too deep, as you're saying, but 0.4 back, still a good distance to get this slipstream. You can see that gap closing. You can see the LMP2 in front getting bigger and bigger in the frame and bigger inside Mas's windscreen. Coming down towards the back straight chicane, too far away to make a move, but we'll try and use as much momentum as possible. Oh, it appeared there that Mas had a little bit of a bad landing from the curb on the inside.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, once you launch the car up, it's going to have a tough land and very, very firm suspension on the LMP2s. I mean, as stiff as you could possibly like it. Don't want to risk any suspension travel or anything like that. So you are going to be feeling every single bump. So to launch up and then crash back down again, while it's only a difference of a couple of inches or so, you're going to feel it, and it will unsettle the car very much so, particularly any lift up of the car. Very big reliance on the ground effect in high downforce cars like these, and a rush of low pressure air underneath the car to create a vacuum to seal the floor shut and suck the car to the floor. As soon as that lifts up and you get an influx of high pressure air getting underneath that, you lose that vacuum and you lose a lot, and I mean a lot, of grip that can very easily unsettle the car. So you've got to be very, very careful through one of the quickest complexes on the circuit, if not the quickest, I'd say, the Le Mans chicane. I mean, yeah, I'd say so. Definitely one of the most difficult, even though it might not seem it at face value. Regardless of which, the fight for 5th rages on. Guillaume Mas trying to close the gap on Sergei Bakker and is pushing him around NASCAR 1 and 2.
Yeah, pushing around NASCAR 1 and 2, as you said, almost a little bit of bump drafting here, having to go around to the outside. I tell you, having to go around the outside is not fun here, but can Mas do it? Are they going side by side to the chicane? No, there's a little bit of giving there between the two of them, but Mas has lost out a lot. Look at how far behind they've fallen back.
Only a couple of tenths, only a couple of car lengths, but still, that is quite a lot when you think about how close they've been fighting. Sparks flying as they scrape the bottom of the banking, trying to get the most out of the car. DPI of Valley Esports coming into the pit lane fairly early for them in terms of relative to the DPIs, but Valley Esports, I think, have been slightly off sequence for the majority of this race, and I don't think we're actually too far off. Is it this hour they're coming in on the hour, or is it this hour they're coming in on the 20-minute mark? I think
it's 40 minutes, so it should be this time around.
It should be within the sort of the next 10 minutes or so. I think we're going to see most people in. There goes the Team Rookie Monsters DPI following the fight that we're currently watching. Once again, very late on the brakes to the Western Horseshoe is Guillaume Mass, practically now pushing the Visceral Esports car through. So really eager to make some inroads and get up into 5th.
Yeah, very, very eager, as you're said, to get a little bit of a move on and gain another position. Look at that, almost directly into the back of the prototype ahead, coming out onto the oval there. This Go Team car appears to have a lot of speed as it stands.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's very, very quick. So, yeah, Guillaume Mass is doing his utmost to make some inroads on Visceral, but again, it's that case of it's easy to catch, it's another thing to pass, and then especially at Daytona, another thing entirely to extend that gap and break away. Yeah, because you get past, great. Next time by on that run towards the long chicane, they've got the slipstream. The same slipstream you had to get past them, but Guillaume Mass is not thinking of that at the moment. He's trying to go for the move to the outside of turn number 1. It's not the first time we've seen that. Both of them going to the outside of the Porsche GTE. Now in towards turn number 1. Guillaume Mass trying to sail his way to the long way around at turn number 1. Sideways as he goes through.
Oh,
well
what a
held.
save.
Well held. Fair play, but not quite good enough, not quite quick enough. Looks cool, but it's not quick. So again, not quite enough to get himself into 5th, but a good effort and putting the pressure on most importantly.
Yeah, surprisingly, style points, but not fast. Back down to 0.4 of a second. We've seen how many times they've been down for 0.4 of a second, Guillaume Mass and this Go Team racing car. And we've seen how many times that Mass has attempted the overtake. So, yeah, still close enough to make a move, I believe. This Go Team car doing a very good job there. Actually coming out to the oval, a lot of time gained. Definitely
making some good inroads, and I think at prime distance to utilize the slipstream and the slingshot of it as well. So as the sparks fly, Guillaume Mass tucked nicely in the slipstream. Not quite close enough for the move in towards the Le Mans chicane. Both of them getting past, once again, another Porsche GTE. It's all about this run now. Get the foot to the floor and power your way out of the Le Mans chicane through 3 and 4. And then the run to the tri-oval, and of course the start-finish line. Then in towards turn 1, riding on board with the Go Team racing car, Guillaume Mass pulling out to the right-hand side, long way round, and the brick wall of air. But a bit of GTE traffic to negotiate also, all the way to the right-hand side. It didn't work last time round, but it could well work this time if he can just get a bit of overlap. Might get boxed in actually from the Sim Racing Holland Corvette. And once again, more misfortune striking the way of Guillaume Mass, not able to put that car exactly where he wanted to, but Lady Luck striked his way. Oh my word, squeezed over the curb and able to back out of it just in time. An inkling maybe of hope to have a free pass through, but nothing happening there. A big mistake though from Visceral. Yeah, big mistake there, as you said, but not enough room for Go Team to go on that. But look at this up the inside at the International Horseshoe, and I think that's the move done this time round. Surely, I mean, yeah, look at that gap. I mean, to be fair, I say that. I know, I said that, and it immediately closed up again. Yeah. I mean, again, slipstream is a magical thing, and traffic is a magical thing as well. So we might see back have another look, but again, it's a difficult one to call because Guillaume Mass is certainly the quicker of the two cars, but boxed in behind the GTE Ferrari, very quickly going to allow the Visceral Esports car back onto the rear wing of it. Yeah, going on the rear wing, as you said, or at least trying to get close to the rear wing. You've got the DPI going all the way around the outside there, and perhaps they're going to be making a move into turn 1. Visceral is right there, as you said. It's going to have to be a daring move around the outside, considering they're about 2/10 back. And no, I don't think there's going to be anything this time round. But again, as you were saying exactly before, it's difficult to break away just because of how strong the slipstream here is at Daytona. Mass taking a defensive line into the International Horseshoe. No, just taking a normal racing line, although a little bit wide, not quite hitting the apex, perhaps as much as they would have wanted. Yeah, absolutely not. But I mean, still pressing on, and again, that's that thing of trying to bounce back when things don't quite go your way. But again, get amassed a little bit wide through the West Horseshoe again. It's that thing of being a little bit twitchy, and those mistakes really do start to add up.
Yeah, those mistakes start to add up and you start to lose more and more time. That is certainly not what you want. Guillaume Masto, look at that gap now, very well done. As we're having a look here, the battle for the 9th position in GTs. It is sim racing for Holland once again, and DX Droys Eduardo Garcia coming out onto the oval.
Yeah, still plenty of fights. It was a fight that we have not long turned away from in terms of when we were following the LMP2s. They lapped them not too long ago, and it was that very sim racing for Holland car that stopped the advance of Guillaume Mas into turn 1. But now the fight for P9 is raging on. Eduardo Garcia, Dick Droids in that Porsche on the back of the sim racing for Holland car, and a little bit wide through Le Mans chicane, actually invites Garcia through, almost had an inkling, had a sniff, not quite enough. And in the slipstream, fermenting himself really in this fight, in the slipstream, and piling the pressure on. In situations like this, Vida, I think you really do just have to put that psychological pressure on, fill the mirrors, and then pounce when you can.
Yeah, indeed, fill the mirrors, and that's exactly what DX Droids is not doing now, because they're side by side with the sim racing for Holland car. Across the start-finish line, and DX Droids is going to have to go all the way around the outside. We've seen it many times with the Ferrari, but this time it's a Porsche. Having to go all the way around the outside, and the Porsche doesn't do it. Perhaps it's a magical power the Ferrari has. Only Ferraris can go around the outside of turn 1.
It's true, they've got the Italian prowess, I don't know, something. But it seems, to be fair, yeah, that's very true. I think we haven't seen anyone other than a Ferrari pull off.
No.
I think, was it Colin Spork that tried it to the outside of turn 1 and almost made it work about an hour or so ago? It was so close, and they get really, really close, but not quite enough to seal the deal. Whereas you get the Ferraris, they're just like, cool, yeah, awesome, around the outside of you, and they're even, they show off enough to hit their own apex. When they do it, they get ahead before the apex and can actually drive the racing line. They're showing off at this point. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a tricky corner to go around the outside of. You're coming off the banking, you're dipping back onto the road course, the undulation, you're turning while braking also, which is putting a lot of stress on the car. And not to mention, turn 1's a long corner. You are very much looping all the way back around on yourself. It's a long way around the outside, so just keep it tidy on the inside. You're going to be much, much better off versus those on the outside. So yeah, it's a tricky corner, but I think Eduardo Garcia is going to have to find some way other through, whether it be just getting a better run off the banking to have the slipstream, or just I don't know how can Garcia find a way through?
Yeah, how can Garcia find a way through is the $64,000 question, but not able to make a move this time around, a little bit too far back, 0.3 of a second. As there's some cars coming into the pits now. Look at this Burst Esports. Sorry, looking in the time clock. Race Clutch is only half a second behind the Burst Esports car, and look at the Simframe car. I believe it is in the lead of the race. Is in the pits as well. So this could be a three-way battle for the lead of the race: the 21, the 1, and the 14.
Oh well, sign me up. I can't wait. I hope so. It depends where Christian Malguera comes out. The longest standing driver, I think, apart from Nico Barclay in the DPIs at the moment, going very, very long in this race. We'll see if there is a swap out. Michi Hoy for Best Esports takes the lead of the race ahead of Tom Lartalou in second now for Race Clutch. So not quite the battle that we were hoping for, maybe a few seconds ahead. But a difference of strategies really for the DPIs. We've got Best Esports and Race Clutch that are slightly off sequence relative to Simframe and Christian Malguera, the 21 machine. But again, they're all pretty even on pace. I mean, Race Clutch hold the fast lap at the moment. I mean, and then of course Simframe have been dominant for the entire race so far. And then of course you've got Burst Esports, which are a bit of an in-between between the two of the other two contenders of Race Clutch and Simframe. So it's been very, very close. And I think, I mean, provided a bit of luck here and there, definitely we could see any of the three take the reins at any point of this race. Now Michi Hoy under a bit of pressure from Lartalou into the outside of the Le Mans chicane and backing out of it on this particular occasion. But the fight for the provisional race lead then between Best Esports and Race Clutch.
Yeah, fight for the provisional lead. I actually think this is for the actual lead between the number 1 and number 14. Number 14 having to go all the way around the outside of Michi Hoya, and there's not that much of a speed differential, is there? Number 14 doesn't really have the speed advantage of number 1. I say that. It edges ahead as they come across the start-finish line. Now the number 1 fights back, and now it's ahead as they're having to split the GT, and the number 1 goes round. That's handing the lead to number 14. Did it hit the inside wall? Did Hoya hit the inside pit wall? I'm not quite sure. There could have been a little bit of contact there, but mistake from Michi Hoya, an uncharacteristic mistake from Hoya, hands the lead to that number 14.
Does indeed, and it's small things like that that can again have that big knock-on effect. Fortunately for Michi Hoya, no damage, just a spin, needs to brush it off his shoulder and get back going again. He is trying to put the pressure back onto Race Clutch to reclaim the race lead, but still very, very close on pace, still very, very close on circuit, so still a lot to be decided. The number 14 of Race Clutch retakes the race lead then after, well, starting in second place, dropping down to the back after a penalty from Laguna Seca, and now firmly, just consolidating themselves in this campaign for the lead of the Dutch Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Daytona. What a race it's proven to be so far, and well, there's still so long of it left to go. We're not even a quarter of the way through.
Indeed, not even a quarter of the way through. This is going to be a very, very fun race. Now, Michi Hoya has got to try and make 1.6 seconds up in that Race Clutch car, but we've seen that Race Clutch car really be kind of the fastest in the DPI class, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, particularly at the hands of Colin Spork, in all fairness, able to set the best lap time so far of a 125.630, a couple of tenths quicker than the number 1 and 21 machines of Burst and Simframe, who are a 125.8 a piece for the pair of them. So Race Clutch over 1 lap for sure have been quickest, and not only are they quick over 1 lap, they are quick lap in, lap out, and I think there's no better combination than to be quick and to be consistent.
Yeah, indeed, quick and consistent is exactly what you want in endurance racing. But Hoy's actually fallen back a little bit, and we're just wondering, those tyres have overheated from that half spin.
It's a possibility. I mean, again, you slide, you put the tyres under quite a fair bit of friction, and that is naturally going to heat them up. And it's not just a case of being able to ease them back in and to cool them back down again, because straight away you have to demand a lot of them. So once you spin, the tyres are hot, and it does take a long while, I believe, to cool them back down again. Fortunately, at Daytona, you can sort of use the flat out sections to, you know, not demand as much of the tires and to sort of maybe cool them down just a little bit. But you have to be hitting the ground running once more, as we see the fight still continuing between GTC Race Center and the Juices Motorsport Cup car at the moment for P6, and running side by side as they cross the start finish line once more. It's Miguel Cardoso going to the outside, and in the Ferrari, well, we've seen this done time and time again. How late can he brake? It's even later than the 73 machine on his inside. They run too wide as they go through sideways to do it.
Oh was that contact?
Was it contact? Was it a bit of unsettlement from Cardoso? Once again, a drift around the outside of Daytona's turn 1. Well, I mean, fair play.
Yeah, fair play, as you said. And it looks like I've got some information from an undisclosed team. But it looks like the number 1 car is trying to treble stint on the softs. And those rear tyres will not be happy after that slide that we saw.
No, that is not going to be doing them any favours. I mean, to triple stint a set of softs, it's a mammoth task, and you need pretty much everything to be going perfectly for that. So a disruption to that, a lock-up, anything like that.
Yeah, they're not quite going perfectly as it stands, but yeah, you really want to minimize these brake lockups and those slides in particular, because that is just going to drain the life out of the tires, because obviously all the rubber that is on the road is not on your tire.
Yeah, for sure. And well, it's I just guess suboptimal to have any mistake. I mean, we saw it successfully done at Monza. I spoke about it a little bit earlier on with Colin Spork and Race Clutch managing to triple stint a set of softs. But again, that's Monza. That's not Daytona. I think 2 very different circuits in terms of tyre demands. I mean, I guess for Daytona, a lot of it's spent on the oval, so maybe not quite as much tyre wear, but still a significant amount. I mean, it's going to be tricky, but if they can pull it off, then fair play. They saved themselves a ton of time in changing the tyres, and if they can keep those softs alive, they're going to be quicker for longer.
Yeah, indeed, and exactly as you said, it's all about keeping those alive. As we're having a look at, well, essentially the LMP2 fields in the pits now, isn't it? You can see there on the left-hand side, and it looks like there's a battle. We're having a look at this GT battle. There's another GT battle going on. It's Kevin Yeager and Jimmy Nisula. Is the Blackhawk number 81 versus Nisula that we've seen so many times already in this Muradness car, the number 64. They're coming down the back straight into the chicane as well.
Yeah, and, well, incredibly close, and a fight for second as well. No mean feat for sure, so cannot wait to see how this one transpires itself. Separated by only half a second or so, and it's been a theme to have these little couplets of fights to, string themselves together all at once. And, well, again, I'm not complaining. Independent little fights in their own right. And into the pit lane actually comes the pair of them. 12 minutes off the hour, very late on the brakes from Kevin Yeager. Similar to what we saw with Michi Hoyer versus Seawolf Net Race a little bit earlier on for the last DPI pit stop. Not quite to the same extent, but yeah, very much pushing the limits in terms of the speed limit heading into the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed, coming into the pit lane, and as you mentioned before, it's an incredibly difficult pit lane just because of how much you need to brake, and there not really being a visible brake marker, or at least somewhere to make a line says, yes, I'm going to brake here, as there's a quick yellow in the middle sector. For whom is that? That's number 38 car gone off at the chicane. 38 being the Blackhawk Zancho car. Devin Bowen currently driving it, 4th position in class. The number 38 car having an excursion at the chicane by the looks of it.
Again, easily done. I mean, you take a bit too much curb, you can run off the circuit fairly easily. Everyone's got to be careful now of that white line coming out of the pit lane, as well as we saw a little early on with Seawolf Net Race. Jan Katau having to carry the burden of it, and now we go from one fight to another. The fight for third, Simfream, or fight for second, I do apologise, between Go Team and Simfream. Vakonyi now knocking at the door of Go Team Racing. A bit of a slide from Go Team, actually. Could see them under a world of pressure, pushing him through turn number 6. Now could allow Vakonyi to maybe have a look versus Martin Mergley. Through NASCAR 1 and 2, the very long oval, very fast as well. Sparks fly, closing bit by bit, chipping away at the gap, inside, outside. Is it going to be single file? No, Vakonyi is going to have a bit of a look now to the inside of the Le Mans chicane. Got a bit of overlap late on the brakes. They go side by side, but forced to concede is the Go Team car, and Zoltan Vakonyi up now into second place.
Yeah, up now into second place. As you said, 7/10, 8/10 of a second, the gap, so a big one. A big gap there, just because Mass had to let out the throttle coming through the chicane. As I've said so many times before, it's all about momentum through there, and all momentum was lost there for the Go Team Racing car. Go back down towards GTs, Eduardo Garcia and Andreas Corrali, as we're having a look here, or we can have a look at Yannick Pleiss and Miguel Cardoso. This is another battle. This is Juice Motorsport Club versus the GTE Race Center car. Half a second separating the two of them as they're just beginning yet another lap.
Yeah, lap after lap. I mean, it's crazy how quick the time flies. Yannick Pleiss looking to make a move. Not quite close enough to the international horseshoe, but again a little bit wide from Cardoso. Maybe could invite Pleiss to have a look. Not quite the case, but again, it's a long game. You don't have to send it immediately, but this has been a battle that's raged on for at least a stint or two between these guys, and it's phenomenal how close they're being able to stay. And I guess that is what happens when you've got teams and drivers on equal pace, on equal strategies as well. And all contact with one of the LMP2s, that's the Blackhawk Zancho car, invites now Yannick Pleiss to have a look off the exit of turn number 6 versus the GTC Race Center Ferrari. Now too wide as they run their way round the banking. Not quite got the run though, has Cardoso, but I don't know. That's got to be on the LMP2 surely.
Yeah, generally if there's contact, it's on the faster class. But look at this GTZ car trying the crossover, coming down to the chicane. Perhaps they're just going to fall in line. No, the bright orange Ferrari just falls in line behind Yannick Pleiss. This could mean a move, perhaps coming down to turn 1, close enough to certainly take advantage of the slipstream, no?
Definitely so, and now Yannick Pace is going to be feeling a bit of pressure, maybe looking in his rearview mirror, which way does he go, inside, outside, or is he going to try and defend? Now to the outside goes the orange Ferrari versus the white Juices Motorsport Cup car, putting out very, very early, but still managing to get the run, not quite got the overlap there, level as they cross the start-finish line, and now in towards turn 1, very wide line for the GTC Race Centre, trying to swing the momentum all the way to the outside of turn 1, not quite going Tokyo Drift style this time around, and are actually able to keep a nose ahead through 2, then 3 on that run towards the International Horseshoe. Still got the nose ahead, late on the brakes for the International Horseshoe, and Yannick Pace going to have to give way to Miguel Cardoso. And what a move that was. Fantastic bit of racing action to stay side by side for pretty much the entirety of the first sector of the road course.
Yeah, very, very good action. Again, a Ferrari going around the outside of turn 1. Price, can they make the move into the other horseshoe? Not close enough, but still very close. Perhaps we can see some more side-by-side action this time around the oval like we did last lap. Working hard for turn 6 and accelerating right there on the apex. Taking a little bit of a tighter line than when compared to the GTC car. But, oh, we're going to get some more side-by-side action, aren't we? Having a look, getting closer as this Juices car.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's fantastic that we can boast this nearly 3 hours into a 12-hour race. Yannick Pace still trying to put some pressure on. What a battle that's starting to materialise between two Ferraris. Got the drive and now got the measure outside line for Le Mans chicane. Lifting off, backing out, understandably so. Wants the run, wants the slipstream through NASCAR 3 and 4 down towards turn number 1.
Far back, I think, this time round. No?
I'd agree. Maybe. I think lifting off a bit too much, and of course, maybe not carrying the right amount of speed through the Le Mans chicane that probably he would have wanted to.
Yeah, indeed, just having to roll back out the throttle a little bit meant there was not that much speed going into the chicane, which of course translates into not much speed coming out of the chicane either. And Yannick Pace is really feeling the effects of that decision. 0.3 of a second back though now, so still close enough to make some moves in that slipstream. It has to keep within that half second or so by the time they get through turn 6 and back onto the oval, and having this prototype traffic come up the inside really isn't going to help them.
Nico Barkley for Monaco picking up another penalty going their way. Yeah, not being the best day for them, running P4 at the moment, and that is surely going to demote them to P5, maybe not quite to the extent of 6th. Be interesting to know as to what that is for. Maybe we can get some information and relay it to you as soon as possible, but certainly not the ideal way to go about things for Monaco, who on paper have been very, very quick so far in this race for sure.
Yeah, very, very quick. As you said, you can see them on the timing tower there in 4th. That is going to drop to 5th because they're only 3 seconds ahead of 5th position. And yeah, it's just not going well, especially when it comes to penalties for that number 3 car. Yannick Pace a little bit too far back, 0.6 of a second. We'll try and get as much momentum as possible through the chicane on the back, going left, then right, then left, but losing a little bit of time, 0.7 of a second that gap. So I think perhaps the GTC Race Center car has the better measure as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, at least for now, but Yannick Pace, you can bet your bottom dollar that he's going to try and reclose that gap and reignite a fight also, and eyeing up the pit lane actually now coming into the pits for the Juice Motorsport Cup car. Also in a little bit further up, a couple of drivers. I think is that Joseph Herlock into the pit lane. Yeah, indeed it is for John Lacey Esports into the pit lane. And yeah, well, we've got the majority of the GTE pit stops now coming in 4 minutes away from the hour mark. So yeah, really igniting now in terms of the GTE pit lane sequence. But also, about 8 minutes ago, we did see some cars come in. I think we've got a bit of a different strategy for a couple of teams, because some are going right to the conventional cut-off point for the stint. Others are coming in a little bit early. What sort of knock-on effect could that have?
Yeah, it really is, because how long do we have in the race? It's 9 minutes 3. It's just a little bit too long. Yeah, isn't it? They're just about a lap short, I think, each stint. Well, the car... Example, this number 66 Jean Lazy Esports car, and it is very, very painful when you know you're only a lap short on each stint, but then can't do anything about it.
Yeah, again, it's tricky. It's going to have that knock-on effect, stint after stint, rolling forward to sort of the last couple of hours or so, where that crucial maybe splash and dash could come into effect. Where, well, we'll find out in around about 8 hours' time when that final stint rolls around. But yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how fast those final pit stops are. So always take everything with a pinch of salt when it comes to endurance racing, because all it takes is a blink of an eye and everything can change just like that, whether it be a penalty, a spin, a wrong strategical decision. A lot of things can go wrong, and a lot of things can go wrong very, very quickly. The thing about motorsport is, granted, we expect things to go wrong, but it's very indiscriminate. It doesn't care how good your race has been, doesn't care who you are, doesn't care, you know, where you are on track. It will spit you out at a moment's notice. You will be a victim no matter who you are.
Yeah, indeed. You just have to make sure that you hit your marks every single time, and hopefully it will not spit you out. There's a battle there, it looks like, happening for second place in the LMP2 class. Just half a second or so separating Guillaume Mas, and Shaba Kiss is now in that number 26 car. So I think this is the first time that we've seen Shaba in that Pescarolo Esports car, isn't it?
I think.
Oh, I should say this race. First time this race.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. I mean, that Pescarolo Esports car has been interesting, I think, to say the least. As we cut back up to Guillaume Mas in the Go Team Racing car. I mean, time and time again, it's been a pain in the backside to get past. It's really put the defensive marks on, but Guillaume Mas able to stay in front in P2. But of course, as we say, Shaba Kiss is very much knocking on the doorstep. And again, it's that thing of you're never safe when you get a move done. Always there's an opportunity to be caught out again. The slipstream doesn't matter if I think you do definitely have to be at least a second a lap faster to truly pull away after you get a move done.
Yeah, you've got to have a big speed advantage. You are correct. I do agree with you on this point. But have a look at this Pescarolo Esports car. So close. We'll be able to get some of that slipstream coming through NASCAR 3 and 4. Then coming out of the main bank. There's still a little bit of banking here, but at least reducing the angle. Pescarolo having to go around the outside of Go Team. Is going to be side by side into turn 1. And we've seen this move be attempted a few times. Pescarolo perhaps actually making it stick this time round in the LMP2 class. As they're going side by side through 2 and 3, and there you go. Pescarolo Esports and Shaba Kiss up into second.
Brilliantly done, and well, it's the first time we've seen a non-Ferrari car do it, so bit of an achievement ticked off there for Pescarolo Esports. To be completely honest, Shaba Kiss now ahead and up into second place once more. We just saw there up in the top of the screen a penalty for, I believe it was Darius Andre. I believe so, yeah. So again, another thing coming in, we'll ride on board with them. You can see the Visceral Esports car, Darius Andre. I mean, they've just come out of the pit lane, so the assumption is that it's a speeding penalty.
Which is painful, yes. But have a look at this long pit lane. Eventually can let off the pit limiter now and go back onto circuit, but I think that could well be a pit lane speeding penalty, yep.
I mean, what can you say? There's nothing really to commentate on it other than just, ouch. Like, yeah. That's unfortunate. You have to just feel sorry for them as we again cut back to a fight once more with the GTs. These guys are really putting a good show on. Henry Cynic now at the wheel of the Maradona Sea-Stars car, knocking on the door of Joseph Hurlock for the John Lacey, putting to the left-hand side and looking to the inside of the Le Mans chicane. Henry Cynic trying to get themselves up into 5th place, and that's not really too hard fought from the John Lacey Ferrari, but Henry Cynic, Maradona Sea-Stars, yeah, well, who's going to win the GT field? I mean, of course you can't know. Obviously, you can't know. Anything can happen in the next 9 hours, but there's no dominant factor. Everyone sort of inside the top 5 currently has, I think, led the race at some point, or at least been in the front positions at some point in this race. How do you call that? How do you make a prediction based on that? I mean, it's a very, very good headache to have, but I mean, yeah, there's no star of the field. Everyone's just been at the top of their game today.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, as you said, to actually make a good distinction as to actually who is going to win any of these classes, because you can have a look. It's only about 12 seconds to lead in all three classes. After over 3 hours of racing, it's so difficult to tell who is going to come out on top here. Race Clutch in the DPI class appear to have been the fastest there in the class once they've managed to get all the penalties out of the way, or at least once the penalties have cycled through, I should say, rather, from the beginning of the race. Coming here is Henry Sinek in this Miradnes car, once again doing a good job. And as the Jean Lazy Esports car there, and the 66ers behind, always been in the top 5, and again on course for another top 5 finish. We want to make it a podium.
Yeah, I mean, it's the aim, particularly if you're mounting a championship charge. You've got to be at least in the top 5 every single race. I mean, that's not quite been the case for the GT. He's going to take another look as to what happened. This is the Jean Lacy car riding over the curbs. Was that airtime? I think that was airtime. Do you?
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of airtime. Yeah, it's a very nice shot that was as well, wasn't it?
Picturesque. Straight on Twitter, that is. Crop it, get some filters on it. Lovely jubbly, particularly as it lands and the sparks start to fly. That was awesome. And I think we were speaking about it a little bit earlier on in terms of curbs, particularly at the Le Mans chicane here at the Daytona, how big those curbs are, and it proves exactly what we were saying about how, if you're not careful, they will launch the car into the air.
Oh yeah, definitely. You've always got to be careful with those curbs. And Miradnes Esports there, Cynic going a little bit leery coming through turn 1. Those rear tires are not going to be happy.
Oh no. Again, any slides, the rear wheels are under a ton of pressure as it is. I mean, GT, you've got a slight bit of leniency in terms of ABS and traction control, but I mean, to the extent, you know, you've still got. I want to make a rough estimate as to the horsepower for those engines. It's got to be sort of around 500-600 brake horsepower, surely, around that mark.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Probably around that mark. I mean, it's a reasonable assumption, and that's going straight to the rear wheels. Similar to the prototypes, they're rear-wheel drive. You are putting the rear wheels under a lot of stress every time you put your foot to the floor. They've also got to take the lateral loads as well as you run your way through corners, and as soon as you kick a bit of a slide out, they are going to get very hot very quickly. And as we said earlier on, it's very difficult, other than just lifting and coasting, going 10 seconds a lap slower, to really cool them down. It could oftentimes result in that knock-on negative feedback loop effect of you've spun once, your tires are overheated, so your tires are too hot, which means you're going to spin again, and you spin again, so your tires are now hotter, so your tires are now hotter, so you're going to spin again, and that constant sort of loop of death, in a sense, that you can very easily fall into if you continue that form and you're not careful in the resulting moment straight after a spin.
Yeah, feedback loop in the worst possible way. Indeed, this is exactly what these drivers and teams need to avoid in order to make these cars go fast and cover the most distance as possible in the 12 hours here at Daytona. Henry Sinek, though, appears to have actually gapped Hartlock and that 66 car a little bit, haven't they?
But I'd say so, yeah. I mean, what is it? About a second and a half now is the gap. So Henry Sinek has got a decent bit of pace, I'd say, is the fair assumption to make in that one. So gaining a little bit of time, and I'd say safe. I mean, what's really been the prime slipstream point? We'd say about 5-6 tenths of a second really is where the slipstream is at its strongest. The range, I'd say, probably stretching to 7 or 8 tenths. So I'm sure there's some drivers in the YouTube chat that could fill us in as to where sort of the cut-off point you can feel the inkling of slipstream is. But well, when you get over 2 seconds, there's basically nothing that Joseph Hurlock can be feeling on the back of Henry Sinek, which is now enabling him. He's taken the caravan off and is now trying to push away rather than pulling along the Jean Lacy car with him.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to break away, exactly as you said, and look at that 2 seconds gap now. So I think Nick has managed to do that successfully. DPIs are coming in though. Look at this. Burst Esports there coming in that number 1 car, and they have came in along with the Seawolf car, I believe, that number 6.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, we're ticked over into another pit lane sequence. So burst in, Seawolf net race also in, which means naturally we might see race clutch come in also in the next couple of moments. But it's really been quite wishy-washy is the only way I can really put it in terms of pit lane strategy, in the sense that it's always been a couple of minutes or a lap or so off sequence for a couple of drivers, that we've not really had a uniform pit strategy, have we?
No, we haven't so far. This is true. We haven't really had anything, well, as you said, uniform. Every car appears to have its own strategy. There isn't really a overall strategy that we've seen, or at least an overall direction of strategy that we've seen so far, is there?
No, I mean, it's fantastic, but it's also, oh, that's sideways for the Cyber LMP2 car through turn 6. I mean, Henry Sinek also got a little bit out of shape, but yeah, I mean, it's great from a viewing perspective to see the differences in pit strategy, but it also leaves us suspended in uncertainty, like what people are going to do. How is this going to help out? Because, you know, from us up here, we've got to try and path out the rest of this race and try and make sort of assumptions as to what's going to be where, to give, you know, correct information and all that, and to say, okay, so this is what these guys are doing to a rough extent. We kind of know what these guys are going to do, which means this knock-on effect is probably what we're going to expect. But in races like these, we can't really do that.
No, we can't really do that. You are indeed correct. It can be very, very difficult in order, well, for us as commentators. So if we don't have a massive spreadsheet that's too many columns and too many rows to actually deal with this. Look at this. It's another car, another DPI into the pits. But Henry Sinek here, actually, this Miranda Seastar's car, is actually closing down that gap to the podium, aren't they? That's now 8.7 seconds, and I think when they passed the John Lazy car, it was only about 11 seconds. So I think they're slowly but surely moving towards this provisional podium position.
Bit by bit, lap by lap. I mean, again, Miranda Seastar's leading the way for the first stint, and again, it's now they're 43 seconds off the lead of the Juices Motorsport, 74 of Michael Sedlacek. But yeah, it's just been up and down all over the place. The last lap time, I'm just trying to have a look actually, but Chanel just in front, 8.1 seconds ahead for Arnage Competition, who, let's talk about Arnage for a second. I mean, a pretty decent team when it comes to sim racing, does quite a lot of the high level sort of competitions, and you'll see them right at the top flight oftentimes on pretty much any sim. Do Arnage Competition, and now for the Virtual Endurance Championship, we're seeing them take the step up from Division 1 from Division 2 into Division 1. And on debut, I mean, Arnage Competition running in P3 as it stands, it's not, you know, particularly the worst place to be at all in that very pink Porsche.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job in their first foray here into Division 1 on the provisional podium position. Victor Schnell there. Currently driving 35 seconds off the lead is not bad after 3 hours of racing, and 23 seconds, as you can see there, to that second position car. But they've got to be careful, because look at that gap, it's now under 8 seconds to Moradnes. So Moradnes, I think, appears to be the fastest GT on circuit as it stands.
I would say that's fairly good assumption to make. I mean, flying at the moment, and of the overall race as it stands, it is John Lacey with a 142.6, but Henry Sinek and Miranda Seastars a 142.7. So again, not too far off the overall best lap time for the GTEs. So really putting those lap times in. That last lap time for them, a 143.9. So again, just trying to put the lap times in quicker than our race leaders, actually, by about 0.4 of a second quicker than Sedlacek, who's leading the way in the 74 Juices. So that gap now 7.5 seconds. So each time you look away and you look back at it, the gap's closed just that little bit more, and helped by a mistake or a bit of traffic. And I'm sure it's not going to be too long before we see these two come to blows.
Yeah, it's not going to be long, as you say, till we see them come to blows, and hopefully not blows, but you know, some good clean racing.
As we've seen for the last now 3 hours,
as we've seen for the last 3 hours, yeah, 7.7 will make that 8.3 seconds or so. The gap between third and fourth, and there's this possible gap closing for the final podium position in LMP2. It's Devin Brown in this number 38 Blackhawk Zandstroom. It's Gillian Mass in the Go Team car ahead. And we've seen Devin Brown been in a couple of incidents so far. Of course, when they got into the car, in the first couple of laps, you may remember there was that incident at the bus stop that we didn't see a replay of. And of course, there was that incident with was it the GTC GT car just coming out of turn 6 onto the oval that you talked about maybe half an hour ago or so.
God, you're testing my memory here. I don't know what I had for dinner last night, but yeah. I mean, I think everyone's had ups and downs, really, isn't they? I think it's fair to say that there's no real standout. I mean, the big one I can think of was RHG and Timotej Andonovski right at the start of the race having that off at the Le Mans chicane. But other than that, I think there's just been quite a few misfortunist events for quite a few teams that have unfortunately put them on the back foot in some cases. But yeah, I think that's the thing, that you can't really play the victim card when it comes to endurance races, because everyone at some point will have something bad go their way. It's very, very rare that you see the entire race go according to plan, which if it does, then you need to wake up, because that's just a dream.
Yeah, indeed. I completely agree with this. Devin Brown in his Blackhawk Zandstroom car coming down towards the chicane. 3.1 seconds lead gap, 3.5 actually. Having a look at the timings, what was it last time round? Zandstroom with the 34.1, actually Gillian Mass with the 33.9, so that gap extending by about 0.2 of a second last time round. Satellite Racing DPI, the 206, is in the pits as well. And anyone else in the pits? No, it's just them currently for the scheduled pit stop, as well as RHG, which we know will no longer take part in this race. And I say that the one Aqua number 3 comes in as well. Fantastic.
Good timing, that is. Yeah, fantastic timing. I mean, they've also, I think they have got to serve their penalty this time by for their last.
Still not served a penalty.
I don't know. Did they serve it on that pit stop that we got notified of it, or is it a carry on to the next one? I'm not entirely sure.
I have no idea.
Because we predicted them to drop to 4th place, didn't we, behind Seawolf? And then, of course, they didn't. So, I don't know. It's interesting, I think. Again, the penalty situation has been very topsy-turvy with the carryovers from Laguna Seca into today. And, of course, the penalties that we're seeing over the course of this race, whether it be for the pit limit line or the speeding into the pit lane or making contact with lap cars or whatever. Unfortunately, we've not been able to relay the information as to why the penalties have been coming through, but nonetheless, they are there and are a natural point of racing. It's more I guess a slap on the wrist. Don't do that again, really. And I'm sure Seawolf Net Race are not going to be making the same mistake they did a couple of pit stops ago, where they crossed the limit line very so slightly. But again, rules are rules. You have to abide by them. But now, once again, into the next pit stop phase for the DPIs, and I'm sure soon the LMP2s as well. And at the moment, it is the Simframe car, Ricardo Coriazzi, Rosari, I should say, at the moment at the wheel. Christian Malguera stepping aside for their teammate, and now leading the way by what is a fairly comfortable margin ahead of Race Clutch, 53.2 seconds. But I guess let's not forget that they are on 2 very different pit strategies.
Yeah, 2 very different pit strategies, as you said, and it also comes to tyre strategies as well, because you've seen these teams take tyres at different times as well. So yeah, it's going to be. This is really something that you can only really see plan out in the last hour or so. I won't be here. It will be Zach and Ewan taking the last couple of hours of the race, I think it is, if I remember the timetable correctly. But yes, Devin Brown here to manage to close down that gap. 2.2 seconds now to the Go Team car. So we could perhaps see a battle in the next few laps or so, should Brown continue this pace.
For sure. I mean, what is it now? 2.3 seconds behind Go Team. So, well, I mean, again, another fight for the podium. I'm not opposed at all, but, well, I mean, it's very, very rare. We're approaching now 3.5 hours into this race. At the 4-hour mark, it will be myself stepping aside. Ewan O'Leary will come into the commentary booth alongside Vida Heatley to talk you through an hour of action then another 2 hours myself, you and O'Leary, then I'll step aside for 2 hours, then you'll come
And
back
that'll be
in, then you'll be back in, then me and Ewan for 3 hours to take you to the end. Very, very busy, and all we can do is blame Cameron Roger for this. It's all his fault. How dare he go to Poland for an awesome event? Honestly, it's disgraceful, Cam. I'm so disappointed.
It's good because he can't actually hear us complain.
That's true. We can rinse him as much as we like.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah.
nothing that you can do about it.
That's true. I mean, he could just throw us off country for VEC, but I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I doubt he'd do that. He's too nice a guy as Cameron Roger. As much as it pains me to say.
Good egg.
Yeah, that's true. He's a good guy. Very, very, very tall as well, is Cameron Roger. Not quite as tall as Yuri Kazdorp, but he's tall. Maybe I'm just short, but yeah, he's very nice. And very good guy. Not the best on track though. Let's say that much. I mean. While we talk about Cameron Roger, let's go back to the 6000 Monza where he completely killed a GTE at the Ascari chicane for Burst Esports, and that's probably why he hasn't driven that Burst Esports car since, in all honesty. But anyway, focus on the race because Devon Brown is closing the gap to the Go Team car of Mass just in front of him. 1.4 seconds is the gap, and fastest lap of a 1:32.5 for Blackhawk Sancho recently, so definitely putting the times in.
You're definitely putting those times in, as you said. And Devon Brown, look at this, 1.2 seconds, so it definitely is closing, isn't it? It's going to be fun. Eventually, when we see this, and hopefully Mass can put on a very good defending performance.
Well, let's hope. I mean, it might just be the case that Mass allows him through, doesn't really want to trip each other up too much, or we could see some good fighting. Speaking of good fighting, Fabian Barley at the wheel of the Valley Esports car. He's got the Monaco car just in behind Borja Milan to the extent of, well, literally nothing now as they run their way in towards the Western Horseshoe, negotiating a little bit of traffic as we see the fight for 5th in the DPIs.
Yeah, this battle for 5th in the DPIs. Going up the inside of that Sim Racing for Holland car. Sim Racing for Holland, always very memorable, always very excitable on track, always got that chessboard livery this year with the bonnet, so you can always pick them out easily, and always with the Corvette as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're the sole Corvette this season, aren't they?
I think so. I think they're probably the sole Corvette last season as well.
No, because Red Bull were Corvettes as well.
That's
for season
true.
14.
I did forget about this.
Because we had the C7 and the C8, didn't we, for last season?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So we did have a couple of Corvettes, but that sort of died down for this season anyway. We've got now Fabian Barley under a bit of pressure from Borja Milan in the fight for 5th. And, well, soaring around the outside goes the Monaco car on a recovery drive, but still running side by side. They go to the left-hand side of the LMP2, scraping their way through goes Borja Milan up into 5th place, ahead of Fabian Barley. And, well, maybe we could have seen a counter-attack had it not been for the very annoyingly poised LMP2 in the way of Fabian Barley, but well, he's a fantastic driver at the wheel of that Valley Esports car, very towards the front end in both single-seaters and of course now in sports car racing also Fabian Barley, so I'm sure that is not the end of this battle that we're going to see, but very, very close fight for 5th.
Yeah.
And well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the rest of this fight pans out. Also with fights, we're going to cut our way back to this fight for 3rd. Guillaume Mass now behind Blackhawk Sancho car of Devon Brown.
Yeah, this Sancho car of Devon Brown, it appears this number 38 car is a little bit quicker than the Go Team car at this stage of proceedings. Half a second back, we'll get a little bit of slipstream, but I'm not sure if it will be enough at half a second back.
I mean, yeah, I think to make a move, you have to be within sort of at least half a second, 4/10 at most, really, to have a look. It's all about being close into the Le Mans chicane and then launching a counter-attack. But Devon Brown, so quick, so quick. And speaking of, maybe a bit too quick, a penalty going his way for whatever reason, actually promotes Guillaume Mass back now provisionally into 3rd place.
Indeed, a penalty there for the Blackhawk Sancho car, and it means Devon Brown will have to do all of that fighting all over again. And that is something that I won't be best pleased about.
No. Basically, let's say that much. Never pleased to get a penalty. It's very frustrating as a driver, particularly if you know you've done something wrong. Then it's just a case of you do it and you're saying no, I'm getting a penalty. You just know something's coming your way, and you just live in that, and your heart sinks. You're just like, no, fantastic, brilliant. Now all that hard work's done. Now you've got to try and bounce back, and there's two mentalities to go about it. There is actually a bit of a kerfuffle here. One of the LMP2s off in some very busy traffic. I mean, easily done, but it's the first time in a while we've seen one of the LMP2s off the road.
Yeah, the first time in a while, as you've said, that we've even had a yellow flag. It's been a good half hour or so since the last time we had a yellow. And oh, look at Guillaume Mas trying to find a way around, well, everyone. It's a second down now to Blanc. Of course, that gap will extend the other way because Blanc has to come in and serve that penalty at some point. But yeah, all of the traffic there for Guillaume Mas. Indeed, was that perhaps the car that was in second? Is that the Pescarolo car? But the
yeah,
Sim
maybe.
36 that had the off.
Maybe so. I didn't quite catch it, but I mean, looking at the tower as it stands, leading away in the LMP2s is Varconyi for Simfree. Then, of course, it's Blackhawk Sancho, Go Team Guillermas, Sharba Kiss. There is the Pescarolo Esports car. It might have well been, in all fairness, because the original fight with Blackhawk was that for third place? I do believe so. So maybe Sharba Kiss was the one we had an off with. Hopefully, maybe we can take another look as to how things transpired, because yeah, once again, traffic has hit. But again, with all the grids at the moment, it's very up and down. Teams will be leading the race, then they'll be down in sixth, then they'll be back up in second. Very much is all over the place, very circumstantial depending on at what point in the stint they are.
Yes, again, it's with these strategies. There's no team on the same strategy. There's no two teams, I should say, rather, on the same strategy. You can see this in the LMP2 class with the Visceral car coming in, as there is the yellow in the middle sector. For the number 3 car, the one Akko's gone off at the bus stop chicane.
It's from bad to worse for
It's
Monaco,
still
isn't it?
stationary there as it got moving again. Well, it appears to be going backwards. Perhaps we can get a replay of that at some point. The one Akko looks like it's retired.
Oh no.
That is it in the pits. Bottom Milan in the pits, and could that be it for the number 3 car?
Maybe so. That might well be the case. Or could it be a disconnect? Maybe they can get someone else in the car to carry on going. Was it I'm assuming they just stopped and escaped back to the pit lane, though.
I'm not exactly sure, for I did not see it. So, yeah.
Oh, that's an awkward one. Unfortunate for him as well, isn't it? I suppose.
As there's this battle for 4th in the GTs, I believe this is Henry Sinek, a battle for 3rd, I should say, rather, in the GTEs. Henry Sinek just half a second down on Victor Schnell in that Arnage competition. This is what happened perhaps in number 3 car overzealous on the curbs.
Could it? I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Is that just complete hardware failure?
Maybe. Oh my word, that is scary to have those 2 cars go over side of you. The cars roll in, but I think that's more gravity than engine power. I don't know what could have really caused that. Looks, I mean, he's just left hand down. It's a strange one. It really is a strange one. However, it has spelt an end to the end of their race. Fight for the podium amongst the GTs. Miranda Seastars versus Arnage competition. A fight that we've been waiting for quite some time. Henry Sinek now trying to make some advances. Outside line it will be, or inside maybe. He's going to try and go for the dummy. Spit of space. Closed though from the Arnage competition car and able to stay in 3rd, at least for now. This is a fight that definitely looks to be getting spicy.
Yeah, it's a game crash for Bottom Milan is what caused that. So that's what it looks like or at least on stream. So having a look here, Miranda Esports, E-Stars, I should say, rather, coming up the inside of Arnage competitions. The prototype is there as well. A little bit of argy-bargy side to side hitting there between the 2 cars coming through the kink. A little bit of give and take through there. The prototype in the background is just waiting for something to go wrong. And indeed, there was a little bit of contact there between that prototype And the Nash car, isn't it? It's the car in fourth. I think it's the burst car, number 1, isn't it? But yes, the Moranis E-Stars cars got up into third. Henry Sinek continuing the march towards the front, but it's 29 seconds now, the gap up to second. That's a big gap.
Big gap. I mean, Henry Sinek's quick, but it's a big gap to close. Around about half an hour left on this stint for the GTEs. They come around roughly around the hour mark as a rough estimate. So, I mean, if he can make any inroads between now and then, that's good progress. And again, there's still 8.5 hours left. It's not like he's in the dying hour of this race and needs to close that 29 seconds now. Any progress, chip away at it bit by bit. And then, of course, over the next couple of stints, I'm sure we could see that gap close and maybe see the Moranis Sea-Stars car back into the limelight. But once again, a good milestone to reach and to look back and to think of your progress at different stages in the race. Back now onto the podium. So, you know, in terms of milestones and reaching that, to be able to be onto the podium now, set your sights forward. You've hit one mark, now aim for the next. And I'm sure that's exactly what Henry Sinek is going to be trying to do. The first sort of point of call is to break away from the Arnage competition car of Victor Chanel just in behind, and then to be all by himself to close that gap as best he can.
Yeah, close that gap as best as he can. And what's that gap? Still a second though, so still within actionable range, but just got to wait and see as the LMP2s come into the pits. Look at that. Pretty much all of them coming in simultaneously. 8.5 hours to go here at Daytona. So running up onto a third of the race gone. And it's been a very fun race so far. So we're having Henry Sinek 29 seconds, as we said, to the mixed car as the LMP2s are just cycling through their pit stops. So having a look up in the DPIs once again, we have now this Burst Esports car, Damien Scaron in that car once again, trying to chase down Yankatao in that number 6 car.
Yeah, so Burst Esports trying to chase down the Seawolf Net race. Yankatao carrying a burden of a penalty, but managing to shake that off. Damien Scovron taking the wheel back from Michi Hoyer. So I think the plan for Burst Esports and their little two-man crew is to divide this splits up as short as possible. Potentially, maybe every tyre change to swap out the drivers, because you know, keep it short and sharp. Then you can have a break, come back in, do a short little hour or two stint, and then get back at it. But Damien Scovron, Michi Hoyer, very capable drivers, particularly again in the world of endurance racing, and able to, I'm sure, lead Burst with their best foot forward. And now with only about half a second up to the Seawolf Net race car, you can see it just in front, well and truly in the slipstream range. This could be yet another fight for the podium coming up.
Yeah, another fight. It's going to be very fun. We've never been that far away from a fight so far. Halfway during this race, the Skyron here in this Burst Esports car now chasing down, trying to get that podium position. It could very well be helped by that Porsche.
Yeah, even just a little bit of momentum lost for Yankatao could allow Damien Scovron to have a bit of a look through NASCAR 3 and 4. Again, darting to the high line, bring it back down to hug the apron as best as possible. Shortest run as possible as they run to the tri-oval across the start-finish line. But Damien Scovron, I don't think quite close enough to mount an attack. Chipping away bit by bit. Again, a look to the inside, trying to be as late as possible. The brakes, a bit of a slide there from Yankatao could allow Damien Scovron to maybe have a look in towards the International Horseshoe, pushing him through the kink right, then the kink left, but not quite again enough. Just an inkling, really, to put that pressure on, fill the mirrors, and force the mistakes.
Yeah, just trying to force the mistakes by filling up that rear view mirror, coming through the kink and into the second horseshoe, now braking hard. Again, this corner is actually very difficult as well, because it's almost like a reverse turn one, in that it also is a descending radius corner. Coming through turn 6 down, look how close this Burst Esports car is now. Perhaps even too close to actually get any advantage from the slipstream as you come through NASCAR 1 and 2.
I agree, yeah, for sure. I mean, you want to be a good car length back just to be able to experience the exponential increase in slipstream effect to get the drive off and not to really be too affected when you pull out. But Damien Skovron still, again, a bit of a look, lifting off. Bit of traffic just in front of him, though, could allow him to maybe put his foot to the floor and get the drive off. 3/10 back as they emerge out of the Le Mans chicane. Is it close enough? The gap is closing bit by bit now. 2/10, now soon to be 1/10. Very, very close. Is Jan Catal going to feel threatened enough to defend? Is Damien Skovron close enough to launch an attack? Closing and closing and closing, and now sniffing the rear wing of Jan Catal. Pulls out to the right hand side. How late can he be on the brakes? Is there a gap to fill? And Jan Catal holding firm very, very well indeed, but a late apex from Damien Skovron could see him have a look. Still more traffic to negotiate though.
Yeah, still a lot more traffic to go around, and the number 1 car and the number 6 car both coming up the inside of that GT car through the international horseshoe, coming through the kink, through the back part of the infield. Again, are we close enough this time round? Skyron not able to make a move in that number 1 Burst Esports car, but again, a little bit further back actually this time. Coming towards turn 6, and this could be helpful. I say that there's a big acceleration there, well, reduction I should say rather, in the gap there coming through turn 6, and that certainly didn't help. You can see that that number 1 car has lost a lot of speed coming out onto the oval.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very, very close to losing that slipstream, but he's doing quite well to stay in contention for sure. Looking very, very overcast now is the race. We were expecting a bit of overcast, maybe a bit of rain as well along the way. No windshield wipers in effect at the moment, so no downpour as of yet, but certainly something to note and to keep an eye out for in the coming hours of the Daytona 12 hour. Once again in towards turn number 1, Jan Catal parking the car perfectly versus Damien Skovron, and now who's looking to the outside, brilliantly done, using the grip on the outward excursions of the circuit. Unable to find a way through on this particular occasion, but it's nice to know that despite that small mistake at turn 6 for Damien Skovron, he's still well and truly in the fight for the podium.
Yeah, still truly in this fight. This number 1 car is still trying to find a way past, still not close enough to make a move as it stands, and accelerating out of the turn 5, coming up towards turn 6 and move towards the inside perhaps. But this number 1 car appears to be very, very strong on brakes, doesn't it?
Very. You can see it visibly from Damien Skovron, able to brake later, and not only brake later but brake better. So now using the full effect of the slipstream and closing the gap once more, but is there any avenue through left or right into the Le Mans chicane? Again, a look. Not quite much to report on though, as they run once more through the Le Mans chicane and exiting again. It's the same thing lap after lap, I think, of Damien Skovron getting close, but not quite close enough to the back and Catal.
Yeah, not close enough as it stands across the start-finish line. We're going towards the outside, perhaps, at least. Here we go. The number 1 car. Oh, but there's just a little bit of an overlap. Quite enough. But yeah, this is getting. But I must say, it's actually been a very, very good defensive job here from Catal, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Continuing
it's
defend
fantastic.
as much as possible.
Still in contention though, with 8 hours and 24 minutes left of this race, and Damien Skovron still knocking at the door. It's lap after lap, the same theme really, where Skovron is again flirting with it. He wants to get past, but not quite able to. This might be his best opportunity yet versus Jan Katau as they exit off the banking in towards the tri-oval. Once again, another lap ticks by, and it's another lap Damien Skowron is spent behind the Seawolf Net Race car, and once again to the outside of turn number 1. He's brave on the brakes, and that car can really dance his way to the outside. He might have a good look, but as the track tightens on the exit, it's still Jan Katau that reigns victorious in this small little fight for the podium. But what a fight it's proven to be, because as we said time and time again, Jan Katau is making that DPI very, very wide indeed.
Yeah, make it very, very wide indeed. This DPI car accelerating out the other horseshoe, and it's a various kind of defending masterclass here from Katau in that number 6. And again, I think the number 1 car just needs to lay back a little bit coming out of turn 6. Just allow this gap to form a little bit more so they can actually get a good run.
I'd agree to an extent. I don't know what his issue is, whether he's too close or too far back. It's one or the other really for Damien Skowron, and that is a very big slide, very committed, and very, very close now off the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Maybe in the eyes of Vida a little bit too close, but maybe just perfect in order to mount a challenge. He's closing, but again, it's that issue as soon as he pulls out, the Seawolf Net Race car just has enough down the straight to stay in front. Damien Skowron still not gaining anything, too close now, and nothing, once more nothing to report into turn 1. Trying to get the up and under, but again, it's the, as we've said time and time again, it's the same thing lap after lap. Damien Skowron needs to try and find something different, whether it's mounting a challenge into the International Horseshoe or into the West Horseshoe or whatever he's doing into turn 1 so far isn't working.
Yeah, not working as it stands. Perhaps just going to keep on pressing the issue and force that number 6 car into a mistake at some point. And perhaps that might be the number 1's best opportunity. Coming into turn 6, and again, so close under braking. Less than a fifth of a car length between the two of them at the apex of turn 6, and accelerating through NASCAR 1 and 2. Not able to get enough of an overspeed though, not able to get enough of a slipstream advantage in order to make a move. We're going to be moving to the outside, then to the inside. Perhaps this could be the number 1's chance, making a move up the inside. Oh, almost contact. That camera angle is always so deceiving, because you always think there's going to be contact between the two cars.
You do, and it always makes us hold our breath just a little bit in anticipation of something bad happening. But yeah, nothing to report so far. Damien Skowron, whether it's a conscious choice of fuel saving, whether he's just unable to find a way through, whatever it's causing it, he is behind Jan Katau and Seawolf Net Race, at least for now. At this point in the race, that's how the dynamic of things are shaping up as we approach the 1/3 mark of the way through. 8 hours and 20 minutes left of the Daytona 12-hour, and well, it's been a very action-packed nearly 4 hours of racing action. And well, again, I just cannot wait to see what comes beyond this for the remainder of this race. Damien Skowron though, and Jan Katau is the talk of the town as it stands, and again we're following it lap after lap and still nothing changing. I mean, this run maybe out of turn 6 could be his best hope set yet.
Yeah, it could be the best hope yet, accelerating out of turn 6 through the NASCAR 1 and 2. A little bit too far back though. I just think, I'm just wondering how trimmed out that number 6 car is.
Yeah, it's very quick, very slippery, but Damien Skowron once again having a good effort, looking all the way to the outside of, again, NASCAR 3 and 4, and deja vu. We've already seen this time and time again. Once again, a bit of traffic, but Damien Skowron maybe just having an inkling, a little bit of hope, having a sniff. Lap after lap, Jan Katau has been under pressure, yet to break. under said pressure. Damien Scovron looking to the outside. Maybe the traffic could be his best hope. Boxing in behind both of the Ferraris just in front of him. Too wide, too deep between two different classes. A bit of an awkward affair because no one really knows where to go. Bit of contact between Damien Scovron and Yakatao, who picks his way through the middle of the two Ferraris. The LMP2 as well, of Visceral Esports trying to work their way through as well. Damien Scovron getting the worst end of all of it. Yakatao able to build a bit of breathing space, and well, that could have gone anyway.
Yeah, so close. Again, traffic hindering the faster classes. As look, there's a DNF there in the LMP2 class. Who is that? They're currently in 5th position. Having a quick look at...
Is that Simframe?
I think it could be.
Yeah, Zoltan. Yeah, it is. As it stands, they're in the pit lane and DNFing. That is Zoltan Varkonyi, who was leading the way, I do believe, for at least a moment ago, was leading the way. Big news then for one of the championship contenders and one of the contenders for this race also. That is huge in the dynamic of this race.
Yeah, big in the dynamic of this race. And because that car has been so fast throughout the entire race, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
It's put off some really good moves as well, and really just given itself such a good stance through this race. So whatever's happened, whether it is a disconnect, hardware issue, game crash, something or other. I mean, we saw it happen with the Wanako car in DPI with Borja Milan. We'll ride on board and take a bit of a look with the replay.
Disconnect.
And, just straight away disconnect. Yeah. That is such a shame, but again, it's one of those things when you play on online servers. You're prone to have something go wrong. It's motorsport, and unfortunately for Simframe, as very frustrating as that is, it happens. It doesn't make it any less tough, but it happens, and as unfortunate as that is them out of this race with just over 8 hours left to go.
Yeah, just over 8 hours left to go indeed. And here's this battle for third. This Burst Esports car falling back a little bit, 1.5 seconds, but we've seen how fast that number 1 car can be. So no doubt we're going to be seeing this battle rekindle some point soon. There is also a battle for 7th place in the GTEs. Well, yes, it's a 3-way battle, actually. Make it a 4-way battle between the 73, the 97, the 58, and the 91.
Wow, this is something that we've not seen since the start of the race with these guys, so interesting to see how it's going to turn out. The Juicy Motorsport Club in P7 able to branch away to about 1 second. Yannick Fleece is the 73 machine, about 1.1 seconds ahead, as I said. But Go Team Racing, GTC, and NeedRacing.com all fighting over P8. There you can see the red and black Ferrari just in behind. Here comes Cardoso to the outside of Carolane, and now in towards turn number 1, outside line for the Ferrari. We've seen it tried and failed many a time. We've seen it successfully done, and that might be the way. Bit of a slide as he clicks his way through off the circuit. Goes Cardoso, a little bit too eager. Re-invites Go Team Racing back up the inside, and again, it's one of those moves that you either look like a hero or you are very much a zero. And back out actually comes Simframe. They've been able to get themselves back in.
Yeah, the disconnect looks like it has reconnected. The GTC Race Centre car, half a second behind the Go team. But we've got to be careful of that NeedRacing.com team. Of course, we know how fast that number 91 car is because it's sat on pole.
Yeah, very much, very true, very true indeed. So, I mean, it's going to be quick, but it's a lot to claw back for sure. And I mean, again, in terms of their championship campaign and things, it's a big step backwards. But the crucial thing is now is to try and recover just as best you can, scrape something from this race.
Yeah, at least do something from this race. Try and recoup as many points as possible. And here we go, this GTC car gaining a little bit on the Go team car, coming down the back straight now, a little bit too far back to make a move into the chicane, the left, right, left, but certainly able to gain a little bit of time. Of course, the more that these two fight, the more that allows the Jesus Motorsport Club car to run away, and the more it allows the NeedRacing.com car to come into the fray as well.
for sure, and very, very close. The championship leaders coming into this race, needracing.com, fairly dominant in their start so far, with taking 2 victories and a 10th place. They're trying to add to their tally, hopefully not 10th places, and maybe going a little bit further up. Once again, Cardoso having a bit of a look to the outside of turn number 1 as they drop themselves off the banking once more, soars his way up into now 6th place. That's how it's done, and that's what he tried to do on the previous lap. But wow, again, it's trial and error. And now with that move, needracing.com are knocking on the door, inside line for the international horseshoe. Has he gone in deep? Bit of a lock up, gets it stopped, nearly a bit of contact up and under for the Go Team racing car. And wow, now side by side as they run towards the king.
Side by side as they, oh, look at this, are they going to touch? Oh, somehow they didn't touch. It's very difficult to do when you're too wide through the kink, but having to go all the way around the outside as the Need Racing car, and into the grass goes the number 91. They have to deal with a lot, they're going to have to deal with trying to regain all that time, and some dirty tyres as well. I can tell you, grass is not good for your grip coefficient. And yeah, the Go Team car has a little bit of a breathing room now, trying to re-chase down that GTC car.
Yeah, regroup and go again, I guess, is the philosophy of trying to reclose that gap. And now what is the overall fight for 5th in the bottom right of your screen? Juice's Motorsport Club, the 73 machine, leads said fight ahead of GTC, Go Team and needracing.com in their little quartet of midfield fights, and all of them definitely have a chance of working their way to the front of it. It's just a case of who's going to get the better luck in terms of traffic, who's quickest in terms of pace at this current point in time, but still nothing major to report over the last lap or so. Speaking of things to report though, however, the DPI is working their way into the pit lane. Race clutch come in, which promotes Simframe back to the lead.
So returning to the point is Sim Free. Devin Brown's got another penalty in that Blackhawk car, currently 4th position in the LMP2 class. Not being a good day there for the number 38 car, but have a look at the gaps down there in the bottom right. The needracing.com car certainly halved that gap to the Go Team car when compared to last lap when we saw that Need Racing car go a little bit wide at this very point. So it appears that number 91 car is perhaps the fastest out the 4 in this battle for 5th.
I mean, yeah, it looks to be that case, but again, it's using that speed to your advantage and making sure you use your opportunities and not try to get bogged down. It's keeping your momentum up, because granted, yes, Jonas Strays is maybe the quickest of the bunch. He also needs to not let himself slow down, because that's what happens sometimes when it's 2-pack racing. You get a very quick car get onto the back of you, and then when you're onto the back of the cars in front, you find yourself matching their pace because you're forced to. There's no way through. And then when that happens, you get bogged down. You lose that rhythm, that momentum that you once had. So for Go Team, it's a case of trying to defend 7th, but for needracing.com, it's a case of getting through and not being too hard fought, then getting through, using that momentum to then continue to press forward in this race ahead to the sort of the fight for 6th and 5th, and using that pace while they've still got it, because it'd be the worst thing is if they ran out of steam while they're still behind Go Team.
Indeed, one of the worst things. I completely agree. Is there's a yellow in sector 1, but you often see these yellows in sector 1s is actually just for cars coming up the pits, just because rFactor 2 recognises the speed differential and goes, there must be something horrifically wrong. But no, it's just usually cars coming out the pits. You see that caution or the yellow in sector 1 graphic pop up. Here we go, Go Team Racing, 0.3 of a second behind, the Need Team Racing has got ahead of Go Team Racing. It's now 0.3 of a second gap. Other way around, will Go Team be able to respond in a prime position for Slipstream? Half a second behind, perhaps will be able to gain a little bit of time coming through the left-hander here, turn 6 before getting onto the oval, but make that 0.5 of a second, 0.6 of a second, appear to not have a good run through through turn 6. There's the 293 cars going off at the bus stop chicane. That's what that yellow is for. That's the Arnage Competition car from a podium position in the GTs.
Big news, and first mistake, unfortunately, first major mistake so far in this race. They're able to retain their podium, but a big step backwards as Carlos Basto is now closing that gap. Ramada Motorsport is doing their absolute best to now pounce on this opportunity. A weakened Arnage, a vulnerable Arnage, and a vulnerable podium position, not secure at all. And now this is Carlos Basto's opportunity to close the gap still, while Victor Chanel is still sort of shaken up by that incident. It's going to take a lap or so to get back into the swing of things, get back up to pace, and now is crunch time for those behind to close that gap and to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, trying to close up that gap. Madam Motorsport, perhaps, is there a little bit of damage perhaps in this Arnage competition car? Was it just a harmless spin by itself? It looks like I can't see any suspension damage. I can't see any crabbing at least. So it looks like it may have just been a harmless-ish spin by itself. But obviously we were talking about this before, Zach. The tires overheating.
Yeah,
and you're getting into this cycle of well, having slides just like that because the tires have overheated.
Yeah, seesawing at the steering wheel was Chanel doing through turn 6, and all that's doing again is working the front tires, which means they're going to start to overheat as well as the rears. And again, it's a dangerous cycle to get into, so you really have to be very tentative. You start driving the car on a knife's edge, and really, again, as we say, it's a hard feedback loop to get out of, and already the gap's still sliding. Those tires are not in good condition at all. Fortunately for Arnage, the pit stop window is coming up in a few moments time, so they might have a good opportunity to get off these tires, get onto some fresh ones, and that could be their opportunity to bounce back. In the meantime, Carlos Basto from Ramada Motorsport, 0.6 of a second and closing.
0.6 of a second. Look at this. Ramada Motorsports just gaining in the rear view mirror of the Arnage Competition car, and this pink Porsche has got to be starting to feel a little more scared. The fact that this Ramada Motorsport car is looming larger, under half a second now, coming through turns 2, 3, and now through the horseshoe at 4. The 293 car losing time hand over fist because, well, is it a side effect of that spin that we heard about just a couple of laps ago, or is it because this car is generally a little bit slower at this point in the race when compared to this Ramada Motorsports car? Look at this prototype trying to go around the outside of both of them at the horseshoe. That doesn't really work. There's not enough overspeed at that point of the circuit, and it's going to slot between the two of them as they come through turn 6, and that's going to hinder the Ramada Motorsports car. And indeed, the Symphony car itself is hindered because it has to choose. It's almost second guessed itself as to what direction to go around the Arnage Competition.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, again, the lapping once again taking full effect, as it will continue to do for the rest of the race, as it has done for the first third of it. We approach the 4-hour mark into the race. A bit of a snap actually from the Black Hawk Sancho car, and another off for the Le Mans chicane. There goes Arnage Competition round again. A big off, maybe distracted from the Black Hawk Sancho car, causing that spin. Whatever caused it, Arnage Competition round off the podium behind Ramada, behind Juices, settling into 5th, maybe losing 1.5 seconds back to needracing.com also. But regardless of which, it's 2 mistakes at the Le Mans chicane in the span of a couple of laps. That is big news and a big shame for one of the big names in this race.
Yeah, indeed, just lost the rear end late actually in the corner, didn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. It wasn't like too much speed going in or anything like that. I think it must have been a case of obviously being distracted maybe by the Sancho car going off. Fortunately for them, I think the best decision was to cut their losses and come in on this lap as they have, get those tyres off, and you can even see how shaken he was. He's barely actually been able to stop in his pit box.
Yeah, stopping in that. You can see when these cars are all stopped in their pit box and taking the pit stops, the number there in the rear window in the case of this Porsche starts ticking up, and that shows you how many seconds they have been stationary for. And it's just a nice little visual aid occasionally. It's also very helpful in the night when you can't really see that many things. But this is the car in first in the GTEs. this Juice's Motorsport Ferrari, the number 74 car. 55 seconds the lead. A massive lead at the moment, and we've got to be very pleased with how that is shuffled out for them as it stands. And you've got to have a look at this second car, the 73, currently in 4th position, less than 2 seconds behind the Ramada Motorsports car.
For sure, a good day in the office for Juice's Motorsport Club, particularly in terms of the championship versus needracing.com, who granted are making some inroads back towards the front of the field slowly but surely. We're coming into this race, the GTE standings, 206 points for needracing.com, 194 for the 74 Juice's Motorsport Club car. So, big inroads in the championship, potentially even the championship lead going the way if it stays as it is.
It's
so,
like this,
Sedlacek, full of confidence is the important thing. The start of this race has gone almost seamlessly for Juice's Motorsport Club, particularly the lead car of the two, 76 seconds clear, pretty much a pit stop clear almost of the second place car, Ramada Motorsport. So full of confidence, full swing, and some fantastic pace going the way of Sedlacek there, who's just, as it stands, cruising out in front and full of confidence really to take this big stride forward in the championship. Granted, still 8 hours of this race left to go, can't get complacent, disconnects and crashes and things like that can still plague you and still burden you, and that the thought of that definitely is still going to be on the mind of Juices as a team. But for now, enjoy it while it lasts, make the most of the pace that you've got and stretch that advantage out in front.
Yeah, stretch that advantage out, and here we go. This is the battle perhaps for that final podium position place. It's Cardoso once again and Johannes Delace yet again. It's the 91 and the 58, this GTC Race Center car coming off of NASCAR 2 and just a second behind the needracing.com car. And look at this. This is going to be a fun battle when it comes. You can just see that red car ahead. This is the car that this bright orange one is chasing down 9/10 of a second. The gap between the two of them coming around through NASCAR 3 and 4. And is it closing down? It's perhaps just a little bit too far away to gain any slipstream from the number 91.
I would agree so, absolutely. Miguel Cardoso is, again, not quite the beneficiary of any slipstream. Stays out an extra lap relative to needracing.com and Go Team, who are both into the pit lane on this lap, very close to the hour mark as we approach it. And, well, the pit stop sequence once again well and truly in swing for the third set of pit stops for the GTEs, and Miguel Cardoso stretching the stint as long as possible. And as we were talking about, this is going to help him cut in around about 8 hours time.
Yeah, 8 hours time is a long time. Well, 2/3 of the way around the clock, of course. Well, presuming you're looking at an analog clock. A quick yellow Vector 3, and you can just see that occasionally popping up as something similar to what I said earlier with Sector 1. It just recognises a slow car because these cars are coming to the pits, and there is, of course, a massive speed differential. This GTC car, when I was just explaining that, you just saw them coming out the horseshoe. You know, a little bit of grass there on the outside, just overextending on the exit of the corner.
I mean, I think attrition is starting to play a factor with it. The driver's getting a little bit, fatigued, and obviously been driving maybe for quite a while in the voice chat for quite a while with their teammates. And again, when you're sat driving for a couple of stints at a time, naturally the endurance side of things, you run out of stamina and these mistakes start to creep in. So it's around this point that you want to come in, swap out for another driver, get a fresh mindset on things, and to continue your stride forwards into the pit lane. Then come GTC Race Center once more, the lap after, same two of Ramada. However, interestingly, I think Michael Sedlacek is still carrying on out in front. Actually, no, speak of the devil, he's coming in on this lap also. So, well, here we go, a lap later than everyone else, and Sedlacek is very firmly in front for now at this point in the race. As we approach the 8 hours left to go mark, it's been myself, Zach Sweeney, and Vida Heatley in the commentary booth. I'm going to step aside for about an hour or so and leave you in the very capable hands of Ewan O'Leary and Vida Heatley, who will talk you through the next bit of action. Welcome in, Ewan. I wish you the best of luck with the next couple of hours.
Thanks very much. Yeah, still a long way to go here at Daytona as we head towards the halfway point of the Virtual Endurance Championship season. Very glad to be along with you for some of the rest of the race, so quite a lot of it, but anyway, looking forward to it, very much so, at the Virtual Endurance Championships. First visit to Daytona in 11 years. It's been a very, very long time since we've been here, and it's a very, very interesting race that we're seeing here as well. 4 hours in, but there's still interest in this one. There's still a lot going on, a lot for us to get our head around.
Yeah, a lot to take in so far. So we're having a look at this Juice's Motorsport car in the pits. The race leader by a long distance. Actually, we were talking about this. It's 75 seconds beforehand, and well, that's always a good gap to have, because we were talking, at least when it came to qualifying, it's about 100 seconds a qualifying lap, so 3/4 of a lap ahead. A good job. And this is now a driver change. Now Adam Baldwin in this car, having taken over, as we have more GTs coming into the pits, but we do have another GT battle brewing on track. We're having a look at the 74. Perhaps we should have a look at the 73. Is Ricardo Santos and Eric Schmeda, the 51 Ramada, and the 73 Juice's Motorsport car. About a second and a half separate the two of them. As I say that, we should probably have a look. I just noticed a slightly more interesting battle between Riccardo Corazzari in the 21 and Tom Latter in the 14 Race Clutch car. 73 versus Race Clutch for the lead of the race.
Well, wasn't expecting this quite, but with 4 hours gone, we do have a battle for the race lead right now. Riccardo Corazzari with his hands full. Tom Lartu just right in behind for Race Clutch. Big slipstream, of course, up on the banking, the high banks of Daytona, and it looks like there is going to be a side-by-side moment in towards the bus stop. A squeeze as Corazzari, ever the experienced multi-class driver, just squeezes Race Clutch into the slower Ferrari, forcing them to slow down and forcing him back into the race lead. We did have a brief yellow flag there in the first sector, but it looks like we're all right. Corazzari is so experienced, he knows exactly what to do there, but Race Clutch aren't going to go lying down here. Lottie to the rear end of Simpri once again. Dead even over the line, dead heat, neck and neck, but Race Clutch just about taken. Outside line into turn one, they break so late. There's contact, they're both off. They're both in the spin. Corazzari and Lottie make contact, along with Arm Cyber as well, in the LMP2 category. And that is a dramatic moment for the race lead. Race Clutch come out on top.
Yep, and that you could see that was going to happen as soon as that LMP2 car came into frame, because they were side by side. That much slower LMP2 car really did not have anywhere to go. And yes, as you said, Corazzari and Race Clutch coming together. 6 seconds the gap now. Race Clutch coming out on top. But that was a very, very messy incident. No doubt that will be referred to the stewards, and no doubt something will happen there. Having a look here, simultaneously, the LMP2 class, there's a battle here. Go Team versus Pescarolo as Mass versus Kiss. Mass once again retaking the lead. There's contact there as well. A little bit of shoving out there from the Go Team Racing car, and Kiss will want to be able to make that position back up again in that Pescarolo car, and have a look. Kiss in the slipstream, perhaps half a second down, perhaps a little bit too far, but Kiss will be looking to retake that lead that he held for just a few corners.
I've done a lot of Virtual Endurance Championship races, and I've done a lot of Endurance Championship races in general, and I've never come into a broadcast booth 4 hours in and seen two lead battles in minutes, 5 minutes. I've never seen that before. We're about to get a replay of what happened down towards turn number one. Corazzari's on the inside, Lottie on the outside, and for me here, I don't know about you, but Corazzari has thrown it in a bit too hard there into turn one. He's not only hit the LMP2, he barely looks in control of his own car, really.
Yeah, Corazzari was in strife. I think Corazzari was too busy looking at the side window without actually looking through the windscreen.
This is going to be a good angle, but yeah, for me, Corazzari was mirror driving a little bit. Oh dear, he just locks the rears, trying to avoid the LMP2, and it's unfortunate that actually that he makes contact with race clutch really. But yeah, I mean, you've got to take responsibility when there's 3 cars going down towards turn 1 like that, such in close proximity. You've got to take responsibility, and for me, that is Corazari's fault. And we've complimented in the past Simfream's, you know, their ability to avoid penalties. That they've been very clean so far this season. They barely ever get penalties, but that might just be one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I probably expect a penalty for that Simfream car on the basis of that, because I agree with you. It didn't look like that number 21 car was entirely in control. And here is Shabakis falling back a little bit from Mass, 1.1 seconds the gap now. You've got to actually be careful of the car there in third, because it's only 7 seconds back to the third place car as well.
And he looked a little bit floaty there in terms of connection, did Shabakis, so I hope he's all right. And he'll be able to continue on. Let's not forget, of course, that Mugen Sim Racing in this championship are no more. I don't know whether they are no more in sim racing or not. It's the kind of thing I usually ask Cam Rogers, but he's not here. So I don't know. I apologise for that.
You can always ask.
Yeah, well, I suppose you could do.
The response time might not be long.
Maybe not, no. But he might be busy as well, so I don't want to disturb him. But yeah, Mugen's certainly not a VEC team anymore. Oh, he is? Well, there we are. Sorry,
the devil. Yeah, sorry.
That's the audience won't understand, really. But anyway. Yeah, Mugen not in the VEC anymore, unfortunately. But Shabakis, a lot of their drivers actually have migrated to other teams. We've seen this in the past with well, there's plenty of examples of it. I guess Nitro Velix disbanding in the off-season, and needracing.com forming as some of their drivers, you know, needing somewhere to go, is an example of it. But yeah, it's a shame to see for Mugen. Sabik one of the drivers that now for Pescarolo in second place as of right now, and is hanging on to that with a good 7 seconds. Simfream just in behind, and Go Team Racing as well in the lead of this race. And finally, I can stop saying they've never won a Virtual Endurance Championship race, because they finally did at Laguna Seca. I'm so glad for them, you know, because they've been so close so many times. I'm pretty sure for the entirety of last season they were finishing in and around the podium and still not winning. I'm so glad for them that they managed to get that win, and now they're going to see if they're going to come along like buses. They've got one. See if they can go back to back now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue this success. As you said, so close to victory so many times, and well, they finally got it. Perhaps this just opens the floodgates. 1.7 seconds now this gap at Pescarolo. So I think actually that Go Team car is a little bit faster at this moment in time. And here's the battle for third place overall is the Burst Esports #1 car. Trying to chase down just 1.2 seconds, as that is Shabakis going very slowly. Perhaps that's what the yellow in sector 1 was for. Spin there at the horseshoe for that for that Pescarolo car.
Yeah, you're right. The yellow was for Shabakis. It was on the exit of the international horseshoe. It was an odd place to be, actually, because he was sort of on that cut-through road in the inside there, which is very weird. But he's lost a second place now to Simfream Esports. Red clock now goes through. And the championship leaders looking to limit the damage, really, to Go Team Racing. They were 1 and 2 in this order last time around at Laguna Seca, and they are again now, and that's a weird one. I mean, they've got traction control, though. That's the weird thing.
Interesting. Don't know what happened, but yeah, just looked it on throttle application there, coming out of the horseshoe. And here is Shabakis, 0.7 of a second. The gap to try and make up to regain that second position that he had before. But of course, then he has to remake the 10 seconds that he lost due to that spin. But yeah, I would say that Go Team's just coming to the pits.
Oh, and
so
Simfream no as well.
And, oh, fantastic. Wonderful. So
that's all going very well.
Let's perhaps look at this Burst Esports car. Indeed, we are having a look at this Burst Esports car. This #1, only 0.3 of a second now, the gap. And getting closer and closer, coming down the back straight towards the bust-up chicane. It's going to move towards the inside. That move is almost a textbook move if you want to make a move into the chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, that was pretty much textbook into the Le Mans chicane, as it's called these days, but still the bus stop in my mind. It's going to be difficult to change that one. It does seem, though, that Corazari, if not only psychologically, then maybe damage-wise, has got something going on there for Simpreme, because even in the slipstream there of Skrovron, he's just not really gaining anything, not gaining at all. And so I've got a feeling that there may be something at play there for Riccardo Corazari. He is still tucked in behind here right now, and might well remain so. But I don't know. It just looks like he was a little bit slow in a straight line there, even in the slipstream of Burst Esport. Obviously, not seeing quite enough shots yet of these cars out on the banking to know who's strong in a straight line and who isn't. But yeah, it didn't look great there for Simpreme on the banking there.
Yeah, not looking the best as we're on board with Riccardo Corazari. As you were saying, 1 second to that Burst Esports car, a long distance. It's always a little bit demoralising when the car in front just starts to go away.
Yeah.
It's just going, there's nothing you can do about it either. You're driving as hard as possible, but you're just losing time.
Yeah, it's going and gone, I would say, at this point. We're not on an auction, but it's looking good for them right now as we go back to the battle for 8th place. There is one for 6th as well in GTE. Lot going on here as João Asensio rolls around the outside of turn 1. That's the position made up on needracing.com, and Michael Geisler there in the Ferrari. So Asensio through, and the championship leaders in GTE had a bit of a disappointing day at Laguna Seca, finished way down, and now they are way down again in this race, down in 9th position as of right now, not where they want to be.
Yes, myself and Zach were talking about this beforehand. That racing car was on pole, and now he's down in 9th due to having to take some penalties. And if you have a look at the standings, of course, it's in the lead at the moment after 3 races, after a win, and then a 10th last time at Laguna Seca. And it looks like it might be somewhere around a 10th again. So perhaps also going to lose the lead of the championship, because the 74 car is the next car down in the standings, and it's currently leading. They're going to be getting 30 points with a 10th-ish position. I think Need Racing will get about 9 or 10 points. So yeah, that lead will change hands. We might even lose a position to the Maradnas car as well, for they are only 16 points ahead of them. So perhaps lose a position to Maradnas.
Yeah, Maradnas third in the race right now and standings. So they've been having a slowly consistent season and getting better. You were right, by the way. Needracing.com were 10th at the last race at Laguna Seca. Issues early on for Christian Mikau in that race. I think it was in the first hour, or certainly the first 2. There were issues. They had a long time to recover from them, but once you laps down, which you really are at that circuit, which is very short, you do tend to struggle from there on. We're very much in our American leg, though, of the Virtual Endurance Championship this season. I don't quite remember a leg of American races quite as long as this one. Half of the races were scheduled to be American ones, but wow, that was a dive.
Yep.
But one of the races has been changed, I noticed when I looked at the schedule earlier on. We no longer have the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, but we do have a separate race replacing that. So, and it's not in America either. So we've got the 8 hours of Fuji instead. So we've got a bit of a change up in the calendar, and I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed we don't get our distance race of the season, which we haven't had for a few seasons now.
Yep, the 8 hours of Fuji with the worst third sector in racing.
Wow,
it's
statement.
So terrible. The new third sector is horrific. Anyway, Ricardo Santos, a second by the Jesus Motorsport number 73 car, the second of the Jesus Motorsport, the second of the Jesus Motorsports cars, in 6th place in the race and 4th place in the standings as well. So actually, Jesus Motorsport doing a very, very good job with both of their cars so far this season.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I just want to correct something I said last sentence because I got it wrong. We have had a 1,000-mile race, of course, recently, last season, indeed. So I apologise for that. And Jimmy House has just messaged me as well about exactly the same thing. I apologise. My memory is short. I'm sorry about that. So yes. Unfortunately, no 1,000 miles at Road Atlanta this season. You could argue we've had our kind of bull ring crazy race at Laguna Seca, having Road Atlanta in there as well with these three classes. I know they, do it in real life in IMSA, Petit Le Mans or whatever. It would be fun, but I mean, it's quite it's a hard race for everyone. That really.
Yeah, hard race. But it's a lot of mental effort needed, particularly at Road Atlanta, because essentially from turn one up until the backside, the top end of the circuit, you can't pass.
No,
with the S's, the S's going over the crest and down and up again, you can't really do any passing. But yes, Ricardo Santos here losing a little bit of time, 1.4 seconds now, the gap between themselves and that Jesus Motorsport car. So yes, not being able to make a move or make any inroads as it stands. We have this battle for 8th place in the GTs between the number 58, the 91, and the 97 now. So we were talking about this. We were talking about the 58 earlier, and now talking about the 58 again. But there's only 1.1 second advantage over the 91 of Michael Geisler in the needracing.com, and then the 97 car, Christian Pallison, is only 1.8 seconds or so behind. That's the Go Team number 97. So these three cars being separated by only about 3 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, it's very congested at this point in GTE. You could even extend it out to maybe Eduardo Garcia. There's no gap more than 10 seconds from Garcia in 5th to Christian Pallison in 10th. So it's very much a congested part. And we've got Dennis Duna and Marcus Pedersen fighting for 11th place. Sim Racing for Holland versus P1 Esport. Two teams you would not expect to see down outside the top 10. But that's where they are right now. Dennis Duna especially, one of the most experienced Virtual Endurance Championship drivers, if not the most, in the field. Because he's been around for absolutely ages in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I'm going to go, at least, 8 years, I'm going to say, at least.
Yeah, a long time, yeah.
I'm sure they won't like me reminding me of this, or them of this, by the way. But I am doing. And some of his teammates, by the way, like Andreas Kurli, has been 24-hour sim racing since about the mid-2000s. So, an slightly unfair amount of experience, actually, in that team, really. Sim racing experience is just off the scale in that team. And Dennis Duna only adding to that.
Yeah, Dennis Duna. One of them, I believe, was it Corrali? I think not too long ago was the Dutch MX5 champion.
I don't know.
I think it was Corrali. Because I asked Marcel about this at one point, Marcel Hoffmans. But I think Andreas Corrali was the Dutch MX5 champion at some point.
It wouldn't shock me. I can believe it, certainly. And a very talented team. But unfortunately, season not going their way, and this race not going their way either. They've not finished above 8th place yet this season, which is disappointing by their standards. I think it was a couple of seasons ago, it might be season 13, if you remember, but they finished first or second in the first 3 rounds, and we thought, wow, they're going to run away with this season. But they barely scored any points for the rest of it. I think it was maybe season 13, but they have got their fair share of race wins in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Finished 8th in the championship standings at the end of last season. I don't think they were able to take a race win in it. But I think it has been a couple of years since they have taken a race win now in the VEC. But certainly still to be reckoned with. And in that new Corvette, of course, which actually isn't that new anymore, really, is it? But it's newish.
Yeah.
Still looking very good, though. Still looking very good.
Still looking very
sounding good as well.
And there we go. If I remember correctly, I think this livery, I could, of course, be wrong, and it needs to be corrected. This livery is a little bit of an anniversary livery, and that's why they've got everyone's names on the car.
Ah, nice. I did notice that, actually.
Of everyone who's driven for the Sim Racing for Holland team.
Yeah, I spotted Jackie Lutzman on there, on the side. I'm sure you can spot everybody if we get the chance throughout the day. There's Marcel Hoffman's name, Andres Kirli, so on. But in keeping with their kind of black and white checkered flag almost livery that they've had forever at Sim Racing for Holland, and using their standard Corvette as well, which they always have done for many, many years. So good to see them out there and celebrating that anniversary, I guess, if you want to call it that, as Burst Esport come into the pit lane from second place overall in the race. Absolutely left behind Sim Freem Esports at the front of the DPI field.
In the head of the DPI field, how big is that gap? 31 seconds for Race Clutch, so a big effort there, particularly from the well, over the past couple of hours or so, because it's been a big stint being put in by Tom Lartier in that number 14 car. Done a fantastic job in getting that lead and then extending it to the distance that it currently is. There is a battle for second position in the LMP2 class. It is Rick Van Erl versus Glennie DeLon, 37 and the 36, although I think as soon as I clicked across that especially, oh no, sorry, it's actually the battle is behind us. Rick Van Erl and Daniel Vista for second, the 36 and the 26, just half a second or so separating the two of them as it stands. And you can have a look there now at Daniel Vista in that Pescarolo Esports car, 4.3, so my timing appears to not be having a good time. I thought that was about half a second.
No, it's close though.
Let me refresh my time.
Yeah, it may be a good idea. Yeah, especially more than 4 hours in, to be fair. Less than 10 seconds though, separating the top three in LMP2 is not bad at all. And I have to say, this might be a bit of a controversial opinion, but I've really enjoyed LMP2, and you could make an argument for this as being the most exciting category of the season so far. Obviously, you can have your arguments for all three of them, I suppose, but I've really enjoyed LMP2 so far this season. Here's Roland Zux making his way down the inside. Another Mugen driver, this time on Sim Freem Esports. He makes his way down the inside into the bus stop chicane to pass Schubert Motorsports' Alex Voitala, another very experienced driver. And Sim Freem Esports up to 9th place, but that's not the better placed of the two in the championship. That's the car that's placed in 6th, not first.
The car that is placed in 6th. But as I was saying before, GT Motorsport Club doing a fantastic job, as they always have done in the GT class. They did have a foray into LMP2 not so long ago, didn't they? But I think they've just scaled it back, at least in Division 1, to the GT class.
Yeah, I think so. They did go through a little bit of a time around just post-pandemic, or even during pandemic, actually, of
during
through
the event.
Yeah. Going through a period of doing a little bit more LMP2 driving and getting a little bit of success with it as well. But I think they have scaled back to just GTs, and that is what they're good at, really. They have, to be fair, they have won more prototype Virtual Endurance Championship titles than they have GTs, but I would argue that they're better at GT driving than prototype driving. They've just got more experience there, and to have 2 bullets in the gun in the GT field, I think is better for them, really, than splitting their efforts across classes. I think they'll have more success this way.
Yeah, focusing, so essentially you've got all of your assets and all of your focus, if you like, on to one class certainly helps, because you can spend double the time if you've got 2 cars, for example. But yes, focusing on the GT class, and of course GT Motorsport Club have been absolutely fantastic stalwarts in the GT class here in the VEC as well.
They certainly have. Winners of the GTE class back in season 11. I think that was before Zancho came and just destroyed everyone the next season in their BMWs. It was indeed. So yeah, it's a very successful team, and only Eric Schmeider and Adam Baldwin drivers as well. Only 2 drivers to win a title, and at the time that was the first time for 3 years, and that's the only time in what, 7 years that we've seen a title won by only 2 drivers, in Eric Schmeider and Adam Baldwin. They're both out there again now, still driving in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but they're both literally on the circuit as we speak. They're not driving together anymore. They are separately, but Smarja especially has been around the Virtual Endurance Championship for a while, having been part of their Season 3 overall championship win, which is a very long time ago, I can say.
A very, very long time
Yeah,
ago,
2011
yeah.
he would have won that title. So yeah, that's maybe harrowing for him, actually. I maybe shouldn't mention it. But yeah, he's had a lot of success here. Race leader into the pit lane, Tom Lartieu for Race Clutch. Makes his way down pit lane and out of pit lane again in second. That's going to see Riccardo Corazzari take the lead. And I wonder at what point when this is going to become a concern for Race Clutch, really. The fact that Simfream are going longer into these stints. They've got a bit of an advantage over Burst, have Race Clutch, but Simfream are continually going longer than them in these pit stop cycles. And I wonder what point that's going to become a concern for them, really.
Yeah, really when it comes to these pit strategies, myself and Zach were talking about this before, it's really only something that you couldn't see play out properly in the last half hour or so, just because every single team is on a different strategy which they think is best for their car. And it's so difficult to actually determine what is going to come out on top at the end. As Race Clutch, they are doing some ducking and diving through the traffic coming out of turn 6 and through NASCAR 1 and 2, as the battle for the lead in LMP2 is kind of hotting up a little bit, isn't it? It's, the top 3 within 6 seconds now. It's Delorme, Van Erl and Visna, the three drivers, the 37, the 36 and the 26 being the 3 cars. We're having a look at the Simfream number 36, the one that sat there in the middle, currently driven by Van Erl, 2.6 seconds behind Delorme in that Go Team racing car.
Hit 1 and 2 in the championship as well. Simfream ahead of Go Team though in that order, with Pescarolo down in 7th now in the championship standings. Would have expected them to maybe be a little bit further up in those, given their pace, but looking to get themselves back on track with this one. It's not too late to get yourself involved in the championship fight either, to be fair. We're only 3 rounds into this season, and we've still got a very long way to go. Still 4 rounds to go at this after this one at Road America, Fuji, Bahrain and at Le Mans, of course, for the championship finale in June. But the races are going to come thicker and faster, really. We often split almost half and half between one year and the next, but in 2022 we only had 3 races for season 15. We've got 5 in 2023. The races are going to be
every 4 weeks from now.
Basically, yeah. The next one certainly is in 4 weeks' time, and that's a pretty rough schedule, I suppose. It's quite frequent racing, and not a long time to recover from one race and prepare for the next.
Yeah, so 4 weeks, and of course there's other championships occurring, and real life and everything like this. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams deal with the second half of the season, as that is the 205 has gone off at the International Horseshoe. So is that 205 or 206? That is the 05. So Satellite Racing 205 has gone off at the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, I actually forgot that they had the 2 cars in this division now. The 206 previously, of course, started in Division 2, as did the 205, which is why they have the 200 and then whatever it is number next to their name. Same for Valor Esports as well, although they've been part of Division 1 since the very first race. Gave Race Clutch a great battle at Monza, the first round of the season. But Andrew Holland back on the road again. International Horseshoe, very difficult, of course. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that traffic was involved as well. I know we only had 36 cars start here today, which is maybe a little bit lower than what you would expect at some other races and some races we've had previous, and we've only got 34 left now. However, traffic's still a big part at this circuit. It's not really that wide, and slow speed corners are not a prototype's best friend, really. So I wouldn't be surprised to learn there was traffic involved with this car that is, of course, so tricky under brakes.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this as well. It's so difficult with the brakes, because the turn 1 in particular, you're coming off the bank and you're turning and braking simultaneously. That is horrific for braking. And the same goes for the second horseshoe that we're just about to see Holland come up to, because it's a decreasing radius corner, this one as well.
Certainly is. It's yeah, I hate the West Horseshoe, really. It's very awkward. And just trying to get the right exit off of there is just really difficult. So yeah, not a fan of it, to be honest. I don't know about your opinion on the circuit itself, actually. However, I've got to say, it's a great circuit for racing on. I absolutely love racing around here. The excitement you get before the Daytona 24 Hour at the start of the year, and the excitement you get before at this time of year around Daytona, with the 500 coming up as well, of course, is fantastic. But I have to say, driving around here on your own is not the most exciting thing in the world, in my opinion.
And now there's Le Mans. That's not exciting.
Well, I don't mind Le Mans, to be fair, because it does have at least some technical challenge and high-speed corners. But I don't know, we have the bus stop, which is high-speed, and Turn 1's technical and difficult, but not quite. It's, I don't know, Le Mans streets ahead, in my opinion.
Very good pun for it being a street circuit as well.
I guess it is technically, yeah.
It was.
I didn't mean it.
Right along here in this Go Team car, doing a good job holding on to the lead of this LMP2 class by 2.3 seconds. So maintaining that gap at the moment, it appears, and trying to use as much of the slipstream as possible for that pink Porsche, the Arnage Competition car. Yes, trying to gain every single tenth of a kilometre of an hour before coming across the start-finish line to begin yet another lap here at Daytona, and then braking hard for turn 1. We'll be saying how difficult this corner is. Then you've got turns 2 and 3, these quick set of kings that we've seen side-by-side action so many times so far today.
Certainly have. It is difficult to go side-by-side through there as well, but challenge that a lot of these drivers are willing to take on, as Wanamaya comes in from 6th position. He might have been 5th at the time, he's certainly 6th now. Bradley Sellers through, but has a lap to catch up to Tony Mellor, the next driver up in front. I have to give you a couple of stats, by the way, on this race. We've never had a 12 hours of Daytona, as far as I'm aware. We've never had a 12 hours of Daytona here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. Well, in real life, I suppose. We don't really have anything to draw off. 8 hours has been the longest previous race here at this circuit, and that came all the way back in season 4, when we had an 8 hours of Daytona. We had LMP1s back in those days as well. What year would that have been? 2012?
12, yeah.
Yeah, 2012. Well, it depends on what time of year this race took place, I suppose, a little bit. But it was in just about the second half of the season, so it could have been either. Probably about this time of year, about 11 years ago. But I'll tell you, on that day, we completed 309 laps. We're currently getting through lap 183 as things stand. I think even if by the 8 hour mark, I think we'll be on commentary together, and I think we're going to absolutely destroy that record. I think that even these DPIs are going quite a bit quicker, as long as it stays dry and code 83. I think we're going to be going at a far higher rate than we were back 11 years ago, which I suppose you would expect.
Yeah, it did a long time ago, as a long time ago, 2012. What I was doing, I think I was still in high school, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. I was just taking some of my wonderful exams. But Clement DeLong here in this Go Team Racing, again, still maintaining that gap, 2.4 seconds, but a gap that is not being maintained is the one that is behind between the 36 and the 26, Simfreen and Pescarolo.
And I'm afraid to say that Andrew Holland for Satellite Racing, Wanamaya for Satellite Racing has DNF'd, yeah. Don't know what's happened there. Could have been a technical. I haven't seen them go off. I haven't seen anyone go off in the last few minutes. So I think there may have been a technical there for Satellite Racing and Wanamaya. Looks like there's been a technical there. I can't see anyone off the road or having been off the road. So a shame to see a technical failure, but not the first one today. I believe Wanako had one earlier on, and that's why they're out of the race now.
Yeah, it was a game crash for Monaco as they were coming out. I think it's Bar Milan at the time. Coming out of the, was it Nico Barclay? I can't remember which one.
It was
coming
Milan,
out the
yeah.
bus stop chicane. It was Milan.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, he was the last driver in, and I saw him chatting in the YouTube chat earlier that it was a game crash. Although he could have been reported about Barclay's problems, I suppose. So I don't know. It looks like Satellite are trying to get back in though. Wanamaya or someone looks like they're trying to get back in. By the way, Paulie Ahonen in the YouTube chat right now mentioning, I think we were talking about Sim Race of Holland at the time, and he said that livery has always been like that since the Stone Age, and he's probably right.
Yeah,
it has
true.
been there for a long time.
It has been a checkerboard livery since the Stone Age. This is true, yeah.
Yeah, so it's at least we can pick them out. We can't begrudge them that at all as commentators at all. As there we go, Wanamaya is back out on the road, but we may see another pit stop soon for the 52. It's got off at the bus stop chicane. Dennis Duna, oh, we were just talking about them. Dennis Duna's back going again, and hopefully without damage as well, but it's got off at the Le Mans chicane, and it looks like there is damage. He needs to use the apron. And he's now not using it anymore.
Up. Yep, just getting up to speed to try and... Yeah,
right,
not
from
coming
second
into
place in LMP2, by the way.
Yeah, not coming into the pit. So it looks like just using the apron to get back up to speed to make sure it wasn't too much of a hazard on the circuit. This is what happens to the sim racing for Holland's car. Coming through the chicane, the left, is it all right there? Oh, got a little bit too much on the curb on the inside to begin with, and then from there, a nice little pirouette.
It was quite well done. Oh no, quite a little bit tiny in the end.
And then a little bit tiny. Give it a 7 out of 10. Yeah, the dismount was not perfect.
No, bit of a stumble there. Yeah, unfortunate for Dennis Duna. And that was under the pressure a little bit from P1 Esport, by the way, who were just in behind. That was the Porsche, the orange Porsche that you could just see behind. We're on board with Daniel Visner though, driver of the Pescarolo Esport LMP2. This is a previous virtual endurance championship champion. Of course, back in the days of Varga Sim Racing, their last season in the VEC was a victorious one. They won season 13 ahead of Burst Edge Esports as they were at the time, alongside Yui Toman and Marcel Chinchik, and I think only assisted them with Le Mans and maybe one of the longer races as well at Sebring that season. Didn't do a lot of driving, but did exactly what he was asked, what was asked of him. And proving that he is a strong driver in his own right here, running comfortably in third place and chasing down Rick Bonnell.
Chasing down, and another thing that is chasing down. Here we have Gisela. Actually, go a little bit ahead to Santos. So it's the 58, the 51, and the 91 yet again, so close to one another. And look at this, you can see all three of them essentially in the same camera shot. So Ricardo Santos in the Armada Motorsport car was about 0.3 of a second away from the car ahead, but I think just lost a little bit of time to this GTC car through the chicane last time round. But oh, look at that, it's actually a four-way battle. The Go team is just sat there in the background waiting to capitalise should anything go wrong.
That's Christian Pallison, it is indeed, who's just in behind there, so it's really congested here, and even DX Droids in fifth are not that far up the order. You can see them on the leaderboard there on the left-hand side. The gaps really aren't big in this section of the standings. So, Armada Motorsport hooked in here. Behind GTC Race Centre, Ricardo Santos versus João Asensio. The all-Portuguese team leading Armada Motorsport around. And out onto the banking through 3 and 4 again. At the bottom of your screen you can see looking back towards the Porsche in behind, and one of the LMP2s working their way through as well. And at this distance you will be picking up a slipstream, but it's too far for Ricardo Santos to be thinking about a move in towards turn number 1. Needs to get significantly closer than this. He's only half a second back right now.
Close, so close at the moment. You can see that from the rear view that you can see in the bottom half of the screen how close that is, and the Armada Motorsports car still trying to soldier on 0.6 of a second to the GTC car, the bright orange. At least it's not difficult to spot that GTC car.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that livery, purely for that reason. And the colour's not bad at all either. I know that Jimmy Allison doesn't really like those kind of really bright. I remember Your Name Here Racing was really bright yellow last season, and he hated it. But I quite liked it. So I'm wondering if we'll disagree on GTC Race Centre as well. But I have to say, from a context point of view, it is an absolute dream to have that Ferrari painted, the brightest colour they can find in the shop. The battle for 7th will still continue. It does look like Michael Gisler is going to come under more pressure here, really, than João Asensio is, because that's a dive from I think Seawolf, who could just go through into the bus stop chicane. But it does look like this battle for 9th is even a little bit closer than the one for 7th.
This battle for 9th, you can see Gisela 1.4 seconds behind their Madam Motorsports car. But as you were saying, yeah, I do think that is closer, maybe in the region of 0.6 of a second, maybe even half a second. The gap between the two of them coming across the start-finish line. The prototype traffic going all the way around the outside, like we've seen them for the entire race so far, because, well, it's just easier for everyone involved for them to make the move around the outside, coming through turn 1, trying not to hit the end of that pit wall. I've seen people do that not too long ago.
Daniel Visner into the pit lane in LMP2, and finally Riccardo Corazzari into the pit lane in DPI as well. So very much at that stage of the race where people are making pit stops all the time, and it's quite hard to get quite a handle on when they should be pitting and who is going to come out on top by the end. That's why an endurance race is never boring. You've got to wait the next 7 hours or so to see who comes out on top. It is going to be an interesting race here at Daytona. Out through turn 6 for these guys in GTE. Onto the banking. And no chance for a move, you wouldn't imagine, for Christian Parson in the near future, but there may well be one for the recently re-emerged Daniel Visner here, who's just got out in front of Matt Richards. Actually, it's not a big gap there, but you'd expect Visner to have enough there since he has come out in front.
I expect to have enough. You never be you can never say absolutes like this. Ewan, you should know this by now.
Well, yeah, I just did. So I said it like I knew what I was talking about, so it's fine. We'll see though. Visner does look like he might be under a bit of pressure here. Let's not forget, of course, though, that there is a lapped car in between the two of them. In the form of the 241. That's Arm Cybert, who are now 8 laps down on the car in front. Wonder if they got a bit of damage after that contact with Corazzari. I don't think they would have done. Corazzari just had a 147 pit stop as well, which seems long.
Really difficult to tell, isn't it? As here is a battle between Carlos Fernandez and Bradley Sellers. Fernandez in the DX Joy's car on the attack, 8 of a second separating them for that 6th position DPI. And yes, you saw that gaggle of cars in front as well.
That's not appetising when you are a DPI driver, and they're going side by side as well. There's Pallison going through on the needracing.com. So Michael Gisler goes down to 10th place. 9th place that is now. They've all been promoted a position, but that was a pass there from Christian Pallison, who's now up a position. Carlos Fernandez goes to the inside. Sellers wanted to go for the safer option of the outside, as they often do. They go past João Asensio as well, but good straight line speed from Rookie Monsters there. Might just preserve the 6th position, at least into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, coming into chicane. Oh, that was a big jump by the cars right there on the entry curve, wasn't it?
You do smash that entry curve very, very hard indeed. And Carlos Fernandez now is going to really close in the slipstream. They go past the visceral car of Darius Andre, and now they could be free wide as Sellers tries to make sure that he can go past the DX Droids Porsche. They're side by side over the line as DX Droids try and make a move themselves. Outside line in towards turn 1. Sellers goes
contact.
deep. Oh, that was stern defending. Sellers wasn't really anywhere near the apex, and Fernandez flashes his lights in disgust.
I would as well. But yeah, I think there was a little bit of contact, wasn't there, through turn 1? I think it was right rear to left front between the two, and Fernandez not happy about that move from Sellers in that rookie monster's car. Indeed, coming through the Western Horseshoe now, so close between the two of them. Fernandez appears to be a little better on the brakes, no?
Seems to be. Certainly has the benefit of a slipstream here, which is really beneficial at Daytona, especially in the DPIs and the prototype categories. Fernandez does look stronger. He's still flashing the lights as well. He's got to be careful. There are rules in the VEC about flashing
There
lights.
are rules.
You can't do it all day.
Actually have a look at what these rules are.
I thought it was no more than 4, but Fernandez has gone down the inside now. Oh no! He backed out of it into the bus stop chicane. Clearly turn 1 is a better opportunity.
Yeah. It's just that you're allowed to flash your headlights, but it must be appropriate. It's a sequence no more than 2 seconds and no more than 4 flashes.
Yeah,
There's actually no gap on no rule on how long it must be between flashes. But here we are, Fernandez and Sellers side by side coming across the start-finish line, and Fernandez takes it that lap, and Fernandez will try and go all the way around the outside again, and Sellers lets out the throttle and lets the extra race car through.
I think Sellers maybe decided that what he did last lap was maybe a little bit over the line, and so thought, I'm not going to throw it into turn 1 this time. Fernandez can have it. I'm actually impressed Fernandez managed to pull it up in time actually for the corner, because he really did go for it back there. As we go back to 3rd place, because Blackhawk Sancho were alongside Daniel Visner there, at least for a little bit of time. Matt Richards wasn't able to get through, but he was challenging.
Yeah, they were essentially level pegging as they were coming around the NASCAR 3 and 4, but Richards just let out the throttle, or at least let out, just slowed down a little bit, and allowed, allowed the Daniel Visner in that number 26 Pescarolo Esports car through, or at least stay ahead, I should say, rather than 7/10 gap now between the two of them. And here comes Richards through turn 6 onto the oval. Oh, but yeah, you saw that as well. A big wiggle under braking.
Very much so. I don't know whether he caught the grass. He was certainly on the curb and had that little bit of a slide. And now it looks like Daniel Visner will be fine and is going to get away from Matt Richards in the next few moments of this one. And this battle for 3rd will maybe die out in the next few laps. Blackhawk Sancho right now, by the way, 3rd place in the championship standings after some good rounds so far. 2 podiums to their name at the first 2 rounds of the season, Monza and Spa. Was Monza and Spa, was it? Or was that last season? I can't remember.
No, it was Monza and Spa.
Yeah, I thought so.
Right.
This season's are beginning to merge into one at this point. It's all one long season. First couple of podiums there, and a top 5 as well at Laguna Seca. I think it was 5th in that one. No, 6th, sorry. But not bad from them, and they're still very much up there. They come into today 13 points adrift from Simframe Esports, and they are now into 3rd position. Daniel Visner with a poor run into turn number 1. Richards managing to barrel his way through. The two of them half a minute off the race lead, but they have switched positions now.
Is Matt Richards ahead of the Pescarolo car, but only by 2/10, so there could still be some fighting coming through the oval, coming through turn 6. There could be a move now. No, Visner decides better, but takes a little bit of a tighter line coming out of turn 6 than coming out into the oval. Has that worked in his advantage? A little bit closer than he was before, isn't he?
He's very much closer. Visner this time on the rear end of Richards, as it was the other way round a lap ago towards the Le Mans chicane. No move there. That's the armed Cyber at LMP2 in the background, by the way, benefiting from a bit of slipstream, but not involved in this fight necessarily. Out of the chicane they go. Matt Richards just having to weave around a little bit to break the slipstream, but you don't really want to do that at Daytona because it is a longer way around on the banking.
Yeah, not in the oval, considering, well, you lose velocity as Richards comes into the pits, but you'll probably lose more velocity going up the banking than you would coming down if you're defending like that, no?
Yeah,
Roughly?
I don't think it was about I think it was about breaking the slipstream, really, rather than actually trying to gain speed due to the banking. But even so, it's a longer way around up high, so yeah, you'd never see anybody go out there. Not normally.
As here's Rick Van Earl in the Simframe car, 1.2 seconds behind Clemmy DeLong at number 37 Go Team car. Too far away to get any of the slipstream. They're coming in back straight into the chicane once more. Just over 7 hours to go here at Daytona. And these cars, you can just see the yaw in them as they, or at least the roll, I should say, rather, in them as they come through that chicane.
Very physical chicane as DX Droids come into the pit lane in DPI and Satellite Racing, unfortunately DNFing again. Wonder if that's Wanamaya with more connection problems. I think it is, unfortunately for them. And a shame to see, but and towards turn 1, Rick Van Earl still very much near Remy Delorme at the moment. It's pretty close, but this gap has stayed at about 1 second for the last, 20 minutes or so. We've not really seen it change very much.
Yeah, not seen too much as Rick Van Earl, just a second now, the gap as they're coming through the horseshoe, but look at all this traffic directly ahead. There's not much Rick Van Earl can do to avoid this traffic because he is just meeting the GT cars at precisely the wrong time to help him.
Yeah, it was a better run there for Go Team Racing through the traffic. Simframe Esports with a little bit of bad luck, but it swings and roundabouts, it gives and takes, and so we'll surely see Delorme lose just a little bit of time in the traffic at some point throughout this race as they smash that first curb once again. Now the bus stop wasn't a great run from Go Team Racing there, and there'll be a distant slipstream picked up by Van Earl, and he will close to 0.8 of a second. Maybe it will get closer and closer and closer as well. But this battle is going to be taken to the pit lane. Both of them in at the same time. Van Earl will close under braking. It's Delorme and Van Earl in the pit lane at the same time. It's a battle in the pit lane for these two. Oh, it's awkward as well. As Delorme tried to get into his box and sort of angle his car so that he could get out from behind Van Earl. Van Earl is in the box in front, and this is going to be awkward on the way out as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very awkward, but you can see here the number 37 car is slightly angled out the way, so that might help, but not going to help much.
Well, picking up to 30 seconds now for Delorme, and it's going to be a real bit of lock of steering here. Or is he going to go around the other way? He's going to have to reverse, and there he goes. Now he goes, and it's side by side almost. Goodness me.
There goes the Simframe car. Anyway, immediately afterwards. Fantastic. It's
unbelievable. So Daniel Visner there must have not changed tyres or something at his last pit stop, because he's now more than a half a minute in front of the others after this cycle. It's certainly between the top 3 as of right now in the race, but that was quite a moment in the pit lane. And because these two are so close, and they're running so close together, that is not going to be the last time that happens.
Oh no, we can expect this to happen quite a few times in the race. Now look at all this traffic. Oh, the GT car. Oh, that was so close.
What a mess this is. 2 GTEs in there. Rick Van Earl trying to find his way through. He's gotten through on Black Hawk Racing's LMP2 there. Flash of the lights as well. Impatience maybe. They come out of turn 6 and onto the high banks again. The DPI of Simframe looks to have gotten out of the way. They're trying to avoid going a lap down to that race clutch car that's leading this race right now. But yeah, that pit stop phase and the battles afterwards going to happen again as another flash of the lights because there's a lap car just up in front of Rick Van Earl here.
Yeah, 1.6 seconds to that Go Team car, and that lap traffic, I think it's in the same class as another LMP2, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it is. And Rick Van Earl flashing lights to tell, please get out of the way before I make you get out of the way. Coming across the start-finish line, and that gap is moving back. It's Asper Talon, that Schubert car, just losing time though, is Van Aert.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think it was mainly down to that traffic again, really, that forced Van Aert to lose a bit of time. He's not really done anything wrong driving-wise. Just struggled really to get through the traffic quite as efficiently. And he's lost a bit of time through it as well. So that battle is going to just die out over the next couple of moments. We are nearly 5 hours into the 12 hours of Daytona, though. Still plenty of time remaining. Another flash of the lights there. Maybe that's Voitala saying, "Stop flashing me," by flashing him, I suppose. But anyway, Van Aert's through now, and he can go about chasing Go Team Racing in second.
That gap is quite sizable, isn't it? Well, no, that was 2 seconds. I was looking at the gap ahead. Excuse me. 2 seconds. That gap certainly is increasing, and yeah, that does not help Van Aert. There is this battle for 7th position in the GTs as well between Eric Schmieder and Ian Weitens, and Schmieder's just given to the bits. Out of the pits, so ignore what I just said. He got this one. Here we go. Dennis Duna, 1.3 seconds behind Henry Sinnock, that number 64 car.
I think these two are at the opposite end of pit stops, really, but it might well be a fight to look at. Sinnock was running up inside the podium places or so. Dennis Duna was outside the top 10, and both of those things have changed now for differing reasons. There you can see the names of the drivers on this side of the car, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see in GTE. Normally we expect to see them go an hour or more. However, at a circuit where you're staying full throttle for so long, kind of like Le Mans, I suppose, it's going to be more difficult to reach the hour than it was previously in these races. Circuits like Laguna Seca, where we were seeing the GTEs go really, really long. Daytona, it's going to be a struggle to even reach an hour.
Yeah, we've seen these GT cars make almost an hour, be 1 lap short of an hour.
Yeah,
which is not helpful.
No, well, 1 lap short is still going to need another pit stop at the end of the day, and that's what it boils down to. And I can't help but feel like a code 80 must be due at some point, and that will just throw everything off entirely.
Well, you said it, I didn't.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying I want one, because that does mean someone has to go off in quite a big way to do that. But yeah, it does shake up the strategy options quite a lot in a way that's very enjoyable. It's what makes the Virtual Endurance Championship so interesting, of course, when you get these situations where there are code 80s about, and the race changes dramatically as a result. It looks like Dennis Duna, though, coming to the end of his tyres based on those on that slide that he just had around the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, and these dead tyres are, well, it's not always dead tyres, but it might also be overheating tyres as well, because that also doesn't help.
And equally possible as well on rFactor 2. It is a lot about the heat and not so much about the actual wear that you're putting them through on occasion. Damian Scrovron and Tony Mellor both into the pit lane now. From the DPI category. Now, hopefully they're not on top of one another. They're pitted far apart, so that's a relief. Satellite Racing get back into the race as well. And fair play to Satellite for continuing on despite being so many laps down. Their cars are both now 10 laps down, but they're continuing on anyway. And fair play to them for that, because they could very easily just go home at this point, I suppose. But clearly wanting to continue on. Yes, showcasing the spirit of an endurance race right now.
Yeah, spirit of an just continuing on, and hopefully just being able to gain some points at some point.
Yes.
Is generally the idea, or gain more points, I should say, rather.
Yeah, they've got a few already. They'll have a few more. Looking up towards 5 hours complete in this race now. The 12 hours of Daytona, 7 hours still remaining here in this one. We're going to do a bit of a commentary switch around once again.
So I shall return in a couple of hours, and until then, I shall leave you in the very capable hands of Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney.
Thanks very much, Zach. Welcome to the booth again. You had an hour away. This race settling down, but still 7 hours remaining, and still there's still very much stuff to be watching for some very high places as well. Thinking particularly about Rick Van Earl versus Remy Delorme here in the battle for second place overall. Well, second place in LMP2, I should say.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race, really. I mean, it's one that hasn't really died down to the extent that you'd expect from an endurance race of this length. It's one that's in one way or another has kept a bit of action going, whether it's, you know, a fight in the GTEs for a podium place or the LMP2s or the DPIs. Something's been happening at some point to just keep that fire alive. And well, even now we've still got a very, very close fight for a very, very high paying position between two teams that have been going at it pretty much since the start of this race.
They absolutely have been, and they're closer than they have been for a while as well. Rick Van Earl closes in on Remy Delorme. In towards turn number one they go. He's later on the brakes as well, and will close in here to the LMP2 just up in front. There is a lap car, that's Arms Cyber in the 242. At 1 lap's down, Paolo Penimpene at the wheel of that one at the moment, and lap traffic in your own class is always more difficult than lap traffic in a slower class, or a faster class indeed as well. These interactions are often awkward.
Yeah, I mean, because of course when you're lapping, say, the GTEs in a prototype, it's a case of just put your foot down and you'll get past them. Whereas when it's, you know, in your own class, you've got to work a little bit harder, because while yes, you've got a lap ahead of them, you are still in the same car. So the lap differential is going to be a lot less, particularly when you're catching them at this point on the circuit. You have to work quite hard and just sort of hope that the car in front is going to be nice and not put up too much of a fight, which fortunately the Arms Cyber car isn't doing, and not inhibiting this battle too much, and if anything actually aiding both cars and giving them just a little bit of slipstream as they join the oval in towards the Le Mans chicane. So I mean, yeah, it's an awkward affair, but probably got the best of the situation between the pair of them, with Remy Delorme and Rick Van Earl, both negotiating the Arms Cyber car fairly easily, but definitely that can be a lot more awkward if you catch them right in the midst of that infield section.
Oh dear, we got someone off in a big way, and with damage as well. That's the 38 off the road of Matt Richards, with no rear wing and barely. Oh, he's got no front left wheel either. Goodness me, what has gone on here? But Matt Richards, he's struggling to get, well, somehow he's being serviced at that angle, and he's going to be serviced for quite a while, because that is significant damage to that car. Oh no, he's going to have to revert, and this is awkward now. Don't get disqualified. And yeah, so he's had to go out the way enough to get a reset almost, and now he's back in the box again. Now he's getting his service, but you do have to be careful reversing like that.
You do not want the game to give you a slap on the wrist or even completely disqualify you. But yeah, I mean, when the situation's like that, he's driving on 3 wheels. You can't exactly expect him to hit his marks perfectly, and it wasn't until 40 seconds into the pit lane timings that he actually began his service, and it is going to be a very, very long service at that. It's going to be a long time spent repairing that damage and refitting that wheel and refitting that rear wing before the Blackhawks Ancho car can get back onto circuit, which is a real big shame, it must be said, because that team has been definitely fighting within the top 5 fairly comfortably, really been sort of established in a number of podium battles over the sort of first 5 hours of this race initially. So whatever's happened has happened, but we now have to focus our attention forward and hope that they can rejoin the race as quickly as possible. But that certainly does tarnish and cast a shadow over, well, their chances for the rest of this race.
And this has now become the battle for the lead between Go Team Racing and Simfree. Just in behind as Daniel Visner makes a pit stop for Pescarolo Esport. Strategies now starting to come to the fore, and it's starting to spread these drivers out just a little bit as they pass through the John Lacey Esports Ferrari out of the International Horseshoe there. It's Mattia Krupi currently in second position for that team that were third at the end of last season. Now out of the West Horseshoe. towards the banking again. Rick Van Earl has been at this frustrating distance though for a long time. He must be getting frustrated because he's close-ish to the car in front, but never quite close enough to make a move.
Yeah, it's again, you reach that stalemate, and we've seen it time and time again. We particularly again in these LMP2s, where you get to a point where you're close and you might be quicker, but obviously a little bit of a wash of dirty air running that close behind the car in front means that you can't stay as close as you want through the crucial parts of the sector of the circuit. Like the Le Mans chicane and the kink and things like that. You really suffer quite a lot with some understeer and some wash, and you rely a lot on the slipstream in order to close that gap for you, which Rick Van Earl is finding the hard way to get back onto the back of Remy Delorme. But hopefully maybe some fortune can strike the way of Sim for him to be able to sort of maybe give them some traffic or a mistake from Remy Delorme to be able to close that gap without having to work too hard for it. Speaking of battles and things, these GTEs have really had no shortage of them, and once again we got another one here for SICK between Ramada Motorsport and NeedRacing.com. Michael Geisler is trying to get past the Porsche just in front of them.
Certainly is. I think Ricardo Santos has just gotten through here actually, or if he hasn't just gotten through, he's just hanging on to the position. Geisler looks pretty strong in a straight line here in this Ferrari, so it might be difficult to hold him back right now in the slipstream of the Porsche in front. The Rookie Monsters DPI going through, not going to interrupt them at all. It's almost as if he wasn't there at all. Geisler going to go to the outside line, but the Ferrari hasn't really got the legs in a straight line here. He has got the braking performance though. Outside line, it's difficult at turn one. They both slide into the corner. I think they both overshot their braking point there.
Yeah, I mean, it's easily done when you're fighting that hard, and we've seen it before with the Ferrari. Jean Lacey loved the outside of turn number one, also GTC, also just sailing around the outside of turn one, but you have to get it so clinically precise as to hitting your marks, where you turn, how you brake, most importantly, and if you get it marginally wrong, you sort of hit the dirty side of the circuit and hit a bit of, you lose a little bit of grip, and all it takes is a slight loss in grip to send you off. And of course the Ramada Motorsport Porsche was trying very, very hard to keep the NeedRacing.com Ferrari at bay, and in doing so overshot their braking point just a little bit too much. And it's again something that has become a theme. If you go for a move through turn number one, you very, very quickly can turn it into a bit of a power slide. So no changes as of yet, but again, it's that scary thing of how easily it is to overshoot things.
Very easy into turn one. And they might well both have done that on that occasion. But back now, Geisler really throwing it into the bus stop chicane again. And he's going to try and grab the slipstream of Ricardo Santos and maybe make a move in towards turn number one. But it is going to be difficult for him at this distance. Even you can see him 3 or 4 attempts back, and it's going to be a struggle through NASCAR 3 and 4. There they go. And into the triangle. Geisler just nowhere near close enough. And just show that even at Daytona, with the amount of slipstream you get, you really do need to be very, very close to be actually able to make a move, really. It's not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, I mean, the slipstream's powerful, but it's not necessarily the be-all and end-all. And while in the early stages of this race, we saw quite a fair bit of action and people being able to close the gap, it seems now, for whatever reason, it's just sort of died down a little bit. Maybe people not being as eager to go for those moves or whatever, but it seems that the closing speed just isn't quite enough for some of these cars, and they're not getting the drives off the corner they once did. I mean, before, sort of in the first couple of hours, the Ferrari was able to just put its foot down and use the slipstream and really close a good few tenths of a second down through the oval and the pit straight as well towards turn number one. But yeah, unfortunately, the NeedRacing.com Ferrari not quite got that same advantage. So it's moments like these where you sort of have to get a little bit creative and try something different, maybe be a little bit more brave through the infield section, or just maybe try and do something different through the Le Mans chicane in order to put your best foot forward and getting that drive off the Le Mans chicane through NASCAR 3 and 4 in towards turn number one. And you can see Ricardo Santos under a world of pressure, but again the Ferrari just doesn't quite have the acceleration whereas that Porsche just it seems to put its foot down and be so stable off the exit of the Le Mans chicane, which gives it that extra car length or so that makes it so secure on that run in towards turn 1.
It is very useful for Ricardo Santos, but will it be enough? Gisler certainly gaining here. Santos just pulls to the middle of the road, and the Ferrari just not having the legs in a straight line here at all. The slipstream doesn't seem to be affecting much, but the braking performance is very good. He very nearly lost the car there though, and that is the danger. You can't put it all on the line into that corner. As we have seen a change now for the lead in LMP2, but the Ferrari with not good straight line speed, but good braking performance.
Yeah, it's really good, and not only can it brake late, it can brake well. You know, oftentimes it's not necessarily where you brake, it's more how you brake. But for obviously NeedRacing.com and pretty much any Ferrari, they've been able to brake both very, very late and also sort of trail brake, keep the front and rear end of the car very, very stable, which when making an overtake is of vital importance. You need to be able to have that stability to dance the car, sort of, especially if you're going around the outside, you need to have the grip and oftentimes use the brake pedal as your sort of best weapon in your arsenal to just be able to sort of maneuver the car in such a way that, yes, even though you've got a longer way around the corner, you can still keep the minimum speed up and keep your nose ahead as you come to the exit. But yeah, not anything really changing as of yet, but still very, very close, and two very, very interesting battles to keep our eye on.
Absolutely. It is an interesting one for now, and I'm surprised that Van O's been able to gain 7 tenths so quickly actually in this battle. Rebbe Delorme has got a couple of car lengths between himself and Van O now, and there's a little bit of traffic behind maybe to contend with here too. But Van O with a bit of pace, just 20 seconds behind is Daniel Visner, still at the wheel for Pescarolo, and last lap was a 33.9. It was 1 second quicker than these two, so maybe he will be joining them at some point.
Maybe so. I mean, it's a fairly big gap, but when you think about it, it's, you know, over the course of a stint, if you can gain a couple of tenths here and there, you can very quickly find yourself closing the gap. And particularly if these two continue to battle as maybe a little bit harder than they are, very quickly we could very much see that third place car back into fruition. And while that Pescarolo car has proven itself, particularly at the hands of Daniel Visner, to be quite a force when it comes to battling both offensively and defensively. You know, he's been quite aggressive but also very fair, so it would be a big shake-up, I think, in this fight. So maybe these two need to start being a bit more mindful of the looming threat. Yeah, granted, it's for now it's a fair way behind, but maybe in half an hour, 40 minutes, an hour from now, that might not quite be the case.
I think this race turning out to be between these three. 20 seconds separating them right now, and remaining fairly close. Michael Gisler not too far away from Ricardo Santos here either, out of out of the bus stop. Again, in towards turn 1 again. A little bit of weaving around there from Gisler, but once again, this Ferrari struggling for straight line speed, even in the slipstream right now, to try and gain. But Simfreem Esports on the outside line there for DPI, almost as if the GTEs aren't there. Absolutely no effect on this battle at all. And Gisler would have hoped that they would have had an effect at least on Ricardo Santos there, because without traffic intervention, he is struggling to get through.
Yeah, and even sort of as soon as the traffic does intervene, it almost harms him more than Ricardo Santos in front of him. Inside line, of course, for the International Horseshoe, one of the Simfreem LMP2s working their way through, but again, nothing overly major that's forcing the Porsche to be beached on the outside of a corner. That's really what Gisler wants, is an LMP2 to go onto the inside so that he can sort of follow them through and use them as the crowbar to pry open that gap that he's ever so longing for to the inside, because either he's beached on the outside and can't find a way through, or he just has nowhere to go. He's not even been able to sort of get alongside because he's struggling, even in the slipstream, so much so that as soon as he pulls out, the Porsche just instantly gaps him. So Michael Gisler is going to be hoping either to stay there and put some pressure on, fill the mirrors, maybe send a couple of false moves to offset Ricardo Santos just a little bit, make them focus backwards as opposed to forwards, or as we say, just hope for some traffic intervention, because you know it's gotten to a point now where Michael Giesler has tried quite a lot of things and nothing really seems to be working at this stage. I mean, I guess it maybe even comes to a point now where he just has to cut his losses and maybe use this as an opportunity to save a bit of fuel.
I don't even know if he's going to manage much of that, really. That's how much of a sort of difficult situation this is. I don't even know how much fuel he's going to be saving here, but he really is stronger on the brakes. There's no doubt about that, and we're going to see another example of that down in towards turn number 1. I think he broke a little bit early on that occasion, but it's just able to release them a little bit and go dive deeper in the second part. We'll go through the chicane, continuing in this sort of formation that they found themselves in. They are the closest to on the circuit right now, though, with that battle for the LMP2 lead, the next closest. But still, 6 hours 3/4 remaining in this race. Satellite Racing heading their way down the inside for DPI. Mike is crying out for someone in traffic to really change this battle.
Again, just it's time and time again. He gets so close and is there, but similar to what we were saying a little bit earlier on with Rick Van L versus the Go Team racing car, he's just not able to get what he needs. He's you know, tantalizingly close. He's having, you know, it's right there, but yet so far away, and it just needs that little bit of an extra push to be able to open the door. Maybe even just allow him to be close enough to send a move on the brakes. You can see just pulling out a little bit to the left-hand side into the Le Mans chicane to maybe bait out a mistake or something. 2 tenths now is the gap as they emerge, and if he can just close the gap just a little bit, he's braver on the brakes, that if he's given the gap, he might actually be able to send it. I reckon this is probably his best opportunity yet.
Looks like it is, and he's trying to go out maybe even a little bit too early there. Trying to make use of the prototype slipstream as well, but they're going to go neck and neck, side by side now. Over the line, the Porsche with the shorter route around and the added speed. Mike will have enough here, but Giesler's so strong on the brakes. Outside line in towards turn number 1. Maybe Santos decided he could just have it at that point, but finally, teamracing.com, after laps and laps of trying, are up into 6th place.
And with a spectacular move, it must be said. That was a long time coming, but wow. I mean, great respect between the pair of the two, because, you know, it takes bravery to send it around the outside, but it also takes sort of, you know, I guess humility to sort of be able to say, yeah, no, fair enough, you're going around the outside there. I mean, Ricardo Santos potentially maybe could have been a little bit mean and opened up the steering a little bit, but Michael Giesler was just unstoppable, soaring his way around the outside. But now the crucial thing is he's in front going into the infield section, able to maintain that gap, but as soon as they reach the oval again, well, expect Ricardo Santos maybe to bounce back with his Porsche straight line speed.
Now, I've just seen Matt Richards in the YouTube chat, by the way, still getting repairs done. I'd love you to tell us what happened, Matt, to be honest, because we don't know at this stage. Didn't see the incident for Black Hawk Zancho, but I can tell you that Matt Richards is still down on pit lane. Oh, and he's actually back in the garage now. That might be it for the day. Whatever has happened to them, it's a real shame for Black Hawk Zancho, because they were running in a strong position. They're 3rd in the championship as well, and that's a big dent in their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, again, this is the halfway point of the season. This is sort of where you want to deliver a good result to then have your best foot forward going into the final 4 races of the season, to go into that and really push for some good results. And it all starts here, really, in terms of getting that confidence and morale boost. So now with them ending Daytona with such an unfortunate incident, whatever happened has happened, and it's, yeah, definitely not ideal for them, and definitely their championship charge, particularly when you've got their championship rivals doing fairly, you know, incredibly well, actually. In all fairness, Go Team and Simfreen, they're 1 and 2 in the race at the moment, just over halfway left to go. But Black Hawk Sancho, that is got to be them hoping for a miracle, that maybe the other two can maybe suffer the same fate. This is a look as to what happened then, and it seems that through the Le Mans chicane, oh wow, that is a big one.
It is a big one. Front left tyre gone for Matt Richards. big damage to Blackhawk Sancho's car, and that looks like it might well be the end of their day. I did of course mention that in the GTE and DPI is a lot more comfortable over those curves, but in the LMP2 it's quite a light prototype really, with a lively rear end, and unfortunately it's not quite as easy to take that chicane quite so quickly. See, they are committed through there, but you don't want to grab quite as much as of that first curve, because it can throw you into the wall.
We saw it earlier on with one of the Porsches that literally got airtime going over the curbs and actually was able to carry on quite fine. And as we've just proven there with Blackhawk Sancho, that is very much not the case. The inside of the curb is very high up, as we see the Tim Monster's car very sideways through the West Horseshoe, and Remy Delorme is not too happy about that in his pursuit for the LMP2 race lead. But yeah, very fragile things. And take another replay as to what happened, another angle I think of it, just way too much of that second part of the curb where it's raised, and at that point there's physically nothing you can do. You are a passenger, and unfortunately the grass and the barrier are not too far away from the initial incident.
And that could have been quite a scary replay there, because it was a particularly big impact, I'm afraid, for Matt Richards, and that might well be the end of their day, and maybe the end of their championship challenge as well. Maybe too early to say that, as we go side by side in the LMP2 lead. These two are 1 and 2 in the championship and having a good race right now. A good fight between them as well. It's nearly at the halfway point in this race. The battle in LMP2 for the lead is still very much on. Remarkable this deep into an endurance race that you can have that, but Remy Delorme wants that first place back.
Speaks volumes about the quality of this race so far. No sort of quote-unquote dead point, as I was saying a little bit earlier on, about, you know, there's always something to keep us entertained. And well, this one is probably one of the best of them all. A fight for the lead between the top two in the championship for the top 2 places of the LMP2 field at a very decisive point in the race, right around the halfway mark, where you then start to be looking towards the sort of the end of the race once you get to 6 hours. And well, they are really wanting to go into that milestone leading the way with full of confidence. And Remy Delorme not recently lost the race leaders, looking to get it back. And well, these two are just down each other's throats, so level on pace, but nothing really that they can do, purely because of the fact they are so level on pace that it's different. It's difficult to make up that differential when, you know, there's nothing that separates you.
It really is. They're going to be split apart by some traffic though. Oh, that's a dive from Burst Esport, and Delorme is going to be really disappointed with the way that traffic has fallen there. It gives and takes, of course, and it gave to him earlier. It's taken from him now. More than a second and a half between the two of them. As a result of that, I don't think you can really blame anyone either for it, really. Scuderia Leone obviously doing their own race. It would have been a real dive for Delorme to go for it there. And Burst Esport were just trying to get on with their race as well, and they're now in third overall. You can't blame anyone. These things do just happen in multi-class races.
Yeah, I mean, it's what happens. Sometimes it will work on your side, other times it will very much not. And again, when you've got the crossover of all 3 classes all at once, it's just a recipe for things to go wrong, particularly for the LMP2s. They've got to lap and be lapped at the same time, so, you know, trying to be extremely aware. And at probably one of the worst points on the circuit as well, the Le Mans chicane, if it was, I guess, 10 seconds beforehand, he would still be right on the back of Rick Van L, but that's not the case. That's how the cookies crumbled, and that's the thing with motorsport, is it's very much willing to chew you up and spit you out at a moment's notice. Fortunately, it's not a case of a race-ending thing. It's more just pressing pause on the battle, and it's now time for Remy Delorme to reclose that gap. But it's going to be easier said than done now that he's sort of out of the optimal slipstream range of the Simfrim car just in front.
Yeah, certainly is. Just get an idea for what this bus stop chicane is like as well for the LMP2s as they have to go through here. And we'll try and spend an onboard lap here, as long as nothing else happens around the other part of the circuit. We'll try and spend a lap and talk you through the high banks of Daytona here, starting of course with the main straight and the tri-oval. A little bit of traffic maybe to negotiate on this lap as well, but in my opinion, one of the if not the most difficult corner, comes straight away. Turning off the banking, braking zone all at once, and a late as possible apex before a couple of flat out sweepers here at left and right. They're barely corners really, and then you get to the left hand side as quickly as possible for an entry into this one. Another late apex needed here because it's a long flat out section coming up right now. Try and use as much of the access road on the left hand side as you can. Try and stay as flat throttle as you can through the fast left hander there as well, and then braking, slightly turning as well down in towards the West Horseshoe. A little bit of traffic to negotiate. It should pull to the right hand side before you can go down the inside at turn 6 here, and then a really bumpy traction zone here out onto the high banks, and the fastest few corners on the circuit. Here's that, the Le Mans chicane, bus stop chicane, whatever you want to call it. Fastest corners certainly. Don't know whether they're harder than turn 1. I guess you can argue about that amongst yourselves, but certainly difficult, as we've just seen with Matt Richards, of course.
Yeah, he's been saying that it is very much a gamble each and every time you go through, and that's why, because Remy Delorme, you physically saw the car shake, you know, the pitch of the car, the nose dips down as he went over the curb, and very much proving that it's a gamble. Then once again flat out through NASCAR 3 and 4 before you join the tri-oval, and then across the start finish line to complete a lap here at Daytona. And to be fair, a fairly difficult lap. There are a lot of, you know, high speed, low speed corners, and quite a few mid speed as well, and just tricky corners that demand a lot of the car, particularly as we say this corner here, turn number 1, where you're braking, you're turning, there's a slight undulation change as you come off the banking onto the flat surface that is turn 1, and it just is naturally a difficult corner. Goes on seemingly forever, but it's a fantastic circuit. The nature of it really lends itself to just awesome racing in of itself, and every time you come to Daytona, you're expecting greatness, which, well, this race right here has definitely proved that fact, you know, in full.
Now, even Avinoa has dropped a bit of time here in the last pit stop phase that we had about half an hour ago. He's now back down in 8th. He's just gotten through on Joao Asensio there, but for whatever reason has dropped a bit further down in the field right now. We've currently got Juices Motorsport Club leading ahead of Black Hawk Racing, then John Lacey Esports and Morander's E-Stars, with Henry Cynic very much closing in on Mattia Krupin right now. So that might be where another fight crops up from. There's 4 seconds, and there's soft tyres on the Morander's E-Stars car right now. I wonder if they're changing tyres maybe every time, and whether mediums are double stinting. I've got no idea, to be honest. I've got absolutely no idea how far you can go on each compound of tyres and how useful each of them are, but it's clear that mediums or softs are both fairly useful.
Yeah, I think we've seen you know, quite a good mix of them. I think a little bit earlier on, Burst Esports were trying to triple stint a set of softs, which, you know, I guess is possible. If it weren't for a couple of slides here and there, very much could have worked. But the softs do seem to at least last enough to be quality for 1 stint, maybe even 2 if you can push it. But I'm very much in the same boat as you, Ewan, in the sense that, yeah, I have, you know, absolutely no clue as to the performance of tyres at different points. But seemingly these guys have put the hours and laps of practice in. They know what the best tyre for the condition is, and while pushing forwards, you know, Henry Cynic using the softer rubber to full effect. And while you've got it on, all you've got to do is push as hard as you can and make sure you use it to the best of its ability.
Yeah, certainly. Cynic, by the way, not behind the car in front of him in the order, behind Dennis Duna instead. Oh my goodness, and Seawolf down the inside in the DPI. That is a scary moment for all. And now the 2 GTEs will go side by side a little bit, just stopping the Simframe car that's in 7th place from going through there. DPIs do, and prototypes generally, I suppose, do make a nuisance of themselves sometimes, and do force the GTEs into some very scary moments, and I'm sure that was one of them for Henry Cynic there.
It is easy to sort of get overwhelmed when you get dived from a DPI, especially as you're braking and turning into turn 1, just to see them there in your rearview mirror. But again, as a GT, you just have to sort of trust that the prototypes are going to do the right course of action, that they're, you know, not going to smack into the side of you, brake too late, or, you know, send a silly move to the inside, which we do see time and time again when it comes to multi-class racing. And as a GT, your job, be predictable, drive on your racing line, and the prototypes, their job is to lap responsibly and to work around you, which is why you often see that it's not a case of the GTs pulling off the racing line to allow the prototypes through. It's the prototypes using their extra speed to work their way to overtake the slower classes. But of course, where and when you catch them is a different story. Of course, perfect timing would be through the bankings. These DPIs, as you can see there, the satellite racing just takes to the high side and overtakes Henry Sinnock fairly easily. But when it comes to corners and braking zones is really where you can have some awkward moments of, do I go for it? Do I send it? Because it's a case of, as well, for the prototypes to sort of hope that the GTs also see you coming. But yeah, when it comes to lapping, the main sort of thing that helps is just experience, is doing it, failing, knowing what works and what doesn't.
And these two satellite racing cars, by the way, are in a fight as the 51's off at the bus stop chicane. Ricardo Santos has had a big off here at the Le Mans chicane. He's going to have to get turned back round again as well somehow, but he looks like he's got big suspension damage because he can barely turn left here, and at an anti-clockwise circuit that's not ideal. So, big damage for Romano Motorsport, who are now going to drop outside the top 10, surely. And Ricardo Santos looks like he can barely get this car back to pit lane again.
He's going to be hoping that the banking can do most of the turning for him, because, yeah, that does not look like a fun car to drive straight through the sponsorship matches. Yeah, sorry about that, mate. He's showing his opinions very, very clearly as he cuts across the Le Mans chicane, but hopefully he can limp it back to the pit lane. But I mean, it's one thing getting it back, it's another thing being sat there for so frustratingly long waiting for that car to be fixed, because it's not just a case of having a fast repair or anything like that. You don't have anything like that in rFactor 2. You've got to sit there and wait for the repair time. So driving his way along the apron and, well, waiting to get himself back to the pit lane.
You'd hope so. Let's hope they're not staying out there. I'm sure they will be in the pit lane. But yeah, Ricardo Santos can barely keep that going, turning left there. He will be into the pit lane now. And such is the way that the GTE field is so congested at that point in the order. He's already down to 13th. Christian Pallison 4 laps behind at the moment. He must have had some kind of technical problem, Pallison. But he might well be able to get through on Ricardo Santos there, and that's a real shame for Romano Motorsport, really, because they were running well and had the possibility of a good finish as well, but they've just come unstuck at the bus stop chicane.
All it takes is 5 seconds, and bam, things are turned on their head. You can be driving so well as they have been for now the last 5.5 hours, and in the span of one corner, one mistake, it's tipped upside down. And yeah, a big shame, but again, that's the nature of the beast. It's the 12 hours of Daytona. Naturally, things like that are going to happen. You have to be prepared for those things to happen and try to minimize those mistakes. But for Christian Pallison and Go Team Racing in their 97 machine Ferrari, it shows why their perseverance is almost worth it, because while yes, they've had their own misfortunes, that seems that same misfortune has transferred to some other people that have maybe brought them back into a chance to move themselves back up. While granted it's only one position moving them from 14th to 13th, it's still better than nothing. And well, here's a look as to what exactly happened to Ricardo Santos.
Here it is. Oh dear, that looks very weird.
Yeah,
that looks very, very weird. I was expecting it to be standard over the curb, just getting things wrong, sliding into the wall, but he locked up the brakes and just went straight through the middle part of that corner. I don't know if I've really ever seen a crash like that before, and I don't really have the answers.
I don't. Yeah, again, that's something I've never seen before. But I think maybe it was a case of, well, we're right on board with him as he goes in. Was it a case of trying to stop himself from spinning, so slammed on the brakes? But
yeah, I think you're right.
But doing that was probably the worst thing he could have done. He probably was better off spinning and allowing the car to go around, because as soon as he braked, the the front tires were just way too overwhelmed and straight away locked up. He was just a passenger straight for the grass. As soon as he hit the grass, it was game over and into the barrier, and that spelled an end to his well, so far his race and his chances in this race. But now with 6 hours and 25 minutes left to go, we've got half the LMP2s into the pit lane.
We do, and at the pit lane for DeLorme before Rick Van Earl. So there is a change, and Van Earl still getting tyres changed by the looks of things. So there is now a strategical difference between the two. Daniel Visner's leading, but Rick Van Earl left behind by Remy Delorme, who is, well, this is turning into quite a long stop now. Over a minute stationary for Rick Van Earl. And this is getting a little bit concerning, I have to say.
There we go.
73 seconds, I don't know, that feels a bit longer than an LMP2 pit stop should be, even with the tyre change.
Did he have any battle scars that he needed to maybe fix up? Was there a slight change in his wheel geometry? I don't know, anything like that, even if it's just a couple of seconds, but weird.
I can't think of where it would have come from, is the only thing I would say to that, because yes, there was a battle with Remy Delorme, but I can't remember an incident that would have gotten them any damage at all.
That's weird then. Again, I don't know. Yeah, strange one. Either way, he's back out onto the race circuit and continuing on. And well, whether that was a planned to be longer pit stop or whether it was just an unfortunate occurrence that they spent a couple of seconds more, Rick Van Earl has certainly got his work cut out for him to probably use those fresh tyres to claw back some time, because from leading by a couple of seconds to Go Team Racing, he's now a good 15-20 seconds behind than he was.
Yep, he is, and that's going to take some closing. This is Henry Tinnick, who's been slowly closing in, and Mattia Krupi for third in GTE. Looks like our next battle on the circuit that is developing right now, as DPI pit stops very much underway. As things stand, it's going to send Simfree and Lorenzo Arisi up into second place. It's going to give Race Clutch a 1-lap lead as things stand right now. But we're kind of at that stage of the race in DPI, really, where everybody's all over the place due to strategy. People are sort of pitting all the time. And it's one of those ones where you have to just kind of wait 5 hours or so. It becomes a little bit clearer as we get closer to the end of the race. You know, quite where everybody's going to come out. So it's a difficult one to call right now. But in 5 hours' time, it will obviously become a lot clearer.
Yeah, I mean, towards the start of this race, I mean, in DPI, we had the majority of the field have to serve some early race penalties, which obviously saw them down into the pit lane fairly early, maybe knocked them slightly off sequence. We saw it with Race Clutch a little bit earlier on, where Colin Spork would take the lead by 40 seconds, come into the pit lane. Christian Malguera for Simfring would then take the lead for a good sort of half an hour or so before they then come into the pit lane. So a very wide and diverse set of pit strategies for the DPIs, which seems them not at the moment. It seems to be quite a fairly boring affair for the DPIs, but I'm sure as you say, it's going to be a case of 4 or 5 hours time where the race really starts to funnel down. Maybe a code 80 potentially could spice things up as well, bring people into different limelights at different points. But for now, yeah, it certainly seems to be the case of watching the DPIs go around, wait for them to come into the pit lane, and a case of just waiting and seeing, because the difference in strategies means that there's no real way to sort of predict as to what's going to happen.
Yeah, certainly it's a difficult one to call right now, but it may become clear a little bit later. Just seems it's getting a bit darker out there right now as well in the server on the circuit here today at Daytona. It's I'm expecting it to be probably night time by the end of this race. By the way, I don't know if I'm wrong to assume so, but normally in these 12-hour races it is, and that will not present as much of a challenge as usual in this in endurance racing, really. Of all of the 24-hour races, Daytona certainly the lightest. Stays the lightest of them all, not because it has least hours of darkness or anything. It has some years it has the most hours of darkness of any race 24-hour race in the endurance racing calendar, but because of the floodlights, of course, that are going to be out there, as we do have a car off. It's the 34 of Roland Zux, who's off the road. Oh, he's got no rear wing and big suspension damage on the rear as well. The bus stop has claimed another victim.
And in LMP2 as well. That is a big, big shame for Roland Zux, for Sim Freeman, a big contender actually in this race and in the championship as a whole. Really, that 34 machine really struggling, and that it could spell well an end to their charge in the in this race, which is such a big shame. Limping their way home, a penalty as well for Voitala just in the top of your screen. But another one in the, we've seen 3 different people have this almost similar incidents in the span of the last 40 minutes of this race.
Quite a lot. It has teammates going through there in the LMP2 category. There, the championship leaders going through. These guys 6th place in the standings right now. 2nd place at Spa is their best result of the season so far for a team that has, of course, won the LMP2 category last season and the GTE category the season before, going for the overall championship here this time. It's quite a disappointment for them, but yeah, just showing the dangers of the bus stop once again, unfortunately, and it definitely won't be the last time we do.
Yeah, well, that is again, Daytona in a nutshell. It's going to claim people, and well, as the race goes on and as things develop, as people start to wear themselves out, people get tired towards the end, whether it be due to the amount of time you spent in the car, whether it be the time of day it is for you in real life. Either way, people are going to start to get tired, and it will definitely turn itself into a race of attrition if it hasn't already. But yeah, we saw Race Clutch just a moment ago into the pit lane and rejoining the circuit now, 4.5 seconds back off Sim Freem, who now retake the race lead. Colin Spork now back into the number 14 machine and ready to push on against Lorenzo Arisi in that fight for the lead. They've been sort of chopping and changing their pace at the front of the DPIs. In all fairness, between Sim Freem and Race Clutch, they've been fairly even adversaries, and it's just been a case of who's leading at what point. Because at one point Sim Freem are, then Race Clutch are, and well, they're 2 strategies. I hope at some point towards the end of the race they find themselves really, really close.
Hope so, but I think Race Clutch will have an edge at this stage, just under 4 seconds away as of right now. Battle for 8th place, though, in GTE is what we're focusing on, because Arjen Veltens is trying to hold back Arnaud's competition. Veltens just up in front and getting really closed in on there. The Dutch driver, now in his late 20s, but in his early 20s, he reached the final of GT Academy one year. I don't know if you remember that programme with Nissan, Zach. It was around quite a long time ago. But it was a great TV programme as well in the UK that used to be on, and he got to the final one year. So clearly a very good driver, but has been out of the VEC for quite a long time now. This is Scuderia Leon's first season in 6 years, so it's a return to the VEC for them. Arjen Veltens as well.
To him. I mean, yeah, I don't know how long ago it was, but I don't actually remember the GT Academy at all.
You don't remember it? Oh my God.
I don't. At least I know Daytona. That's something. That's a win. And I guess the bar is very, very low as to what's counted as an accomplishment for me. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. I'm sorry. I really, really don't. I mean, at least in my early childhood, it was a case of F1 at the very least, and not until recently that I've even thought about branching off into other motorsports. So you can rinse me all you like, but that's just how it is. The GT Academy was not something that ever crossed my mind, but fair play to Arjen Veltens, who's now doing very, very well. However, he's got to use all that experience from the final GT Academy to try and keep the Arnage Porsche behind.
I hope I'm right, by the way. I've got that stat right, because otherwise I'm going to look like a bit of an idiot. Anyway, Arnaud's competition outside line. That Porsche is good in a straight line and should be good enough for 8th place now. Veltens will have to brake early and cede that position now to Arnaud's competition. Obviously a team that I hope we do know from the rest of sim racing, of course. Yeah, of course, Arnaud's competition. Very iconic liveries, of course, as well. But in the Virtual Endurance Championship this season, started the first 3 rounds though in Division 2, and it's good to have them up in the top division here for this race now, due to the promotion relegation system we have, of course.
I think it's very good of keeping, the sort of the quality of driving to a higher standard and making people making teams, in a sense, in the correct division, racing people that they know they can compete against. You don't want a case of Division 2 being completely dominated, and you don't want a team that could be doing sort of top 5s in Division 2 to be sort of just backmarkers in Division 1. So it's a really good way of ensuring that throughout the season that the correct teams are in the correct places, and it's nice that Arnage have finally found a foot in the door at Division 1, because so far they're really impressing on their debut, against some of the best in the Virtual Endurance Championship, as high as 3rd or 2nd a couple of hours ago. Now, of course, fallen down to 8th place, but even that in of itself is a fairly good achievement to have themselves inside the top 10, and I'm sure they're only going to go from sort of strength to strength as the season, the rest of this season progresses, for the next few months, and then, of course, maybe into Season 16 if they can keep that form up. But yeah, Arnage Competition, fantastic and very renowned name in sim racing, and now it's trying to prove itself in the world of rFactor 2 endurances.
Yeah, certainly. We've got plenty of stuff going on in GTE right now. Camel Noui's got into the Black Hawk Racing Aston Martin in place of Alex Brautigam. Stalwarts of the VEC, of course, Black Hawk Racing, but never with a championship title. They're trying to chase down the all-Portuguese GTC Race Centre, and also GX Droids as well, with Ivan Avinoa, who got caught by 1.1 seconds on that last lap. So maybe there's a chance for Asensio to get to the back of the Porsche up in front sooner rather than later, as we approach the halfway mark, homes into view here at the 12 Hours of Daytona. It's Lorenzo Arisi who currently leads ahead of Colin Spork, but only 2 seconds between them, and we're imagining a pit stop gap between them as well. But I do wonder, Zach, at what point Simfream Esport, or Race Clutch rather, are going to be concerned about how long Simfream are doing on each stint and how much further they are going than Race Clutch.
Yeah, I mean, Simfream seem to sort of be in control. Race Clutch, very, I guess, arguably the quote-unquote quicker car of the two, but Simfream may be the better positioned car in terms of their strategy. Again, it's an unknown, and one that we won't really be able to fully unravel until it's very, very clear after everyone's made their final pit stops of the day. But Race Clutch have got a very, very strong adversary in the form of the championship leaders of Simfream, who we were talking a little bit earlier on as to how difficult I think this team is going to be through the season. They've been sort of convincingly maybe a little bit above the rest. Certainly the staple of the DPI is able to be so consistent, and they've definitely proven that with their results. I mean, their lowest finishing position was 4th last time at Laguna Seca. They've just been such a phenomenal force, and one I'm sure that will continue for the rest of the season. So not only in this race, but Race Clutch need to be keeping their eye out as to their form for the rest of the season as well.
Well, it looks like Arisi was slowed a little bit through the bus stop chicane there, and Colin Sport will be homing in now, though they will have to overtake one of the LMP2s first. Through the NASCAR turns 3 and 4, Arisi will be closed in on with the slipstream here. But one quick thing about them, or a couple of quick things actually. Every driver in this DPI right now, in the 21, was part of the winning team in season 13 when they took the GTE honours, and of course the lack of penalties they get as well really helps them as well. So there's another 2 things that is really helping them sort of on their series challenge right now. They are leading the championship, of course, by only by 10 points. 2 Race Clutch who are right behind them right now, trying to win 2 titles in one season, of course, are Simfream right now. Something that hasn't been done, if not ever, then not for a long time anyway, in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Colin Sport going to try and do his best to put an end to that. This Race Clutch car looks very, very threatening now.
Does indeed, and looking to the high side through NASCAR 1 and 2, I should say, and very, very close to the rear end is Colin Spork, maybe pulling out to the outside of the Le Mans chicane. That's definitely brave and bold. He's got a bit of a nose ahead as they head onto the brakes, but not quite enough. Has to tuck him behind, very close to the rear end of that Simframe car, flirting with disaster. But now comes down to the case of how good was that run, and I don't think it was too optimal for Colin Spork really to mount much of a challenge into turn 1.
Well, the slipstream very, very beneficial in this DPI, and he's closing. Colin Spork certainly closing as they go towards turn 1. He's going to pull to the outside line and possibly brake early, swing to the inside and go for a move. Lorenzo Arisi saw it coming, and Spork is going to have to stay behind, but that was very, very smart driving from the young Dutchman to just swing in behind him there and try and go back down the inside. Very, very smart indeed, but Arisi knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, it all happens so quickly in those DPIs. They are so fast. And look into the inside of the Western Horseshoe there. Colin Spork trying to find an avenue through. Nothing quite materialising just yet. He's looking very, very feisty and wants to find a way through. Just nothing quite able yet. A little bit wide there from Lorenzo Arisi. Could potentially see Colin Spork getting the drive off of turn 6 through the first part of the oval. But again, it's just a case of utilising that slingshot effect, and that race Dutch car does look mightily quick in a straight line, closing and closing and closing again. Lorenzo Arisi sees it coming, going onto the apron, ducking back to the right hand side. Now Colin Spork to the outside of the launch again once more, backing out of it. But oh my word, Colin Spork is trying to use every inch of that racetrack to find a way through.
Certainly is, and nearly went down below the double yellow line, which you're certainly not allowed to do here at Daytona, and had to back out of that one, and the compromised line he had on the way into the Le Mans chicane has just put a distance between the two of them now. They'll go over the line again and into turn 1 with a bit of traffic in front, with the Arisi still leading here, but traffic very much in front, and traffic is going to play a role in this one now as well. Sim Racing for Holland in their GT is going to get past there. Arisi and Spork stay together. Spork's going to have to be careful as they weave and slalom between them. 3 wide. It's not wide. It's not very wide on the infield at Daytona, but they've just made it work. Spork very nearly went into the back of Arisi as well. That was an early moment.
Oh my word, again, these guys are just very perilously close to disaster, and all it takes is one twitch of the steering wheel, one wrong move, and straight away you're putting the races of 2-3 cars at risk. And well, Colin Spork is certainly deciding that it's worth it in the pursuit of the race lead at this stage in the race as we approach the halfway mark with 6 hours and 7 minutes left to go. Once again, Colin Spork looking to the outside, but Lorenzo Arisi has it covered. The Arnage competition, Porsche just in front of them there, maybe could shake it up a little bit, but I think they've caught them at just the right time. So no hold-ups, nothing like that as of yet, but Colin Spork seems to struggle off the exit of Le Mans chicane, but then really bring it back into his own as they run their way through NASCAR 3 and 4.
The slipstream benefit you get in the DPI category really helping him out right now. Up towards the line again. Out to the outside line for Colin Spork again. He wants the inside though. Is he going to brake early and duck in? He isn't. He's going to wait. Oh, he's going to try and go for the comeback line, but very nearly lost the car entirely. He's held it together towards the international horseshoe. He's going to force Lorenzo Arisi to bend, but it's not enough. Spork able to dive to the inside. There was only one car width left to the inside line, but he took it. Colin Spork doesn't take no for an answer. He's taken the lead at the 12 hours of Daytona as Arisi did his best to hold him back, but there's no stopping Colin Spork right now.
My jaw was on the floor watching that. What a move from the 2022 Formula Sim Racing World Champion Colin Spork, flying now, and that is surely going to fill him with confidence moving forward, able to just dart his way to the inside of the international horseshoe and then hold it. He's been ducking and diving, trying to find any gap that he possibly can for sort of the last 3 or 4 laps. We're going to take another look as to how it happened. Outside line, wow. That is brave, bold, brilliant, whatever you want to call it. Colin Spork with a very strong left foot, and now the job is to completely drive away. Already 2 seconds clear of Lorenzo Arisi, but oh my goodness me, he's going places.
He certainly is. He is a ridiculously good sim racing driver. He's ridiculously good for a teenager. What a talent Colin Spork is already, as he mentioned, with a Formula Sim Racing World Championship under his belt. and held off some very stiff competition in that season as well. It's not going to get any easier here as they go up towards the first corner. That was a bit of a moment between the LMP2 race leader as well there, in the form of Remy Delorme. But I do wonder, and I do think back sometimes to that championship finale at Brazil in the FSR World Championship, and I do wonder what it would have done to Colin Spork's confidence if he hadn't won that title. He was leading the whole way through, and for him to drop the ball at the end would have been, I think, really damaging for his confidence. But the fact that he did get there means he's going from strength to strength right now, and you can see the confidence he's got. We've seen it so far this season, the confidence he has in a race car.
Oh yeah, it did wonders for him to, to have all that pressure and that stress of that season mean something. I mean, I think it was Alex Siebel he was fighting with in that championship with
so.
Red Bull.
Or Dennis Jordan, I can't
Dennis
remember.
Jordan, maybe one of the Red Bull guys.
Siebel,
but
I think.
But to have such a a tyrant, really, arguably a veteran of the Formula Sim Racing World Champion, and to go toe to toe for the entire season, and to have that pressure, have that stress, and for it to all come the right way in Colin Spork's eyes, for him to take the victory, it just means is that, as you say, he's used that confidence, that morale boost to say, you know what, I'm the man. I can do this. He's moving forward, and again with Race Clutch, a really good, strong sim racing team, able to then come into this season. I mean, I think back to August with the 6 Hours of Monza and how he was able to be just so incredibly quick and so naturally quick as well. It's not a case of he's overdriving the car or anything. He seems so calm and composed while he does it, and the fact that he goes for such an outrageous move, just without a second thought, he just knew that was going to work. And yeah, I think he's only just recently turned 18, Colin Spork. It's remarkable to think what he's already done and how long of a career that he's got ahead of him, because already he's setting everything ablaze.
Certainly is, hopefully not literally, but yes, we are looking at the moment over the campsites of Daytona, Florida, and as you might have noticed, we're coming up towards the halfway stage in this race. This is the Virtual Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Daytona. We are going to have to step away for just a minute while we switch over the streams, otherwise YouTube's going to do bad things to us. So we're going to take a short break and step away for a couple of moments' time. And we will be back very shortly. Make sure you go onto the Virtual Endurance Championship YouTube channel and switch over to part 2 of the Daytona 12 Hours.